I'm here to tell you the awful fucking truth.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I love
Thank you so much for your support.
January, February, into March and April. Same way too.
Thank you, thank you.
May, June or July.
Fucking hell! Horrid!
I never
Absolutely
let a day
horrid!
go by.
I give you shower and you snaky with me. What the fuck did I do to you?
Go away in August or September, in October and November, not to mention warm December. I love
Half a dozen pieces of fucking
so
shit!
another year has gone, I'm ready for the next one too.
If I can be with you.
Every single second, every minute, every hour, all the whole year through. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I love you.
I'm Archie Luxury, tell me what you fuckers think of that!
Think of that, guys. I wasn't going to play the whole thing for you guys because that annoys me as well. Welcome to the program. Welcome to the show, guys. 7 viewers, Archie Luxury live stream. Your boy, Maharaja Philippe here. We're going to do some watch talk. I figured Thanksgiving's a great day to talk about watches and really what your collection means to you and what you're thankful for and whatnot. So we're going to get into it today. We're going to do some watch talk. It's going to be a lot of fun. I know that there's a lot of folks, heading to Thanksgiving dinner, may already be at Thanksgiving dinner. You're listening on your AirPods at Thanksgiving dinner. So I appreciate everybody joining us. And I just wanted to do a little bit of a pre-show to AC3 because he's going to probably talk about Japan and other, bullshit. And at least we can get some watch talk out of us, guys. So let's say hello to everybody in the chat. First, we got Jean-Claude Biver up early in Australia. Nice to see you, my man. We got Frank V in the chat, and we got Pacific Turtle. Here we are, Tan, my brother. We got well, Danny. We're definitely going to talk about the 5196. I haven't had a chance to send Archie some photos of the new 5196 that we have sent to Surdy Danny. So it's going to be a nice shtick. We're going to pull. This is a man I haven't seen. We got Big Tony in the chat. Nice to see you, Big Tony. We got Azza in the chat as well. Good morning from Brisbane. Nice to see you, Azza. Good morning. We got Past in the chat. Happy Turkey Day. Rajalingam Philippe. There you go. For my South Indian friends. So Thanksgiving, guys. So not really a like in Canada, our Thanksgiving's actually a few weeks earlier. Our weather turns a bit colder than the United States a few weeks early. So naturally, our Thanksgiving would be a little bit earlier, but American Thanksgiving is today. And, for those that don't celebrate Thanksgiving or it's kind of foreign to them because in their country they don't celebrate Thanksgiving, it really is a time where Americans kind of sit down. They're, obviously give thanks for everything that they have. And I kind of felt that way about watches when I was thinking about it today. I was thinking about my journey in watches and, how for me, I wasn't always somebody who had Patek Philippe's. My first luxury watch was a Rolex. It was a Datejust, very simple, 36 mil steel silver dial. And I wasn't really a watch collector at the time. I just kind of wanted a Rolex. My father was into watches but never really bought anything of value. And so I can remember when I kind of first started getting into watch collecting, thinking about and you'd see it all over the forums, right? It was no different than it was today, where obviously the internet's there, and you can go on forums and talk to people about watches and talk to them about different pieces. So I can obviously remember a time when I was dreaming of owning a Patek Philippe or an AP Royal Oak or other things, right? So I guess after you acquire these pieces, we're always kind of on the hunt for something new, right? There you go, Punisher. I agree with you. I love Patek Philippe. Me too, man. Me too. Yeah, Rick Foss. Hi, what watch talk? Hey, Angelic. Nice to see you. Good morning, man. DeMeister 406. Where's Fatso? Fatso will be on in about 2 hours. I'm doing a bit of a pre-show here for everybody. It is Thanksgiving. It's a bit of a holiday for folks. So I thought there's got to be some people wanting to do some watch talk, chill, listen. Obviously, most people in the chat are, international from the United States. We got Australians. We got people from the UK. And everything else. But we do have some Americans. We got my good friend Shot in the chat. Nice to see Shot as well. So Thanksgiving, right? The stuff that watches that we are thankful for, and I think we don't often stop and think about our collection and think about let's use Archie Luxury as an example, right? Archie was robbed of his collection, and probably and it's really kind of taken the wind out of his sails for a number of years now. Like last year when after I came back, maybe the first year I came back, the robbery had happened, and everyone's like, just get Archie out of the funk. Let's try to get his mind off of it and whatnot. And yeah, like two and a half years later, he's still devastated by the loss of his collection. It meant so much to him that you can see the wind has kind of been taken. The wind has been kind of taken out of his sails when it comes to watches, and I think it's really a time for us to think about reflecting around what we are thankful for and what we've all achieved. Obviously everybody in the chat, I'm sure there's some dreamers in the chat. There's people that have, Tudors all the way to high-end independent watches to the highest, Patek Philippe's. We got everybody in our community, which is super cool to see because, as many of you guys know, I like them all, right? Like I like everything from Seikos all the way up to the high-end stuff. And for me, it's really important to kind of reflect back on my journey because it's important on how I'm going to structure how I move forward in my journey as well. Because we can get kind of sucked into this whole, you buy something and then you got to chase the next best thing. You got the itch, right? And I don't think we often stop and think enough around like what we've achieved, I guess, in our lifetime with the kind of pieces we've purchased or what the collections we've built and the heart and soul we've put into these. And we're talking about like people's hard-earned money. We're talking about people's time and effort, and hey, we all come here to, these shows, and we like to show off our watches. We like to do, unboxings, reveals and whatnot to share that with other people and or to flex on people. There's all different reasons, but I think everybody who's acquired, some watches over their time could probably look back at their collection and think like, what am I thankful for? Like, what am I, and it doesn't have to be you're thankful for having the most expensive watches out there. Because honestly, I could see people that are super content just having a Tudor, and they're thankful for having that because, in their life, they just wanted a quality timepiece and they're super enthusiastic about the brand and they're super thankful that they were able to achieve that. And I think that's, I think that's great. I think that's exactly the essence of why we collect watches. And oftentimes, in today's day and age, collecting can be, it can really be muddied into like investing and, because Archie was always the proponent of value retention. Okay. Value retention was, Archie's shtick. Like Archie is one of the first on YouTube, if not the first, to talk about value retention. Hey, Clivers, happy Thanksgiving. Nice to see you, man.
Thanks. Is Archie here?
Not for a couple hours, actually. So,
well, I'm thankful for that.
How's Thanksgiving out in Oklahoma, man?
Oh, pretty good. I actually just had just Thai food with the brother-in-law and the nephews and the sister, and I'm going to someone I cannot name specifically and taking some turkey over there.
Very cool. Very cool. No grandpa duty today?
No, unfortunately, I wish I did. Hey, Angelic, how goes it? But probably not till next year. They're just getting situated. So I'm getting.
And Danny's saying hi as well. Danny is the excommunicati.
You see, okay, that poll was bullshit.
Which poll?
I came in 4th as the biggest backstabber. Okay, Tim Wright, sure, I understand that. Fine. But literally, I'm 4th out of 4.
Ah, come on. I never considered you a backstabber. And people who knew what you did in the backstabbing won't even remember because none of those guys know Adrikos anyways. So it's like, it's so far in the past, Clyde, that honestly, like, yeah, I'm not surprised you'd be low on the totem pole when it came to that. But I'm talking about being thankful for the watches we have, Clive. Yeah. And look, you're one guy.
Let me answer something. No. Close, but no.
I was gonna say, like, you've collected a lot of watches since I've known you, right? All the way from Panerais, Reversos, APs, Rolexes, vintage Fliegers. You collected it all, Clyde. Like, yeah. After at the end of the journey, right? Like, what?
Okay, now
when you kind of look at your collection, I just want to ask you, like, when you look at your collection today, are you thankful for the journey? Are you happy where you're at, or do you still have the itch?
Yeah,
of, like,
it's good. Like I said, I still love my white sub. I still love my gold GP. I still love my 1959 reedition. So,
Yeah, I think like I mean, your Breitling was a cool watch. I mean, your subs that you bought, vintage subs. You have a new 1680, new to you
No, no, no.
1680.
Okay, yeah.
New to you 1680. Yeah, for me, like I think that like you've evolved your collection so much that when you said you bought a Rolex, I was surprised. I was like, "What? Cliver's getting Rolex? Like, is he at the end of his days? Like, why did you go with Rolex? You've been kind of off the Rolex path for a long time now."
Well, I almost think you have to look at each watch on a case by case basis. And when I literally saw this one, the white sub, it was like a kid in a candy store. Oh my God. Yeah.
And was that local to you in Oklahoma? Did you have to
No,
travel for that?
actually, yeah. As a matter of fact, I actually met up with Uberoki.
Oh, Uberoki had it. Cool, cool. We haven't heard about
Well, no, no,
Uberoki.
no, 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 no. But he also has one. I said, "What do you think about the 1680?" And he's pulled his sleeve up and said, "This is why I think about it." So I actually took a picture of both of ours.
Does Uberoki have the red or does he have the white?
He has the white sub.
White, yeah. Oh, they're cool, man. All of them are cool. It's like, I mean, that's the first date sub. Like, it's an iconic watch, and honestly, Clyde, that is the 1680 is a transition from the sub being a tool, a true tool watch, to a luxury piece, having putting on the date, making it in
Yeah.
an edition in solid gold, right? Like, it's just an iconic model, and honestly, is overlooked outside of the fact that people talk about the red sub, right? What's a white sub? So this is a good question, Jean-Claude. Before
Okay.
I'm gonna pull up a 1680
No, no,
white.
no, no. Well, pull up our 1680 red, and then I'll. What would be better for you, WhatsApp or iMessage?
WhatsApp's better actually. So just shoot
Okay.
it. You can shoot it in the group chat, or you can just send it to me directly. I'll pull up a red sub for you guys super quick so that we understand what we're speaking about. So this is a Mark 6 1680 red. Okay, so when we talk about white, white sub, red sub, right? Because in the 1680, there were
Oh,
certain versions.
okay.
Oh, you sent them. Okay, yeah. There's certain versions that are um, simply the red dials, the red text, as you guys know. When you talk about red sub, that's what you hear about when it's 1680. But then there were editions later, both in production editions as well as service dials that used the white text for Submariner. I think I've just got it here from Cliver's, so I'm going to bring it up on the screen. So that's a red sub, and then this is Clive's white sub. So it is a 1680, but you can see here, it's a bit of a grainy photo. Sorry, Clyde. But you can see the text is in the Submariner is in white. Beautiful ghost, ghost insert. I like that, Clyde.
Yep.
Ghost insert. And the cool thing about these is, you can go on vintage Rolex market, vintage Rolex forums. And I remember when I had a 1680 red, the insert that I bought was not period correct. So I ended up sourcing a period correct insert, fat font insert, for my 1680. And it was a bit of a ghost, bit of a
Yep.
ghost insert as well. But I like is your insert, is it turning a bit blue, grayish blue? Is that kind of, I can't tell in the light.
No, I think it's just ghost. I think it's just ghosting me.
Just ghosting you. You got a lot of fans here in the chat. Jean-Claude Biver says that bezel's dope. Big Tony says that's ghosted. Pasta says nice watch. Azza says get a pip for the white sub. Yeah, you could get a pip added to it, or leave it like that. And then Danny says that's a real watch. I agree with you guys. 1680 was one of my favorite subbies, and I remember when I was selling it, Clyde, a friend of mine who owned a Mark 1 version of the red sub and sold his told me, like, do not sell that watch. And I fucking sold it, and I regret it, and I didn't listen. I
No.
guess first super chat of the night, Clyde. Let's just grab this one, and then we can get into it. Rich Mitch, 2 British pounds. Watch talk. Well, yeah, we got the Rancher on. Rancher's a legend, man. He was live streaming before me. If you're going to say anyone's more OG than me, it's the fucking Rancher.
On live streaming, yes. On watch collecting, no. Actually, one of the things that attracted me to you, by the way, no homo.
Mhm.
Can we still say no homo, or is it okay to say after the election? I'm not even fucking sure about anything these days.
You can go full homo if you like, no problem.
Okay, fine. I appreciate that. But one of the things I always liked you had a lot of experience, especially upper tiered watches, and I always viewed your opinions as rather incisive.
This is an interesting comment, Clyde, and I thank you for that. The Magpie, if I ever got a sub, it'd be my birth year, not a modern one. Clyde, did you ever seek out the birth year model of any watches for yourself?
Boy, golly, I've got a Gerard Perigo laureate, not a laureato, but a gyromatic that's a birth year. And well, actually, I think my Moonwatch was or my 321 was a birth year. I think.
Yeah, I don't remember because you.
Yes, it was. It was a month older than I was.
Yeah, I remember when you got that the extract. I could have vaguely remembered if it was close to your birth year, but I wasn't 100% sure.
It was a month before, and
wow, nice.
Yeah,
nice.
It aged a hell of a lot better than I did.
Rich Mitch, by the way, Clyde used to read these super chats back in the day. Archie never read super chats. Clyde used to read them.
He still does it. So I sent you another sent you another picture. Maybe that helps.
Sure. Let me grab the super chatter from Rich Mitch. Yes. 2 British pounds. Thank you, Rich Mitch. And while I pull that up, Sturdy Danny is saying, I near had another 1973 sub 5. Danny, man, you should have got the 5513. Clivers, I know you like the 5513. That's the no date version of that. So,
well, obviously, I think watches should match their owner. So the no date version would probably be a better fit, actually. But
all right, here we go. Another photo from Clivers. Let me just make sure I don't dox nobody on WhatsApp. Here we go. Photo number 2, guys. Ghost bezel. Beautiful. The loom is pretty.
Yep.
It's pretty creamy, man. It's pretty. It's how. So everything's original. Loom's original. Hands original. Everything's original.
You gotta love naked loom, open 6, ghost bezel.
Literally, like it's in fucking really. It's a nice looking watch, right? Like you can obviously see that it's lived a very nice life too. So it's not just.
Well, and again, do you remember? You remember not my 321, but my my other Speedmaster that the joke is it won the Patina lottery, went back to the convenience store, got itself a pack of smokes, another ticket, and won twice the Patina lottery twice in the same day. It's the same with this one, because for this watch to in the condition it is, it had to have been bleached by the sun, creating the ghost bezel, and also fading, in my opinion, the original matte dial, and then so it won the Patina lottery there, but then it had to be shut away, locked away for the tritium to age.
Yeah, this is just I really like this example, Clyde. Like, I think you got a really good one because, it's not perfect, but the loom is really nice on this. It's all original. I love the insert, and it's just great to see. Like, because honestly, when I had my 1680, I would wear that often. Like, and it was 50 plus years old, and I just enjoy it. And I tell people like these watches.
And every once in a while, I would switch from this to the what is it, the Tudor 39 millimeter, whatever the fuck that the
58.
The 58, the original 58. But after wearing this, you put on the original 58, and it's like, okay, now I get the 58.
We've got a lot of nice comments here, so I'm gonna get to everybody in the chat. Jean-Claude Beaver saying, talking to Magpie, 1979 is his birth year. He thinks the reference is a 16800. Now, Clyde, you had a 16800 recently.
Yes. Yeah, I did.
And what do you think? The 16800 is always one that people overlook. Like, do you think?
Oh yeah, definitely. And it is still. No, but here's the funny part. I also talk with. It's kind of nice when you have Jake Ehrlich to kind of guide your decisions.
I wish we can get Jake. I should see if Archie can message Jake. For those that don't know, Jake Ehrlich, the Clyde's referring to, runs RolexMagazine.com. His website has so much information on Rolex as well as Patek Philippe that I would highly recommend anybody check that out. It's not it's not the sexiest format, but it's super informative, and he did a great article on the 3940 perpetual calendars. So yeah, if Clyde can get Jake Ehrlich on, that'd be fucking. It's Thanksgiving, Clyde. You're gonna bug.
Well, I know, but then again, of course, he has a small kid, so he may or may not go anywhere.
Okay, we got MCM in the chat. Nice to see you, MCM.
Hey, happy Thanksgiving. How you doing?
Great. Happy Thanksgiving.
Well, Tanzil is on Archie. Not Archie's not there. Do you want to come on and join us? Talking about Rolex, just like I said, old Rolex.
And his 3940 article.
Yes. Tanzil, I'm sorry. AKA Patel Philippe. He's a long timer. I'll put it that way.
Cocker.
He's doing what?
Oh, like I said, we're on there. I came on. We're
All right. While Clive does that, I'm gonna mute Clyde so it doesn't. He doesn't talk about stuff that he doesn't want to talk about live on air while I talk to everybody in the chat and see if Clyde can get our friend Jake Ehrlich on the show. We do have a lot of cool folks in the chat. Watch Collector UK, nice to see you. We got Dodger, obviously, in the chat. Magpie. Shot, who says, I'm sorry, Clive, live with Clive. Yep, that's the truth. Patty Chris, nice to see you, Artie. We got Madman up early in Australia. And we got a beautiful $10 Canadian super chat from Jimmy. Old school watch talk with Rancher and Maharaza. Good job, guys. Happy Thanksgiving to all in the US and A. 100%. We got JDMTL, fellow Canadian, in the chat as well. LV Watch Battle 10. Which dress watch are you choosing? Tortue Monopoussoir 2396. White Gold versus Octa Divine. 38 mil in platinum. All right, let me pull these up. Tortue Mono Poisson. And you want the 2396. Let me pull this up for you. Cartier Tortue. Now, the Tortue is a very cool watch. Not everybody's a fan of the tonneau shape cases, but like honestly, with the Cubit coming out and a whole bunch of stuff coming out these days, like that's a bit different than a circular watch. Honestly, I can see these being pretty cool. So this is the Tortue white gold, and then he's asking about the Octa Divine 38 mil in platinum, and then we got the FP Journe Octa Divine in platinum. Clivers in platinum. I'm not sure if you're a big fan of FP Journe, Clive, but I do like FP Journe. I know Higgy's in the chat, not the biggest FP Journe fan. Clyde, you and I came from an era when like literally Watchbox was pumping and dumping these FP Journes.
Yeah. And that's the Cartier with the little,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
And Jake was saying, does anyone have a question for me? I don't know if I was muted or if you were just talking over me.
Yeah, no, it's because you're having your conversation, but it was hard to hear, and I was like, there's a lot of chat going on. So, if whenever he's free, he can hop on. Like if he's.
Oh, that's right. I was just gonna see if I was gonna ask him what he thought the difference between the 1680 and the 16800 was. Here's a hint. I know what it is.
Yeah, I know you do. And for those that don't know, I believe it's a transition to sapphire crystal, if I'm not wrong.
And he also said, if you sell 1680, quote, you have to be brain damaged, end quote.
Yeah, seriously. I definitely was brain damaged for doing that fucking deal, man. I shouldn't have done that. So LV's asking me, watch battle. So I showed the Tortue Cartier, Octa Divine. Personally, for me, I like the 38 mil size of the on FP Journes. I'm going to go with FP Journe on this one, although I'm a big Cartier fan. And I do like the Tortue. But I'm going to go with the FP Journe on this one. What do you think, Clivers? I'll show you the Cartier here.
At one point, am I still muted or not?
No, you're good. I can hear you.
Okay. At one point, there's like 4 or 5 watches. They're all mono pushers, all from in the dying days of the 20th century that they worked on, and none of them that had actually a Journe movement. It's not one of the most complicated movements. Mm-hmm. And I tried to grab one.
Didn't happen.
It was in a handful of watches, and Cartier. Like I said, Cartier Tortue. I think Cartier had one that was a mono pusher. Ulysse Nardin had a 175th anniversary one. There was also a Baume & Mercier mono pusher, and these watches went for almost nothing, and because people didn't know that there was a, like I said, a hidden gem.
Yeah, honestly, I think the one downside of the Tortue here is like it's the case shape. Not everybody likes these tonneau shaped cases. I've been trying to get Archie to buy a 50. I think it's the 5040 or the 5940.
Okay, and I've had a couple of people bring it up. It's Hometown Honey. Okay, are you guys fucking happy now? It's Hometown Honey.
Hometown Honey. We got a super chat from Madman, 10 Australian dollars. Thank you so much, Madman. Thank you for being here early in your morning. Happy Thanksgiving, Archieverse. Thanks for the stream, Tan and Rancher. I'll be listening as much as possible. Yeah, look, I know that there's a lot of folks in the United States that are probably going to Thanksgiving dinner, maybe listening on the car, maybe got an earbud in the ear listening in while they're with their family. So we're going to bring a bit of entertainment before Archie shows up. Got another great super chatter from Yankee Doodle, good friend of Archie's, $5 US. I recently purchased a 5127 J. It's a Calatrava in yellow gold, 37 mil. Do you think that is too small? I'm thinking of switching it for a 5296R. but that wears super big. Thoughts? Okay, so I'm gonna give you my take on this Yankee Doodle because I've owned the 5127. I had it in the R version, not the J, and I've tried on a 5296. And when I had my 5127, it was when Archie had a 5296 in white gold, non-sector dial, and I ended up trying it out. And in the 5296, when you say it wears super big, it's a 38 mil. The 5127 is a 37 mil. So you may not think from that 1 mil dimension it's gonna be different. It is like he's pointing out a bit different, Clyde. But I honestly
7 is fine. Just don't make sure you accidentally enter the men's room while you're wearing it.
Look, the 5127, honestly, like
I'm sorry, I'm just totally kidding there. It's fine.
Yeah, like I had one and size wise, Yankee Doodle.
It's still fine.
Yeah, the 5127 size is just fine, Yankee Doodle. Yep. And honestly, I think the 5296 personally, I think has better proportions than the 5127. And it would be the one I would recommend is switching it to the 5296. Yeah. If you like the R, great. If you like the white, great. They have a sector dial. I would highly recommend the 5296. One of my favorite Calatravas, probably the sweet spot, Clive, in that segment of Calatravas, in my opinion.
Yep.
And we got a generous super chat from Angelic the Slayer, $7.99 Australian dollars. Thank you so much, Angelic. Great watch talk, Tanner Rancher. Thanks. Thank you, Angelic. It's very kind of you. It's very. I don't get to do a live stream with Rancher very often. He used to be on all the time, and now it's like a bit of a treat when he decides to join me as I do solo shows and just try to talk some shit and talk some watches here. But
a treat for you, but yes.
Yeah, treat for me, not for Clivers, because usually if I'm in the chat,
no, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. There's a reason. Tom is like, oh, Tad's there. Click. As opposed to like other people, I'd be like, nah.
This is for you from Higgy Baby. He says, "The Rancher, we demand answers. Re the toe shoes."
I'm down to one pair. They've kind of quit making them. I love them dearly, so I have to be judicious in wearing them. Judicious.
There you go. Judicious. Yeah, guys, any questions, any watch questions, I'm going to pull them up. You don't have to super chat. We obviously appreciate super chats, but more than happy to help. We're just trying to do some watch talk, chill with you guys on a Thanksgiving evening here. I'm glad Clive was able to make it and join me.
Well, I can't stay very long. Here in a second, I've got to go to...
No worries, man. No worries. I got a lot of stuff I can talk. I can fucking long talk for days, man. Don't you worry. But yeah, if you got to go, Clyde, just, feel free to drop, or just
my pants.
Drop your pants if you like. Why not? It's the Archie Electric chat. It's not the first time that's
happened. I'd rather go after I drop my pants than before.
Can I ask you one question, kind of aside from watches, more of an Archieverse question, like a lore question?
You just did.
Okay, can I ask you a second question and a third question?
You just did. Okay, you just did.
All right. My question that I am going to ask you is, you've been on these streams for a long time, and as much as Archie calls you a backstabber, and so what were some of your golden memories from being on the streams over the years?
Okay, it's the Indian blanket watch review, which you were instrumental.
Oh my god, that was so good.
I still have, every once in a while, if you know me, if you ask me really nice, I will send you that picture.
You know what? I actually found the video of it because I was doing the Archie Luxury Classics for a while on the dungeon, and I actually found that video where you did the live stream and we did the Indian blanket where Clyde had this like blanket and he had arranged his entire collection of watches showing the words "fuck you." But if you're not seeing it, you're just thinking Archie's just looking at the watches saying, because
the Indian blanket is so vibrant and so colorful and so has these bright patterns, it kind of breaks up. It's almost like camouflage.
Yeah, if he has the picture, he can definitely send it over. I'm sure I have it somewhere, but it's like fucking years ago, right? So it's definitely in my phone. I just won't have the time. This is a good question for both of us, Clyde. Patrick, what is the surprise fuck off watch of 2024? I'm going to say the Patek Cubitus is. No. I was going to say something else, but go ahead.
I was going to say the 14270, but I didn't hear the 2024 port. Sorry.
Yeah.
I would agree.
That Cubitus has been like, it's funny because I was just. I as a shtick, I changed my name to Ice Cubitus, and I was like spreading all this propaganda of like, buy the watch and stuff like that, to the point where wherever I'd go, people would be like, this guy again, he's going to be talking about the Cubitus. It was really funny because I was all on like multiple.
They show, and they had all this, and they showed these photographs of what was it? Not Terry Stern, but the son.
Well, Terry Stern is the son. He's the current
Okay.
CEO. Yeah.
Well, literally, and it shows the picture of him. It's like he has the most punchable face. Oh my God.
I don't know about. I mean, I don't
No, just the smug picture. So it's like, I want to hit you in the mouth just out of general principle.
Yeah, I mean, he just said what people were thinking. I mean, I don't really care what he said, but I mean, it's not a smart business move to say that shit to potential clients. But yeah, I mean, he is saying what a lot of us are thinking. So,
well, true. But on the other hand, yeah, you can do it when people are just lined up for the same old shit. Nah, it might be on the computer. Crap.
I'll give you a bit of a background, a bit of behind the scenes about that show where Clyde, the famous "You Have No Friends" show, where Clyde blew up at Archie and Archie blew up Clyde, and then that's where the whole fuck off watch of I think 2018 came from. So I was trying. So Clyde and Archie were already on rocky terms at that point. Clyde had left the show first time, and I kept trying to get Clyde back because I enjoyed Clyde on the show. So Clyde was nice. He had just got the Explorer. He was nice enough to hop on, and then boom, Archie explodes. Right. So
yes.
it was unpredictable because I thought, hey, Clyde comes back, does a bit of an unboxing, yeah, it kind of gets everybody, happy again. Nope, that definitely didn't happen.
And needling, just yeah.
Yeah, but like Danny, we're pissing Archie off with that 5196. Like Clyde literally pissed him off with a 36 mil fucking Explorer. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
that's why the 14270 is the surprise fuck off watch of 2018.
We got a super chat from Yankee Doodle, $5 US. Thank you so much. Who says my everyday watch is a 16610. That's a date sub, pre-ceramic. Great watch, by the way. 5-digit pre-ceramic. I'm looking for an everyday watch on a leather strap, leaning towards dress. Any idea?
But here's the other thing. They have the 16610 had been around for so long, and just little tiny incremental changes. You could even argue. I would even argue the 16610 is transitional.
You think? Transitional to ceramic. You mean? Like,
yeah.
I'm gonna pull up a watch that I haven't talked about in a while, Yankee Doodle. I know you like Patek Philippe's, and I know you got a bit of money, so I'm gonna show you a watch I really enjoy wearing daily on a leather strap, Yankee Doodle. It's a great work watch. Flies under the radar. Patek Philippe weekly calendar. So you have basically you have months, you have date, you have day of the week. So it really cool complication. You have the weeks of the year, which is probably pretty useless unless you work in like accounting or you work in certain fields that require knowing the week of the year. But aside from that, Kesselwitz had one. It's steel, so number one, steel Patek. It's a good size. It's 40 mils, and it wears pretty nice. And honestly, for a daily watch, this is really good. It's steel, right? So you're not worried about the gold factor of it. You're not worried about a bunch of stuff, and really just very light on the wrist. I really enjoy the 5212. Magpie says he loves the watch. It's not for everybody. Not everybody likes it. It's a bit busy for some folks, but I think this is a great daily driver. I really enjoyed working. When I go to work and I wear this watch. What do you think on a leather strap? He's asking for a daily on. Like, what would you recommend? Because I'm obviously biased. I go Patek Philippe, but what do you think?
Okay.
And Yankee Doodle's got money, so you don't have to worry about fucking. I need one under fucking $500 and shit.
Well, he would say so. Hold on, I am receiving a text. I think.
No worries. While you do that, I will talk to the Magpie. Here's the 5.
Okay. Let me stop and think on a leather strap. Well, and also
for a daily, Clyde, daily, right? So think of what you'd be wearing to court, to work. Like, what do you think?
Panerai. I would say like old school Panerai, like a base logo or a 111, because that thing is a fucking strap monster.
Let me pull up a PAM 111 for the crowd. Now, Clyde, you owned a PAM 000 as well, if I remember correctly, right?
Or no, I had a base logo.
You had a base logo?
It's the same one.
That is the base logo, yeah. Because this is, you know what's great about this here is this is a beautiful sandwich style.
Yep.
And you can see the sandwich style, the 3D effect, fucking ads and shit. The 3D effect here, with the numerals, kind of the stencil, the loom disc at the bottom, and then the stencil on top that makes the sandwich effect. Also a pretty interesting choice, Clyde. A bit big though for a daily, don't you think?
Or a Speedmaster. I think a Speedmaster would go just well on one.
Leather. Yeah.
Of course, it's kind of conventional, I guess. I'd also. Yeah.
I'm gonna go to JLC here for Yankee. Let's give Yankee Doodle some value. Yankee Doodle often, I'll tell you something, Yankee Doodle. Hopefully you're still listening. You often get fucked.
JLC and value are two words I've not really heard associated.
Well, he didn't ask for value. He didn't ask for value, but I'm gonna say Yankee Doodle often gets.
I think those have been mutually exclusive terms like the last year.
Probably. Yankee Doodle constantly gets fucked on Archie not giving him value on his super chat. So I'm going to give Yankee Doodle extra value for his super chats. I feel bad for what Archie does to him. So I'm going to go with I'm going to look at JLC as well for you. Yankee. I'm going to give you a couple options. Me and Clyde's here so for a little bit. So let's look at watches. Let's go to the Reverso. Obviously classic for me. Clyde, you owned a Reverso back in the day as well. I remember.
Yes, I did.
And look
Reverso dual face.
Duo face, right? Yankee Doodle. You can find now. Here's the chronograph version. There's the duo face version. There's the small cycle. There's a lot of options here. There's a duo face calendar with moon phase. There's a lot of and these are great dailies. They're steel. You can buy a bunch of them in steel. They're beautiful. Again, not for everybody. I was not a huge fan of.
I don't know if you could really consider that an everyday watch, though. Frankly.
Well, he's asking for one on a leather strap, right? So if you're thinking about it, every day steel would probably work. Reversal is actually a really good watch. I get for a work watch, especially if you're working.
Is he playing? What's his work? Polo?
I mean, you can wear this. This is a dress watch, man. You can wear this with a nice. You can wear it to court. This would be a beautiful watch. Now, look, I
don't think of a dress watch as an everyday watch, though.
I mean, I wear that 5212 pretty often. I wore my World Time today to the office, I have a lot of and by the way, Scratchy, I'm gonna restore that wrench for you, buddy. Give me a second here. I don't know what Archie was thinking the other day, but we're gonna restore the wrench.
You own a Lamborghini, but you spend more money running an ox cart. So I don't know. I mean,
yeah, it's true. I think the Reverso is a great choice for daily. I think that there's a lot of options in the Reverso as well for Yankee Doodle if he doesn't like a certain. He doesn't like a certain color or doesn't like a certain configuration. That's another option I would say for Yankee Doodle. I'm going to go
maybe a Kalpa Hebdomadaire. I think those are great ones on leather.
I don't even know that's spelt, man. Kalpa.
It's a Parmigiani Fleurier Kalpa Hebdomadaire. That's not a title. It's technically a sentence.
Kalpa. It's the XL version.
Yeah. XL Hebdo.
I think you've owned this one, haven't you?
I have.
All right, so let me pull one up here. I'll put one from Blog to Watch on their site because generally they have better photos. Parmigiani Hebdomadaire. It's got an interesting lug design here.
Horned lugs.
Horned lugs, baby. Horned lugs. Well, at least you got a movement that's fitted for the watch. It's not a circular movement.
Nope.
That's there, but it's just does this fit big? Does this wear big?
It does, but on the other hand, it's impressive. But there's 5 levels of depth to that dial.
Very cool. Very cool indeed. I used to troll Clyde about his Parmigiani. I don't do that anymore, but I used to troll him. He used to get very, very angry. Because it's called Parmigiani, right? So
Parmigiani. It's just it's a cheese watch. I'm like, golly, no one.
I used to call it the Pizza Hut shitter. Is what I used to call it, the Pizza Hut shitter, because it was the cheese watch. So, but yeah, no, it's a cool piece.
And this is the guy who had the triple calendar, the anal colander in Italian.
That's true. I did have the 5035 annual calendar. I'm trying to think what else we would.
It's me, Mario.
Hey.
Look, just bought my watch.
Well, you used to call it the Luigi dial back in the day. You and Goldberg, man. You guys were vicious. Goldberg was like, how the hell are you gonna read the date? I'm like, well, Goldberg, I speak French, so French and Italian are very it's not that different, right? In terms of the days of the week. I know what day of the week it is.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Were? No, are.
Yeah, Italian and French are very similar.
Vicious.
Well, you guys are not vicious. You guys have tamed down in your old age, you Goldberg. You guys were way more vicious back then. Not now. The Magpie, 2 British pounds, 70 plus watching, only 4 upvotes. Let's upvote, gents, please and thank you. Upvote, upvote, upvote. Secondhand cheese may depreciate less than this. From Paddock Chris. Let's go one more. Let's again, Yankee Doodle, a guy who really always helps out Archie. So
Yep.
I'm gonna go with we're gonna go to Lange now. I know Higgins is probably listening, and obviously the Lange one is a great it's a great timepiece for on a leather strap, and obviously you're not gonna get a stainless steel version of these because they're just fucking unobtainium and insane. I really dig this one. Yankee Doodle, the Lange one moon phase, black dial, like just a fucking beautiful watch.
Literally find any vintage manual wine chronograph and put it on distressed leather.
The problem with vintage, Clyde, is he's looking for a daily driver, right? So like with vintage, I would be worried about like washing my hands, like just fucking it up, right? Like I don't know, I would be very careful with it. Whereas with something more modern, you're not so worried about it, right?
God, you filthy motherfucker!
I just don't want water to get in that fucking thing and like and corrode it. But
you mean your hands?
Water into the watch, but while I'm washing my hands, yes.
Oh, okay.
Unlike Archie Luxury, I do use soap, right? We've seen that Archie doesn't use soap when he showers, so that's the case. But for Yankee Doodle, I'm gonna say let's go with the Lange One Moon Phase. Beautiful, beautiful timepiece. I think it's just really, really nice. Black dial, white gold. Like you can't really beat it. We got GD, the peso cannon himself. 20 Argentinian pesos. It says, "Hey, Zeal and Clivers, Turkey Day, baby, Turkey Day."
Okay, I gotta go. I was never here. No one can prove it.
All right, no worries, man. I appreciate you hopping on, Clyde, and happy Thanksgiving to you and your family.
You too. When does Canadian Thanksgiving?
We do it a few weeks earlier because obviously Canada's a lot colder than the United States, so our weather turns, and therefore our Thanksgiving is a few weeks earlier.
Yeah. Now, if you come over after the turn of the year, is there going to be a tariff on you?
25%, old Trumpster.
Yep.
But the fact that he doesn't understand is like we're one of the biggest energy traders with the United States, as well as like car parts and manufacturing. So it's like,
yep.
I'm going to be so interested to see what the automotive workers say when they start throwing tariffs on car parts flinging across the border every time to get a car created.
This is my coping mechanism strategy for the next 4 years. I'm over here in like MAGA land. So if I hear anyone complaining about anything for the next 4 years, all I'm going to say is Trump will fix it.
Well, there you go. You heard it first.
Over and over again until they shut the fuck up.
Well, the Democrats are in full force today here, guys, on the Thanksgiving live stream. We do appreciate Clivers joining us on the show. We're not going to keep him if he's got to go, but we do obviously have a lot of fans saying, "See ya" to the rancher, thanking you for joining us on the show, Clyde. And Jamie's calling you a sore loser lefty. Hey, look, Jimmy, you know what's funny is Poilievre, the Canadian conservative leader, is like, he's trying to cut like the fucking GST tax. He's trying to get that. Man, like I want the GST, like fucking, I want that tax break. What the fuck, man?
Well, and like I said, they won. We lost. There's just no getting around it. Trump is the president, and I hope he does well, and I hope the country does well.
Of course, man. Of course.
Because unlike other people, I'm an American first and a Democrat second.
Hey, man, he is the president of the United States. We can't take that away from him, and we love the United States of America here on the Archie Luxury channel. So all good. But yeah, look, I don't worry about me, Clyde. I got a lot of stuff I can talk about with everybody here and in the chat as well as on that. But yeah, look, it's great that you came on. We talked about the 1680. Now people are talking about the 16800. Which is the transitional model of the Submariner.
If you're going to get the transitional, okay, here's the long story short. If you're going to get the transitional model, get it towards the beginning of the range where it's more of a 1680 rather than the end of the range where it's more like a 116600 with a less advanced movement.
I'm just going to put it poor. What can we do to improve the experience on your website? More Cubitus.
Minotaurus. More Minotaurus.
More Cubitus. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to send in nonsense to A Lange soon. I just thought that was pretty funny. What do we got here in the chat? We got Magpie saying 16800 Club getting bigger. Madman, Mr. GMT is due. His birthday is in a few months before mine. Same year. Cool, man. Tan, if you know economics, as I'm sure you do, those GST cuts will be exacerbated. Inflation will exacerbate Inflation. It's only for like 2 months, Jimmy. It's not gonna be that bad. Come on.
Well, hopefully not. And hopefully, no. Maybe it's a now. If it's a threat, it's a hell of a good threat. I will say that. But also, the 16800 has always been a undeservedly unloved, and also a better.
It's wild, Clyde. It was unloved.
It's one of the best values in vintage Rolex.
I agree, man. I agree.
Rolex.
I agree. Like it's been undervalued forever. And I don't understand why. Like you're talking about a Submariner.
I was fine with mine. Mine had a little bit of patina on it.
Yep.
But then I saw the 1680. I'm like, oh my, yeah. It's like, ooh.
Let me pull up this 16800. 16800 for everybody here.
Give me a send you one.
Yeah, you could send it, or I can just pull up. I have a Bob's Watches photo here, Clyde. So be fine, and then you can send it over if you want to show.
Anyway, no, I gotta go. Bye.
Okay, cool, man. See ya.
Oh, that's a good one.
That's yeah.
If you see that one, fucking get it.
Fucking, I hate Bob's Watches with all the fucking ads these guys put on this thing.
Yeah, they're all that way, and they're all going to have to do that to make a money to make a dollar. But when all this watch prices dropping, I can't help but think of the Archie Luxury quote. Couldn't have happened to a nicer bunch of cunts.
By the way, guys, as you guys seen me add archieluxury72@gmail.com, whenever I go to stores and I don't want to give them my email, I actually give them archieluxury72@gmail.com. I put that as the email. Archie gets probably a shitload of my spam just because I just find it fun, because you know how they probably email him and he responds with like, I do not respond to emails. He has that auto reply or some bullshit. So I always found that funny. 16800 is a beaut. Yeah, man, 100%. Like obviously this has a beautiful like pumpkin ish, I would say pumpkin shade of the color on the loom here. Very, very cool. Again, not sure if this is all original or if it's painted. I don't think it's painted, because you can see on the loom plots here, Clyde, a bit like you can see where it fades in and out. Like it's not even. So tough to say. That pip looks pretty darn original. So 16, like this is a thing, Clyde. It's like, this is a date sub. Like, why is this not popular? And why is it always underrated? So anybody in the chat, like, why would you think like a 16800 is just not?
It's overlooked because people are looking and they think 16800, that's 5-digit Rolex. Of course, everyone knows 4 digits where to go. Where to go to.
Yeah, but like Dodger was saying, I mean, you got 5-digit Rolex. You got the 16610, right? The Yankee Doodle was talking about, which is what people consider the pre-ceramic 5-digit Submariner. But like Clyde pointed out, the 16800 was also there too. And it's just overlooked and definitely good buying on the secondary market. So if you are in the market for a sub and you really want to get one at a good price, it's probably the one to get.
Also, if you're going to look for a bluesy, try looking for the 16803, the first bluesy. That was the first ones. They have more of a tendency to go purple nurple and darken up.
16803. Bluesy? Yeah, let me pull this up here, Clyde. 16803 or 16083?
Well, I think it's
the 16803.
Okay, I suffer from adult onset dyslexia.
No worries, Clivers. No worries. I'll pull one up for you guys.
Gotta go. Bye.
See you, Clivers. Bye. See you. All right, so here we go. 16803 for Surdy Danny. Big fan of the bluesy in the chat. Also, I agree with Clyde. Cool watch. I was never I was never a big two-tone fan. I'm still not a big two-tone fan. But I would say that, you know what, two-tone wise, bluesy is knock out of the park. I also like the 5980 Patek Philippe Perpetual. Patek Philippe Nautilus. Let me pull that up for you guys. Patek 5980 two-tone. What I consider probably the most beautiful two-tone watches. For those that know Brian the Pipe watches Brian. He recently picked up one of these and it is super cool. Let me see if I can find a good photo of a 5980 here for you guys. Don't really know this website, but yeah, it's just a render. But one of the most beautiful two-tone watches out there. And I always troll watches Brian the Pipe, because he has like a two-tone like collection, and I'm like, man, I don't even know if I'd own one two-tone watch, let alone a two-tone collection. I'd own a gold watch, but not I don't know. I've never really been attracted to two-tone. However, bluesy is one of them I would buy, as well as the 5980. I think they're absolutely, amazing watches. Now, Forbin says bluesy kind of boresy. Not for everybody, right? Not everybody likes two-tone. And Forbin, I would say that like maybe not in the bluesy, but in the black dial version of the two-tone sub, yeah, it's kind of not great. But with that blue dial, I think it really does pop, and I think that's it's a solid choice, man. It really is something you can wear daily as well as have a bit of class in that gold, right? So I think it's a really, really, really nice piece. Scratchy says he prefers the 16800, 168,000 here. And when I look at the 1680, 16800, like transitional model, like it's always been the best. I wonder on Chrono. Let's peruse Chrono 24 and let's see how much a Rolex 16800 costs. So let's see what they are on the market. Let's go price low to high. Share the tab. I don't know if I'm in Canadian dollars. I think I'm in US dollars. Yeah, I'm in US dollars. So I mean, you got as low as like, what, $6,000-7,000, probably more mid range of like mid sevens to high. Like, I mean, for a Rolex, a Submariner for 7.5. Obviously no box, no papers, but 7.5 ain't bad, right? Like that's like how prices used to be back in the day. So you can pick up a beautiful, vintage date sub for 7.5. Like that's fucking good buying. Like it really is. You don't have to spend double the money or, almost triple the money in certain cases for certain subs. You can get one like this. Now, I didn't get a chance to pull this up, Dodger. Hopefully you're still listening. But Dodger said, I don't wear my 16610 anymore. Not sure why, because Dodger's referring to how I was trolling him a few weeks ago when Skyson had come on the show and he showed us all of the models of the Submariner as well as the production numbers of the Submariners from the book, the Nick Folks book. And Dodger's 16610, Dodger is there in the chat, is one of the most, it's produced more than the 11610 ceramic date sub. I think Dodgers had like 600,000 produced, and then the ceramic date sub, the 11610, was like 450,000 produced. This is the sub date, Forbin, the sub date, not the sub. He has a 16610 sub date. And yeah, like it was an interesting stat that the pre-ceramic 5-digit sub date was produced at such a huge volume. Like the 5513 I get, because I mean that was produced from like the 60s to the 80s, right? Like you got a 20-year fucking span in the 5513. The 16610 was like, nowhere near 20 years of production. So really, really interesting that it's that's that crazy. Magpie says that is 5,900 British pounds. I don't think it's I think it's good buying, man. I really think it's good value. And it's a cool watch. So yeah, just under 6K. Dodger says, yep, it was about 600K made. Now Dodger loves his 16610. And again, pre-ceramic it's a bit unloved today. And people are kind of asking like, why is it unloved? And it's because a lot of buyers, a lot of new buyers in watch collecting these days, they want the new stuff. They want the ceramic. There's a lot of spruiking on YouTube and other places that don't like the clasp on the old bracelets, and people want like modern tech, I would say. And it's a different type of buyer. When I started collecting, like Archie used to spruik that the pre-ceramics were better than the ceramics because you got an aluminum bezel insert and it would fade, or you can change the strap super easily with a holes case, especially if you got a holes case with solid center links, solid end links. So there was a lot of versatility, I would say, in 5-digit Rolex and in 5-digit Submariner specifically, even. But yeah, like it's just kind of the tide is kind of shifted into ceramic and brand new only. And I just think that leaves a real opportunity for people that like pre-ceramics. ABC is one of them. I know he's a big proponent of it. I think Showcase watches. Also, I think, if I remember correctly, like pre-ceramic 5 digits. Archie still likes the 5 digits as well. Like 5-digit Rolex is literally some of the finest, in my opinion. If you can get past the whole, tinny kind of tin feeling, not great quality clasp, you could say, right? But I kind of felt that way with the 5711 Nautilus. I had probably a 2014, 2015 version. So it had an older clasp, and honestly, the clasp of that watch was the worst like part of it on the 5711. So for me, I really won't dictate my purchase on a clasp. But a guy like Archie, if I super chat Archie tonight saying, why don't you buy a 16610? He'll just be like, well, I don't like the old clasp. It's what he'll say. And I don't think that's a reason to deter somebody from buying those watches, personally. JDMTL says, Tan, I love the Tudor brand. Pull up the 58 and compare the two, buddy. All right. Pull up a Tudor Black Bay 58 for JDMTL here. Here we go. Tudor Black Bay 58. I'm going to bring up just the standard one for you, JDMTL, not the blue version, or because there are different variants of the watch. Now, obviously, Tudor Black Bay, lots of fans here have owned one. I've owned a 58, but not in the not in this configuration, JDMTL. I've owned it in the blue on a strap. Good size, slimmer than the 41. I would say that the 54, if you can get past the 37 mils, is probably my favorite Black Bay. Is what I would say right now is the 54. But if it's too small for you, the 58 is a sweet spot at 39 mils. Definitely slimmer than the 41. My only kind of beef with this whole slim the Black Bay is like, guys, these are supposed to be tool watches, right? They're supposed to be big and chunky. They're not meant to be small and thin and elegant like dress watches. But everybody is like, again, this is kind of how the market has changed, right? Like you've got buyers that are buying Tudors not to be used as tool watches, but to be used as luxury goods. And therefore, if you're using it as a luxury good, you want to wear it. You want to, potentially wear it with different, attire. And therefore, people are not happy about the thickness. They're not happy that the thickness is not very usable for them on a daily basis on the standard size Black Bay. And this has always been a problem with Tudor on thickness, right? The 54. So I bought Bear's 54. And I was trolling Bear, like when he bought that watch. I said, bro, you bought like a girl size fucking Tudor. Like, what the fuck, man? And, he told me, he's like, Tan, like, I'm telling you, like, it's deceiving. Just try the watch on and you'll be surprised. And that's exactly how it was. It was the only watch, JDMTL, that I've worn, a modern watch that I've worn. And there's tons of modern watches that have vintage inspiration. Heck, my perpetual calendar for 5320 is all vintage inspired. But it doesn't feel like a vintage when you put it on the wrist. It feels like a modern watch. The 54 is the only watch I've worn, I'll confidently say this, that felt like a vintage watch. So, yeah, definitely something I'd be looking into, but nothing against the 58. What's going on, Pyro? Nice to see you, man. It's been a while since we've seen Pyro in the chat. Always welcome here on the streams with us, Pyro. He says, should I be wearing this instead of my Nautilus on the jobs? 100%, man. Look, Pyro, you got to wear something fucking stylish when you're on the job, man. When you're fucking collecting that trade money, Pyro, like that real money, not this like white collar money, the real tradesman money, man. Like you wear the fuck you want, man. Pyro, you know what? For you, I'd see it with a fucking gold sub, man. Doing your trades work with a gold sub, man. That is Pyro, and I'm sure your dad would. I think he'd approve, but like Bondage is really he's into his long ass. So shout out to your dad too, man. Let him know we said what's up. I only wear my Zeit work when the inspector comes. That's actually really funny, Pyro. If you actually wear the Zeit work, that would be excellent. I actually haven't seen Bondage's Zeit work in a long time. Last time he was around, Pyro, he came on and he was unboxing his Grand Lange one. He bought, I think, a platinum one, silver dial. Yeah, if he's around, man, at some point, Archie's gonna be on later, and love to hear from you guys. Happy Thanksgiving to you and your family, man. Great to see you. It's been a while. Form Colossus. I used to freak out at Tudor's weird crown on these Black Bays. Rancher goes apoplectic at Tudor Our Hands. Kryptonite to the Rancher. Cue up Ui's Rancher in a fish. I can't even find that video, honestly, Forbin. Not sure where that is, but so on the crown of these watches, you have the Tudor Rose, which on the original, I think it was the Smiley version. So I'm going to pull up an ETA version of the Black Bay, the original Black Bay. So Tudor Black Bay ETA. And you can see the difference here, because on the one I have on the screen, you can see the shield logo. But when we go to the ETA version of the Black Bay, or what's known as the Smiley version, you'll see here it's called the Smiley version because the rotor self-winding kind of looks like a smiley at the bottom. You can see that the Tudor logo is actually the Tudor Rose. So that is different than what's currently on the modern, you can call them modern Tudors today. Sorry, I'm hiding that with the comment here. But like you can see here on the screen, we've got the little smiley self-winding, and then we got the Tudor rose here. So what Foreman's referring to is that Tudor rose logo is actually on the crown of Black Bays right now. It's a historic thing, right? Like I got nothing against the rose. I actually prefer the ETA version. I've had a ton of ETA. I've had ETA PAMs, like kind of Clyde was talking about the PAM 111. I've owned a PAM 111, a 112, a triple, a 005. I'm trying to think what else I've owned in PAM, but I mostly buy the ETA versions. Yeah, man, I love the rose too. I think it's cool. It's unique. Just tipped over 80 watching. Let's upvote. Thank you, Magpie. Appreciate that, man. Hey, Bear. How you doing? Nice to see everyone. Nice to see Tan Stream. Good evening from Detroit. Important win for the Lions. 11-1. First time in our history. Happy Thanksgiving. Bear, hopefully you're having a Thanksgiving dinner over on the American side with your wife. I know you're on vacation. Appreciate you obviously hopping on, helping out Archie while you're on vacation. That's usually not something you do, but really, really cool to have you here, Bear. I'm just doing some watch talk. Folks are definitely just, people are getting ready for Thanksgiving dinner, or they may have had dinner and they're chilling. Archie's going to be on in about an hour and a half, so I thought, you know what, let's hop on, let's talk some watches with the crew. Let's see what everybody wants to talk about. We've gotten into some Tudor talk, but Bear, what I was saying to the crowd was like, the thickness of Tudor is what everybody complains about. And I'm like, why? Like, the whole purpose of this watch is supposed to be a tool watch. Like, why the fuck do you care? Like, these watches were oversized in the past because that was the purpose of them. They were meant to be used as tools. You don't want to have a small ass tool. You want to have one that's, something you can read very quickly, very easily, and you want something that's sturdy, and therefore that may need a bit of chunk to the watch. You don't want an ultra thin fucking watch. But today's market is buyers that want luxury goods, and therefore their Tudor should be a luxury good, and therefore they want it to be nice and thin and elegant, but also have that rugged. This is what I find the funniest about people who say I never buy dress watches is like, they won't. I don't buy dress watches, but they're the first to fucking complain about Tudor's thickness, and it's like, really, like, you talk about like being this like fucking sports watch simp. And yet, like, you want your sports watch to be a dress watch. I don't know. I don't get it. Scratchy Tan, have you seen the long T Tudor logo? I think it was made for the Astro. I haven't actually. Scratchy, I'll look that up. Tudor's got a lot. Like they've got some nuances to certain pieces of theirs. I always kind of say this comment. It's not a nice comment. Respect to everybody who owns Tudors. I've owned many in my time, but I always say I've never met a Tudor I didn't flick. And the reason for that is not because they're bad watches or they sink on the market or whatever. It's just there's just too many of them. There's too many variations of the same watch. I feel the Black Bay line is super saturated. I think the FXD Pelagos line is getting saturated. It's too much of the same look, right? Like this could be a Tudor Chrono. This could be a fucking FXD. Like this could be anything. Tudor, you got your snowflake hands. It's just like they all kind of look the same. And to me, I don't find it that interesting. I find it dilutes the brand. Like if the Black Bay was a singular lineup that they just kept as the Black Bay and they kept it, like the Submariner, right? They don't make fucking 20 Submariner variants, right? They make like a few, and mostly it's the core lineup. It's the black dial, either sub or sub date, and outside of getting into bluesies and gold and stuff like that, but. Yeah, like for me, they should have really followed that recipe, but it's hard, right? Like, watch. This is arguably, I would say, one of the icons that's been created in the past, let's say 20 years. I would say this is one of the I would call the Tudor Black Bay an icon of the last 20 years because it really like reinvigorated the brand. It got a lot of. A lot. I mean, I think one of these watches may have won like a GPHG at some point, if I remember correctly. Like, Tap says they're meh, but I think Tap. What's important to recognize about the Black Bay is how important it has been to the brand. Right, this is an icon to this brand. This watch has had a serious impact on Tudor, and really, like the Black Bay is a pretty iconic. Like, if you ever think of Tudor, if anybody says what Tudor should I buy. Right, like I would say most people would say the Black Bay, and then the second most would say the Pelagos. So I really do think Tudor is an icon. And really, if you think about it, how many icons have come out in the past 20, 30 years, right? Like, or maybe even if we don't get to iconic status, but let's say important status to a brand, right? I'd say Tudor Black Bay is a very important watch to the brand. Um, I wouldn't say the IWC Engineer is really like, it's kind of a reissue or reedition. Would it have great sales? Yes. Is it that important? I don't think so. Um, an interesting watch that came out in the last 20 years is the Sky Dweller. I think that's done really well for Rolex. I think that's been a pretty big hit for the brand. I think that watch, and even as a new lineup, I think that's really it went off of the beaten path for Rolex. They did a really complicated watch, annual calendar, travel watch, really cool Rolex DNA. Like it's very hard for brands these days to come out with watches that are going to be like fucking, future classics or just instant hits. Cubitus is a hit because the brand is strong, right? I think if we were in a weak economy and the brand was weak, I don't think the Cubitus would be as popular as it is today. The brand is very strong. It's very hard to get into the brand. And therefore, I think that, yeah, like that's why the Cubitus is doing well. Former classes, should Archie rebuy the 3227 Engineer? Yeah, I think he should, man. Like he really enjoyed his Ingy, and he's just not going to buy the new one, in my opinion. So I think I think he should. I think he should go back to the old Ingy. I think it'd be a great thing. Dodger, Tudor sits fat on the wrist, similar to Invicta. Yeah, but Dodger, like, but everybody wants these big chunky watches, big watches, right? And it's always Tudor that gets fucked on the thickness. They always get the bad shake on the thickness, and I think it's a bit undeserved, right? I've owned many 41 mil Tudors, and I never put it on the wrist and was like, oh my god, like it's standing as tall as the fucking Eiffel Tower on my wrist. Like, no, it's yeah, is it a little thick? Sure. Is it like unbearable? No. Like it doesn't really make sense. But this is how picky people fucking are in watch collecting these days. They want their tool watch to literally be a thin, elegant dress watch. It's fucking nuts. And then it's the same people who say, I'll never buy a dress watch. I only buy sports watches, right? But they want to have a thin fucking Tudor. I don't know, man. I don't get it. Darth Negus, Tudor is the actual tool watch if you want to wear it for what it was designed for. Yeah, absolutely. That's actually what you should be wearing it for if you want to wear it. But look, most of us are doing mostly desk diving. We're not going out in the ocean or in the water, very often, and therefore it should be just fine. All these watches are pretty good. FXDs are pretty thin, actually. Yeah, it's more about the Black Bay, I would say, Canuck Watch Collector. People do complain about the thickness of the Tudor Monte Carlo as well. I think Bear had one. I don't know if he still has the Tudor Monte Carlo, but yeah, that was a chronograph version, also quite thick as well, and not like, to me at least, not I actually like that chrono better, Bear, than I do of the Tudor Black Bay chrono. I don't give a fuck about this pink or whatever everyone's hyped over. Like there's never going to be a Tudor that's going to be hyped. Like it's not going to happen. It'll be hyped for like fucking 2 months, 3 months, and then it'll be mass produced. So like it's not like that. All right, so we got Time and Tide watches, Tudor in Australia for almost 100 years. All right, so Scratchy, I got to go into another module. I actually got to go on the YouTube to find that, to get that link so that I can click it. So just give me a second. Bear with me. I'm logged in at Archie's account because I had to add that wrench. So let me go back to my Philippe account. And I will grab that link and we'll pull it up because we have a lot of Aussie fans here. We got Scratchy in the chat. So let's get this up for the boys here. So we got the Long T Tudor. Okay, I understand what that means now. The Long T Tudor. Cool. Very cool. Tudor, so Archie, it's funny. Archie used to call Brisbane the Tudor capital of the world in the 60s. He said that like more people were buying Tudors than they were buying Rolexes in Brisbane back in the 60s, which makes sense, obviously, because, if you're in a smaller city, it may be less affluent, and therefore you probably saw more Tudors than you saw Rolex. But, pretty cool. Fucking ads, man. Always ads, always fucking with me here. But here we go. Back to the Tudor. Long T Tudor. Very cool, man. Thanks for sharing that. Scratchy, I've actually never seen that before. So that is something I learned today, which is super cool. As I was saying, try wearing a Grand Seiko Chronograph 17 or 18 mil thing. Yeah, look, like Grand Seiko has got its own fucking challenges, as I agree with you. Grand Seiko and Lange, I say are very similar from a few years ago, where they were both watch brands that like had great bang per buck value. You could buy, people used to say Grand Seiko is, Rolex, Rolex better than Rolex quality for less than Rolex money, right? Well, as we kind of fast forward to today, I would agree that the quality of certain Grand Seikos are definitely better than Rolex. Um, but I do feel that the price point that they're coming up to is a little unjustified for what they are. Grand Seiko leans in a little too much on the dials. They don't do a great job on the cases, on the bracelets. So yeah, like I understand that whole comment around the thickness of them, and I think that's where Grand Seiko definitely needs to do some work. And I'm not a huge proponent of Grand Seiko. I don't have a lot of love for the brand, not because it's Seiko, right? I've collected a lot of vintage Seikos. I have a lot of love for Seiko, but Grand Seiko I think is just not. I think it should have stayed at the price point it was at. I think they've just leaned in a little too much on price increasing that one, which is very similar to Lange. So Lange, let's talk about like 5 years ago, 6 years ago. I used to call it a Lange in depreciation, is what I used to call it, because those watches used to fucking sink like the Titanic, when from retail. But if you bought them on the secondary market, they were fantastic buying. Getting a Lange 1 in the teens, fantastic buying. You'd be hard pressed to find a Lange 1 in the teens right now, and so that is all. I would say it's not just the Lange price increase that they did, which is a substantial price. I don't know if it was like 20% or something. They did a massive price increase this year on their products, but over time, over the past couple of years, the brand has creeped up in value because people are waking up to the notion that Lange is actually better than Patek quality or Patek quality for less than Patek money, and so that naturally rose the demand, I would say, in Lange, and Lange's also got a lot of newer kind of like influencer ambassadors. Kevin O'Leary being one of them, right? Kevin O'Leary's he does spruik Lange as well, which is interesting. So there's been a bit of a movement on Lange, but I what's different between Lange and Grand Seikos? I think the Lange value still is there. I think the Grand Seikos are they still got a bit of work to do. Darth Negus, vintage Tudors are pretty cool, 100%. Earning them, they're fractionals. There we go. Yeah, but only a Grand Seiko will get you 25% discount in China. Well, you think, yeah, you could probably get 25% discount. I'd agree. Tap is asking, can Lange overtake Patek in 20 years? Good question. I think it depends, Tap, on what consumers value at that time, because and it's changed over time, Tap, on like 6 years ago, 5 years ago, collectors didn't really care about scratches as much on watches. It wasn't such a thing. Today, when everybody wants slider, retail ready, like they want like perfection in the watch that they buy. If it's a little bit scratched up, they don't really want it. Like, or it damages the value significantly. Back in the day, man, like scratches showed character, scratches showed authenticity, scratches showed honesty, and somebody asked me this question, Tap. It's not watch related, but it's car related, and it'll give you a decent analogy to scratches. So, a friend of mine bought a McLaren 570S with 70,000 kilometers on it, right? So you're talking about a supercar that's got like significant mileage. And everybody around the room was telling me, oh, fuck, I would never do that. And I said to them, you probably wouldn't. But when it comes to the McLarens and that brand, they have a lot of gremlins that come out of those cars, out of the box. And if you've already driven at 70,000 kilometers, you've probably gone through all of that, right? So a bit better on authenticity. The car you're probably buying probably is going to have less problems than a car that's maybe brand new that came off the manufacturing plant that has a bunch of fucking gremlins in it. So similar to scratches, right? Like scratches show, that someone wore the watch. Usually if it's fake, people aren't really banging them up and wearing them dead. Some people are, but there's something like that. And plus it's character, it's stories. The first scratch is always the painful one. I remember getting one on my Explorer 40. I nicked the door of my office when I was leaving to go on the work floor, and then just fucking big scratch on the clasp, and then it bothered me for a little bit. I remember telling some folks, and people were like, "Bear's like stopping a baby. Like, what are you talking about?" And other stuff like that. And then I got a bunch of more scratches on this clasp, and now I don't care. Right? Like it just is like, but I know the exact moment I got that big scratch. And so when I look at the watch, I can remember what I was doing at the time. So again, right, it's not bad, but like people are just the first scratch always is the deepest, baby. I know, dude. It was like I was brand new Explorer 40. I'm pretty careful, madman. Like I'm pretty careful not banging into shit. And man, was I like, because I was already storming out of my office. 'Cause I was on my way to do something, and I was just very intense, like not paying attention, and then boom, it just like gut punches you, right? Like, but hey, you get over it. You get a couple more scratches and you get over it, right, madman? So like, what can you do? But yeah, I'm gonna say, like, in today's day and age, like collectors, they want slider ready. They want like slider, or retail ready. They want like a watch that's pretty perfect or close to perfect, right? And what happens with that? Um, what happens with that is when you have a watch that's like perfect, it I am always very suspect of watches like that because they've probably been polished. And oftentimes dealers will polish watches. Like, if you ever buy from David SW, you don't get beat up watches. You get pretty crisp watches that are probably polished. Now, is that a bad thing or a good thing? I don't know, right? To some people, it's like, I need an unpolished watch. Bear is like that. Bear has to have an unpolished watch, right? If it's polished, Bear don't want it. He wants an unpolished watch, right? And I get that, right? He wants to be able to put the fucking scratches and dents in himself, and he doesn't want any. And when he wants to clean up the watch, he wants to do it himself. He does not want anybody else doing it prior to him because he doesn't trust potentially other people on what they're going to do with the watch. So is polish versus unpolished really that important? To some people it is. To other people, they just want something that's pretty clean, right? So Pyro's saying scratches give character. That's why I lent my Calatrava to Mike the Snake. Pyro, um I had the fortunate opportunity to meet Mark the Snake this year in San Francisco. Really cool guy. Yeah, I had some dim sum with him. He was awesome, man. Got to meet him and my boy Toyota Mo. Really cool people. Shout out to Mo and shout out to Mike the Snake. Tap is saying Mike can see a Calatrava with aftermarket dimes. Oh my god, Tap! Think if Mike the Snake was like a hood jeweler and was making those like Jesus chains and like fucking man, he. I mean, I don't know about hood dealer, but like I can see Mike the Snake, making some cool jewelry. So yeah, he's an artist. Shout out to Mike. Mike, if you're listening, happy Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving to everybody who's in the chat, guys. Canadian, American, British, Australian, everybody is here. And we got Ryan in the chat from the old US of A, always dropping us a US of A in the chat. The tracks NYC of the Archieverse. Yes, I was wondered if Mike the Snake could be the tracks NYC. You know what's funny, Pyro? I remember one live stream I was doing. I think Trax was live streaming as well, and I had like fucking double the viewers as him. And I'm like, man, doesn't this guy have like crazy? Isn't this guy like fucking fighting Nico Leonard and stuff? Like, he can barely get like 100 viewers on his live stream. Like, I don't know. Very, very strange, Pyro. Very strange happenings. Mikey Casio GTR, a Polish guy called the Watch Spa. His work seems triple A grade, guys. Triple A grade. So yeah, guys, back to kind of like a bit of watch talk. Let's go to Monochrome. Haven't really perused Monochrome in a while. Let's see what is new at Monochrome. Obviously, Louis Erards are pretty decent. I like those. I like these guys when they do the wood dials. It's a cool brand. I brought this one up yesterday. This is the Novak Djokovic Hublot Big Bang. I asked Bear about this because Bear's a huge like Djokovic simp, and I was like, what, this watch, because Bear is such a Djokovic. I'm gonna pull it up here on the screen. Give me a sec. Because Bear is such a Djokovic simp, like I thought he would be all over this watch, and Bear actually hates it, which he should, because this is a fucking ugly watch, and nobody should be into this watch. But Bear Clooney was definitely against this watch. Now I do know that there are some folks that like Hublot Big Bang. You can get Hublots for you can get them for pretty cheap on the secondary market. Obviously, if you're going to buy a Hublot, buy it secondary market if you really like it. I got really nothing against the brand. I know that a lot of people hate it. They think it's just a hype marketing brand or whatever. But hey, Jean-Claude Biver was a legend. Definitely was part of part of the success of this brand. So yeah, like can't really take it away from it. However, this Djokovic edition Hublot, kind of shite, man. Kind of shite. Thank you, Sam. Much appreciated. Kind of shite, guys. I'm not a big fan of the of this Djokovic Hublot Big Bang. Brian Tone, is Lux taking over the talking role from Tan when Archie arrives soon? I don't know, Brian, if Lux is going to be on tonight. Archie is going to be running the show in about an hour. I'm not sure if Lux is going to be around or not. He has not let me know. I honestly had some free time before Archie's show, so I thought, you know what, why not do a bit of watch talk with you guys? It's I'll probably round it off in about 10-15 minutes, depending on if there aren't any other questions. If people have questions to come my way, or y'all want to direct the conversation, happy to stay on for a bit. Yeah, I thought I would do some watch talk for Thanksgiving. People are either at dinner, they're listening in, they're on their way to dinner. Why not entertain the punters with a bit of watch talk? Let's have it. What's good is we got 80 people here. People can talk in the chat. Like, this is like a when you go to a Red Bar meetup, or you go to like any watch collector meetup, everybody's kind of just chatting about what they love about watches. And that's the case. It's really funny, Danny. I was being very nice to you, Blow, here, just because you were in the chat. Like, now that I know that you don't care, like, fuck you, Blow, dog. Like, I don't give a fuck about you, Blow. But I was just being very polite. Danny is a polite Canadian. Because I know that you have perused you, Blow, in the past. But yeah, not a huge fan of the brand. But I don't have anything against them. But this watch definitely is shite. Let's see what else is on monochrome over here. So, Bremont. Jamie Opulence and his love for Bremont. Not my cup of tea. Not my cup of tea. Gerard Perregaux Laureato 38 mil in sage green and midnight blue. All right, let's have a look. Sage green. Like, GP is really going, like, they're really leaning in on this whole like blue and green trend, right? Like, the Laureato's never been a watch that I've been a huge fan of. Yeah, you Blow's king. The Laureato's never been a watch I've been a big fan of. Like, I remember when TPG was like spruiking this, and it's just like I was shaking my head, like, what the fuck? Like, I wouldn't even really be that interested in the overseas. I am interested in it now. Wasn't interested in it in the past. But if I'm really thinking about integrated bracelet watches, I'm going Nautilus. I'm going Royal Oak. I'm going overseas. Like, I'm not going with the Laureato. It's a cool watch. Nothing against it. I know there's a lot of fans. I know Birbinghart, hopefully you're listening. Shout out to you. Likes the GP Laureato. It's just not for me. Don't like the brand. Don't like the watch. They sink pretty bad. They are good buying if you can get them at a good price. I don't like these configurations. I think they're kind of like this this tapisserie dial is very like it's very Royal Oak. It's not. I mean, you could tell it's just not original. Like, this is not an original watch, and it's just I just can't get behind that. Right? Do I really want not even the second rate, the third rate, the fourth rate, the fifth rate integrated piece? Nah, man, it's not. I just don't see it. I don't see it with the Laureato, guys. Make me see it. If you're a Laureato fan, if you're a GP fan, a GP Laureato fan, please tell me why I should be into this watch. What's going on, Gunzap? Gunzap in the chat saying, what is Patek Philippe into? What's his killer watch? Depends, Gunzap. I'm into Patek Philippe, complicated dress watches, grand complications, stuff like that. I like complications in my dress watches. So I'll show you what I'm into. I can pull up a Patek Philippe that I like for your Gunzap. You may not be able to wear it out in Australia, but I don't think you're in Australia anymore. So let me pull up what I like. All right. I'm going to pull up a green dial piece here. This is Patek Philippe Perpetual Calendar Chronograph 5270p. Heavy hitter. Really cool watch. This is in platinum. I think this is like 41 mils. So it is a nice size piece. And yeah, manual line, Perpetual Calendar Chronograph. Beautiful green dial. Platinum. Like, Gunzap. Like, this is kind of the shit I'm into. But doesn't mean it's like everybody. Like, not everybody likes this kind of stuff, right? A lot of people don't like dress watches. I could see Pyro wearing this watch on the job, as he learns on the he learns on the job, learning from Uncle Curly on how to be a proper pro electrician. Pyro says the only way we can compete with this GP is that you blow trifecta is if Tan pulls up a Squale or Invicta. 100%, man, 100%. Is Archie starting in half an hour? Is that really what's happening? I have no idea, because I just got a notification that Archie is starting in 30 minutes. Okay, so if he's starting in 30, guys, I'm going to stay on for 30 minutes. I can brave all the way to 2 hours here, with the live streams. I did have Clive helping me earlier, so that's all good. Yeah. Well, I mean, Gunzap's asking me like, what do I like? I'm not gonna pull out some shitter, man. I'm gonna pull out something nice. Yeah, man, it's really cool. And Jimmy, these are insanely expensive. Like, we're talking like high hundreds. So I've been a bit of full disclosure for everybody. I've been looking at considering maybe trading up my 5320. Kelslowitz, please plug your ears. Don't listen, Kelslowitz, if you're listening here. I've been contemplating, should I trade up my perpetual calendar to a perpetual calendar chronograph? Now, I've talked to a few people that own perpetual calendar chronographs, like Fella. Hopefully, CB can chime in if he's listening, or when he listens later, I may talk to him about it. A lot of folks that own perpetual calendar chronographs have told me not to trade up. They said just add one if you want one. Don't trade up because your perpetual calendar is a lot more useful. It's obviously automatic, and therefore you can put it on a winder and it's always going to be up to date, right? The date's going to be correct and everything's going to be correct, moon phase, everything. This is a manual wind. So you really, I mean, yeah, look, if you like to wind your watches, which I do, so it's not really a problem, but a lot of people don't, right? And so therefore this watch is not really the best for them. Fella said for him this was a little bit big. I don't find it big. I put one on and they're pretty nice. I love the lugs on these two. They're really, really sick. So that's the case. Pyro, that's the pocket change for a skilled worker like the Wizard or myself. Pyro, stick around for half an hour, man. Maybe when Archie comes on, if you don't mind, if you can, or your dad can hop on or whatever and say hello to Archie. I'm sure he'd love to hear from you guys, man. It's been a long time, man, but it's nice to see you. Jimmy Tan, have you seen this particular model in the flesh, that green? I haven't seen this one, Jimmy, in the flesh. Perpetual calendar chronographs are rare in and of themselves, Jimmy. They don't make a lot of these. They hold pretty good value, I would say, on the secondary. You buy it on the secondary, you're probably not going to lose your shirt. A lot of these have gone up, especially the 5970s. This is the 5270, the current generation. The one before this, the one that used the this has the in-house movement. The one that used the outhouse movement, the Valjoux movement, would be the one I would say, Valjoux Lemania, whatever, fuck Lemania maybe. I would say would be the one to get. The 5970 is the one. The 3970 also used a Bosch movement and are becoming more valuable right now. 5970 specifically is skyrocketing, so that's one to get. Kelsowitz's bro, a 5270 would be sick. I wouldn't be mad at that. Yeah, but here's the thing, Kelslow. I really, it's just too much to put in for me, like to go in the high hundreds. I just don't feel comfortable like paying that much for this watch. Like I'm more like leaning towards the blue dial, which is probably like in the mid hundreds, like 150, 140, 130, right? And if you really want to be plain, which I don't, you can get the silver dial. Probably in the low hundreds, 110, 120. I really don't want the silver dial. Silver dial's okay. I've tried one on, but I'd probably go with the blue dial. And one other thing you'll notice here is there's different variants of this. And I'm going to show you what I mean by the chin and no chin. So 5270 blue with the chin dial. I'll show you what I mean by chin dial. When you see the chin, it's funny how it says chin rare. I don't think it's rare. I think they're embellishing a little. You see right here, you see how the track kind of does a little bit of a chin at the bottom. That's the chin dial. Now, CB told me to avoid the chin dial. He's like, they look ugly and do not buy the chin dial. I'll try to blow this up a bit for you guys to see here. You can see the little chin down here. That's the chin dial. Not all of these have that, the dial configuration. As you can see here, and I go back to, I went to the wrong page here. No problem. We'll pull it up again. I can pull up, let's just pull up this one. It's not the green one. We just saw the green one, but you can see here on the screen, doesn't have the chin, right? They've kind of just overlapped it. So yeah, it's the chin Gao. Very nice, guys. Mikey, happy Thanksgiving, man. Nice to see you. I was talking about you earlier, saying a big shout out to Mike. Pyro's in the chat, Mikey. He was looking for you. So nice to see you, man. Happy Thanksgiving. Hopefully you spend your time with your mom and your family and everything else. Always, Mike, send me a text sometime, man. I always want to hear from you. Like, feel free. Don't feel shy to give me a call. Mike the Snake, one of my favorite characters on the show, guys. Mike the Snake. The chin, more like an overhanging belt line. Yes, Mikey Chat, Casio GTR. That is exactly it. That's a good comment. I have an old English pocket watch with fusee and chain. Love winding that thing every day. Yeah, Higgy bought a Lange pour le mérite. Fusee and chain, really, really cool. Would love to see that actually. Fusee and chain would be pretty cool. What the fuck are you posting here, Gunzap? I have to go to this other module for Gunzap here, but for my boy Gunzap, he has. Dude, Gunzap, you're sending me like Polish links here, man. Come on. All right, I'm not gonna pull that up, Gunzap, because it's causing problems over here. But yeah, he's basically showing a Chrono 24 price of the 5270. I'll go back to the green one here for your Gunzap, because a lot of folks like the green dial. But there are different variants of this watch, perpetual counter chronograph. You can see here. This is a 5270R with a bracelet. This is also fucking nice, man. Like, I would wear this on a bracelet. Like, this is really cool. Like, fucking big, like, rose gold bracelet. I think that's pretty cool. 5270 also wears considerably bigger than the 5320. It may not suit all wrists. Yeah, you know what? It definitely does, Kessel. My AD had 5270 in stock, so they were kind enough to let me try it on. And yeah, it definitely wears bigger, but it actually wears really nice. The kind of two-stepped on the lugs, the two-step lugs. Let me see if I can zoom in on this render if they get a good look at it. Is really nice. It's kind of like, you see these lugs kind of has like a step here. Is really nice on the, like, it actually looks, you can see it more down here. This is really nice on the lugs. I really like that. Again, I like this bracelet. Kind of like a beads on rice bracelet. Rose gold, fucking probably going to be heavy as fuck. Like, really nice. And they got these other variants of the perpetual counter cross. So CB sent in. So CB owns this one, the 5271 platinum in diamond configuration, and I believe it's Fella who owns. Fella, if you're listening, let me know if you own the sapphire version or the ruby version. I don't remember which one. But this is the diamond version of the watch I was showing you, and it's it really. I said this in the super chat yesterday with Archie. I said this really reminds me of Patek Philippe back in the day when black dials for Patek Philippe signified it was platinum. Right today, you identify a platinum Patek Philippe from generally the Vesselton diamond at 6 o'clock. It's right under on the case, right under the 6 o'clock. There's a little diamond that's inserted there. On the Cubitus, it's actually a baguette diamond. It's not a Vesselton circular diamond. It's a baguette, which makes sense because talk about a square watch, right? Why would you not have a baguette diamond there? But yeah, Danny, the diamonds do suit it, and CB, like, this is a this is a fight off watch, man. Like that's really again, it's not for everybody. Not everybody likes diamonds. Not everybody's into gemstones like that. But for me, amazing. And CB sent this watch to Archie. He owns this watch, and I know CB has the 5712. He's got like amazing FP joints. He's got chronomet resonance. Like, cause CB is like next level. Okay. And I said in my super chat yesterday, I said, while I appreciate the Nautilus, it's funny because CB called me out years ago saying, what the fuck does Tan know? He fucking sold his Nautilus and bought a Calatrava, right? Like, it was funny that he said that. But, I kind of said to CB a lot yesterday. I said, you know what? I can appreciate your Nautilus. However, your perpetual counter chronograph with diamond dial fucking schmicko. Like, that's just. But they do this configuration in a few different gems. You got it in sapphire. You got it in ruby, which is pretty cool. Pull you guys up here a split second chronograph 5370. So you got your little pusher here in the crown. That's how you identify. It's the split second chronograph. Breguet numerals, blue dial, Calatrava case. Really, really nice. Rich Mitch, check that link I posted. All right, let's pull it up. Rich Mitch, I got to go into that module. Chrono 24 Patek Philippe. All right, let's see. Okay, so we got a Calatrava, 18K gold, Iraqi Saddam Hussein. So the Saddam Hussein, interesting fact that they have these cases. So this in Arabic, it reads Saddam. Okay, is what it reads. That's his symbol, and obviously the crest and whatnot. So interesting that they have the Saddam symbol on the actual case. But this is not unusual for Patek Philippe. Rich Mitch, they made watches for states. The Kanjar dial, for example, is very famous in other stuff. You see it on Rolex, you see it in other brands. But the Saddam dial is you'll often see it in the Ellipse, I think, and these were gifts I think that they were giving out as state gifts at the time. So yeah, it's the Saddam. They're not unusual, Rich Mitch. You can actually see there's a number of these you can find. But what I didn't know, Rich Mitch, was the fact that they actually did it on the case. That's actually super interesting that they actually put that on the case. Now I don't know if that's original. I'm assuming it is. I don't see why it wouldn't be. Got a lizard strap, PP lizard. Ask Archie if that's OG, if that's original. I don't know. He probably wore these back then, so he probably had shitters like these. Let's have a closer look here. So again, simple Calatrava. You got the crest and you got Saddam written right here in Arabic. That's how you read the name right there. And again, you can see it here on the box, the crest and the Saddam. Pretty not many of us are very we're not really fans of Saddam Hussein, you could say, but they do exist, these watches. People don't really care, I think, the connotation with Saddam Hussein. They just they like collecting it because it's a bit unique. Now this what I'll say about this set, Rich Mitch, is I mean it's a bit steep, bro. Like, and I get it, like new unworn, but it's just a bit. 24,000 British pounds. I mean, for 24K British pounds, I don't think I'm going to be getting, even though it's unworn, a basic Cali travel like that. It's just not for me, Rich Mitch. On that, it's a bit. Archie's gonna be like, oh, it's a bit small. It's a bit this. It's a bit that. I find it a bit boring. And the Saddam thing is pretty interesting, but yeah. Saddam was found wearing this watch in the Spider. Could be, actually, Jimmy. Never know, because I think his sons like abandoned like an F40, because there was this whole thing back in the day when I guess that war was going on, was his sons had like these like crazy car collections, and apparently the cars were like abandoned somewhere, and people have been looking for his son's F40 that was like abandoned outside of some village or some shit. So I wouldn't be surprised, actually, if he was wearing it. But hey, Mikey, yeah, hopefully hopefully you have a great dinner tonight. Yeah, I just fired up the stream, Mikey, just to, I know people are either like yourself on the way to dinner, they're maybe at dinner, or they're done dinner, and we can do a bit of watch talk, get you guys hyped up before the old Pontiff shows up. Now, I'm not going to stay too late after the Pontiff shows up, because I've been on for 2 hours, and I've got to get me some food as well. Yeah, Rich Mitch, 2 British pounds. What do you think of the 19002233561? Oh my God, Rich, come on, what is this? 190. Don't make, if this is a troll, don't make me write this whole thing out. 19002. What is this? 0223. All right, it's gonna fucking pull this up properly. 190022335. It's kind of shit when you have to do this yourself. 61. All right, 61. All right, so I believe he's talking about. I mean, when I put that in, Rich Mitch, the only thing I got was this like Panamatic Lunar, which is reference number 1. I don't know if this is the right one here for you. 190. I don't know if it's a 35. But this is what comes up here, Rich Mitch. So let me know if this is the right one or the wrong one. But Panamatic Lunar Glasuta Original. I think GMT has this watch. It's a Geo, yep. I think GMT has this watch. I don't know if this is the exact one, Rich Mitch. If you have a link or something like that, post it in. That's the one. Okay, cool. I actually don't mind Geo, Rich Mitch. I know GMT loves his. Lange fans will shit on it. I'm sure Higgy Baby would shit on it, but I don't have anything against Glasuta Original. I think Jin went to Glasuta once, and to go to the Lange Museum is like, it's really hard. Like, I think you have to get an invite through the authorized dealer network. And I think he was able to visit Glasuta Original, or like they were more open to it. Kesslowitch says Geo is swatch garbage. Now, Kesslowitch is also not a fan of German watches, right? Does not like Lange. Did not expect him to like Glasuta Original. I love, if Mr. GMT is around and he's got some time to hop in on the panel on his way up to work, maybe he could tell us about how much he loves his Glasuta Original, because I think he has either this one or something similar to it. I haven't seen his Glasuta in a long time. So to answer your question, Rich Mitch, I don't mind Glasuta Original. If you like this design, go for it. If other people, Archie would say, yeah, save up for Lange. I don't really care for that, but you should really, that green is immense with the gold, and the strap is nice too. Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna spend like that kind of money. Rich Mitch just being like, all about the dial or whatever, right? Like it's gotta have a little bit of oomph for me. And I'm number one, I'm not the biggest fan of green dials, even though I own a Hulk, for example. I really don't think I would own more than 1 or 2 green dials. Probably not more than 1, right? I'm like, I would not buy the Grenade. Bear wants the Aquanaut Grenade. I would not buy that watch. I would get what Gary the Gangsta has, the 5168 white gold with blue dial Aquanaut. I would get that one. Paddock Chris, let me know what you think. If you're, I know Paddock Chris, he's got a lot of info and experience with Paddock Philippe. Paddock Chris, would you go for the Grenade 5168 or would you go for the blue dial? Now, while Paddock Chris responds, I'm going to pull up a Paddock Aquanaut Grenade for you guys, so you guys can see what I'm talking about. So I'm not just talking shit and nobody knows what I'm saying. So here we go with the Grenade, pulling this off of Twitter X. Shout out to Doc's Report, Twitter X. Here we go. This is the Grenade. So green dial Aquanaut. And then really the one that Gary had was the blue dial. And so the blue dial, I love how he writes at Paddock Chris. Paddock Chris writes at Paddock Chris, I have the blue dial 5168. So that's really your answer. So Lange Factory Tour is what I meant, Russell. The Lange Factory Tour is I think Glasuta Original was like either them or another brand, maybe Nomos was open, but the Lange Factory Tour was not allowed. Like you couldn't go in, you couldn't just walk in. You had to get an invite to go there. So yeah, the 5168 blue dial would be the one personally for me. Like I don't know, Bear's obsessed with this one, the Grenade. I think a lot of folks like this watch, but it's just not for me, man. Like I don't know. And I like green, right? And especially with my skin tone, green would actually be fine, but like it's just not for me for some reason. It's just I don't know, boys. I don't know. Moser dial, green or blue? That's a good question, actually. Moser dial, green or blue? It depends on the Moser blue because Moser has sometimes Moser sometimes has a funky blue dial, which is more of like a light blue. And I don't know if you meant like the actual like more traditional blue of Moser. If you were to ask me that question, I'd probably go with the blue on the Moser, not the green. Again, not a big fan of green. Let me see if I can pull this up for you, Rich Mitch. You're asking. Well, I can see here right from the right just even from this link. I haven't even pulled it up yet. It's a Langenheine Frederick III. One thing about Langenheine, I'll tell you before I even look at this watch, is that 3-lug configuration ain't very popular. It's a lot of folks aren't going to be into the Langenheine Frederick III. Let's pull it up here. So this is what I mean by the 3-lug. The 3 lugs. Not really a huge fan of that. Design wise, I mean, I don't really like that onion crown. Like it's just, yeah, I know that a lot of people like Langenheine. I don't like the design. I think it's kind of shite. I would stay away from this if I were you, Rich Mitch, unless you actually like the look of this watch. And I can't fall in love with this. From the reverse side, the movements are cool. See if I can get a quick shot of the movement for everybody. Like it's a nice looking movement. Don't get me wrong. But I can't like this watch. Langenheine, I'm not a huge fan of. Lusuto C. I like the current rose gold Aquanaut and the prior gen 38 mil. Yeah, 100%, man. 38 mil in steel was killer. And the rose gold one is killer. That is spot on in my opinion. Loose tooth. I think that's great. Yeah, Barry. I just don't get it, man. I just don't get your. You know what? If you're talking Streamliner, Forbin, let me pull that up here. Streamliner, Moser, green. This one I'll give you to you. I would probably. It's a tough one, man. Like because Brody from the Colony brought. He brought a blue dial. Really nice textured blue dial. Streamliner to Wash Time New York. It was really cool. And I actually fell in love with it. I told Brody, I think I was annoying Brody by saying this too much on how like that was my favorite watch of all the watches I saw from the punchers that came to Watch Time New York. But that's actually what I meant. I did mean it. Like, and I think that number 2 was Big Sal's. So shout out to No Biggie Sal if he's listening. Big Sal's, he brought his overseas full rose gold blue. Oh my God, that was like we had that when he showed up to the dinner. Oh my God, that watch was nice. Really, really cool. I'm sorry, man. Most people are sick of KC Swifties. I don't know what that means. I'm sure he's talking about the Kansas City Chiefs. I don't know. I'm assuming so. I would like to have that green Streamliner as a clock. That'd be cool. Actually, I don't see that. But honestly, Forbin, the Streamliner is actually really nice. Is a really nice watch. I'm a fan of this lineup. Let's peruse Streamliners since we're talking Mosers here, boys and girls. Mosers. It's a tourbillon, and it's a minute repeater. Yep, Streamliner minute repeater with a tourbillon. Purple. I love the purple haze. Like, you know, the Milan brothers fucking smoke some shit if they're calling their purple watch the purple haze. Mike the Snake. Hopefully you're still listening here, or Dr. Bob's Nightmare, because I fucking found that really funny. The Streamliner center seconds purple haze. I don't think I'd be, I don't think I'd be buying the purple haze, but that's a cool name. Cool name of that. The purple haze. Hey, Jim Millett, nice to see you. For those that don't know, Jim Millett was very instrumental in helping us with the meetup between Archie Luxury and Tim Masso. Jim is a good friend of Tim Masso's, is part of the Tim Masso Facebook group. So if you guys aren't in the Talking Time with Tim Masso Facebook group, please join that. Tim Masso is always around, recognizes people from the group, and Jim is a great Archieverse punter that has helped us kind of bridge that meeting with between the two. So super cool. Nice to see you, Jim, in the chat. Paddock Chris is calling this a poser Streamliner, but I don't know. I don't think I go with the purple one here. Let's see what else we got in the Streamliner. Collections, the Alpine limited edition, is kind of weird. Don't care for that. This is cool. This is the perpetual calendar. Really, really nice. If you guys like perpetual calendars, it's a concept watch. 49,900 Swiss francs. Not too crazy actually for a perpetual calendar. Watches in steel. Smoked salmon griffé. Interesting. Smoked salmon griffé. What do you guys think of this one? Perpetual calendar, smoked salmon. Not bad. Not bad. Thoughts on Moser finishing? Moser's finishing is pretty much machine finishing. It's okay, right? High-end stuff, like their high-end, most expensive stuff, sure. It'll be. But when people ask me the finishing of a brand, I'm going to use the whole lineup, right? Like Higgy will be like, oh, my Grand Seiko, the one I spent $60,000 on, that's a platinum one, has an internal angle like finishing better than Patek Philippe, right? Okay, one watch or a few watches in the top end of their echelon may be like that, but the majority of them are not, and therefore I'm going to rope in all of that together. So when it comes to Moser, most of it's machine finished, a bit of hand finishing, but nothing crazy. Like it's JLC, bro. Like, I know Federico Tox Watches years ago tried to spruik this as high horology. I don't consider Moser to be haute horlogerie. Great question here. Where is Brian Govberg autograph poster? Right. So let's take a little 30-second break here to talk about what Loose Tooth is talking about here.
Alongside the Swiss.
So Clive Watch Wrangler Brian, didn't you promise Tanzio Ansari that Tim would autograph a poster to his biggest fan? I actually did promise that you would autograph a poster for Archie Luxury and we would send it to him.
If you have a poster of me, that's the first I've heard of it.
Yeah, so no.
Is that a thing?
So, it's going to be a thing because we're going to have a poster made of you, and you're going to need to autograph it to Archie Luxury because I promised that we would send one out.
I can do, but do we ship internationally?
Well, we will. We will.
That's the first international gift we've ever given away. Congrats, Archie.
And this one is more recent. Jim Millett will remember this day when Archie popped into Tim's chat the other, maybe a month or two ago.
Those have been the best finished watches I've encountered. Okay, Archie Luxury live stream. If that's really Archie Luxury, I salute you, my man. I know you're on the other side of the world and you're getting up early to watch that. What else is going on here? We got
Tim Masso is a guy who has a lot of respect for Archie Luxury. And honestly, Jim Millett, I'll chime in what Gonzap is saying. Love the spirit of the unity in the watch community. Like the fact that, here we go. Jim Millett, I've arranged a live Zoom meeting with Tim Masso and a few others on his Facebook group next week. Perhaps we could get AC3 on at some point. Tim is a big fan. Yeah, you know what? That's a great idea, Jim. Jim, you have me on Facebook. Shoot me a message on Facebook if you don't mind. And we'll set that up. And I'd love to, have our Archieverse punters. Archie's going to be on literally, Jim, in about 5-10 minutes. So I'd love to have some of our punters go to that Zoom meeting with Tim. And yeah, I'd love to have Archie join that. And yeah, it would be really cool. I think a lot, like if you ever watch Tim Masso's show, like a lot of Tim's fans are Archie fans. And yeah, so yeah, Jim, just feel free to shoot me a message on Facebook and we'll get it going, man. Archie will definitely do it. I thought Tim Masso is, I don't think so, Bear. I don't think so. Lucky Bear, my Bears had you with another man. Now, Bear, I would say that Nico and Roman are JJ fans because Nico and Roman definitely hang out with JJ. But JJ was always politicking with Nico and Roman. Even when he was on Archie's show, like back in the day, he was, he was contacting them and talking to them. I mean, he's had that connection for a long time. But I would say it's more Nico and Roman than it is Tim Masso. But I don't know, man. Maybe Tim is a JJ fan. I don't know. Pat Chris, did Archie meet Waco the other day? He did, Pat Chris. That was in I think that was it was in Hong Kong, yeah, when he was there recently. Did Archie meet Waco the other day? That would have been a fun interaction. Well, yeah, he did meet Waco, so he'll be on already in like literally a few minutes. You can ask him about his meeting with Waco. One person who doesn't like Waco, Artie, is Jin. He's met Waco a couple of times, and he thinks Waco's a fucking ass. So I don't know. Archie is like, well, these media types, they're like that. Well, maybe he is. I don't know. I've never met Waco. I watch his stuff. I like the Revolution watch stuff. I think it's cool. I got nothing against Waco. All right. Tell Archie to take the day off. Let's continue with Canuck Wash Collector. As a Canadian, it's not Thanksgiving for us, and it's gonna be close to dinner time for me, man. I gotta eat something as well. I just literally was. No one was streaming. I thought I'd talk some watches. I knew that, like, if I posted up a stream, like, people would show up in the chat. You don't have to, like, Archie's not here, right? Like, obviously donating will help. We've had 11 super chats so far. I'm going to run through these actually just to thank everybody that did super chat. Rich Mitch started us off with Watch Talk. Continuing with yes. We had a generous super chat from Jimmy, $10. Talking old school Watch Talk. We had Madman, $10 Australian, very generous. Thank you so much. Wishing everybody a happy Thanksgiving. We had my boy Yankee Doodle, who Archie always leaves in the cold. I even 2 years ago, Watch Time New York, Archie was busy getting pussy. He couldn't even meet his friend Yankee Doodle, but he always fucks Yankee Doodle with not answering his super chats very well. So I gave Yankee Doodle a bit of value for money today. We had Angelic the Slayer. Thank you for some great Watch Talk. Great to see Angelic. Yankee Doodle came back. The Magpie, 2 British pounds. Thank you so much. Very generous. We have GD, always generous with the pesos. Rich Mitch continuing, dropping the British pounds and being super generous with us. Always appreciate it, guys. We talk about whatever we want to talk about on these shows, like, whether it's in the chat wants to talk about, certain watches. We went to the Streamliner. Streamliner's been a watch, like I said, I've been super interested in ever since I got to try it on, at Watch Time New York, and just, it's really piqued my interest. I don't know, Bear. I might be, maybe one I'd buy. I think this is the one that Brody got. I think it's the blue enamel. I think this is his watch. Yeah, I believe this is a cool piece. 30,000 Swiss francs, so not a cheap watch. Aqua blue fume enamel. Actually a very, very nice piece. So yeah, this is really the watch that got me interested again in Moser, and would be probably one of the few Mosers I'd buy. Brian, at the end of the day, the most important thing, I want to wish you a happy Thanksgiving there, Dirk Diggler. Hopefully you're spending the time with your family, you're enjoying. Let me know if you're share some cooking, guys. Archie's going to be on in a little bit. If you guys have some pictures, or you're doing some live turkey cutting or whatever, like, let us know. Show us some stuff. I know that Logan Hall, a good friend of the channel, good punter, he posted in the Archie Luxury WhatsApp group some turkey he was cooking for today, and I think he's put up a video, he said, of just kind of turkey recipes, or turkey grilling or turkey cooking from a little bit back. So definitely check out Logan Hall's grilling stream in Orlando with my kid. Nice, man. Hopefully you're spending some good time with your kid. And yeah, man, thanks for checking us out, Dirk. We're happy to have you here as always. Yeah, Bear, this is a gorgeous watch. Like, when Brody brought this in person, fuck. I was like, damn. I was like, I wasn't that big of a fan of the Streamliner and Touch. It's a bit small, Bear. Like, it doesn't wear like a super big watch. It wears like I'm looking at my Explorer 40 right now, and it's smaller than my Explorer 40 in my opinion. What is this size? What do they call this size? Yeah, okay, so that's why 39 mil, slim 39 mil, and that's why it fits smaller than my Explorer 40, because my Explorer 40 does fit like a 39. But just fucking really nice here. Like, just look at this. That's just such a, like, the texture of this watch, blue enamel is just beautiful. My super chat is not going through. Well, Steve Burns, feel free to type it in a regular chat, and I'm more than happy, if it's a watch question, more than happy to answer it. Feel free to do that. But we did have 11 super chats, super generous. Archie should be coming on anytime soon. I don't even know if knows if he's coming on, at this time, or if he's just going to start the show on the other because there's 2 live streams, right? There's a live stream that he's got set up for literally. Oh, here we go. Here he is. Da da da! Full screen, baby.
Hey, I'm confused. You want me to keep this show going or start the other one?
75 people here. You might as well keep this show going. You've got it here.
I'll kill the other one off then, okay?
All right.
I'll kill the booking off. That's okay. We can do that. How are you been? What's going on?
It is Thanksgiving in the United States, Archie. We have 80 viewers. People are craving watch talk. They don't want to hear how sad your life is. They don't want to hear how many leads have been stolen. What they want to hear from you. By the way, Archie, we'll get to the super chat in a second there, Artie. I want to show you something from Jim Millett. It's about Tim Mosso. Do you mind reading this real quick and let us know if you're interested in this?
I've arranged a live Zoom meeting with Tim Mosso and a few others on his Facebook group next week. Perhaps we could get AC3 at some point. Tim is a big fan. Geez, that'd be amazing. What do you think?
All right. Yeah, no, I think that's great. I think that would be huge for your community, Tim's community, seeing you guys together on a Zoom. Fuck, man. Archie, you want to pull this watch up for everybody? The Cartier Santos Dumont. Yes, I'll give you the reference number. I'll give you the reference number while you put up.
Okay. Here we go. It's a Cartier. Yes, give me the reference number.
Santos Dumont. CRW. GSA.
0054
0098. Happy Thanksgiving to you as well, and Nikki Baby in the chat. We're wishing everybody a happy Thanksgiving, Archie. We're asking people to share their turkey pics, share some grilling with the Pontiff, make them a little hungry tonight. This morning. Sorry, it's 6:30 in the morning, 7:30. What time is it over there? 6:30?
Yeah, something like that. 8:30. They're only an hour. It's an hour behind.
Look at Jim Millett's heading offshore. He's in Jamaica, heading for a Jim Millett, man. Congrats. That's awesome. I love Jamaica.
My God, this is an interesting watch.
What do you think?
What do you think? It's precious metal.
What is this metal? Pull it up. Go. Show us a big picture.
Don't cheap, does it?
Fuck with these small pictures, Archie. Show us a big picture. What are you doing? Show us a nice picture.
So, is this an old watch? It's not a new release. This is not a new release.
So, does that matter?
No, it doesn't matter.
What do you think? He's asking. So the super chat asks, "What do we think?" Thoughts, Archie. Thoughts.
These are small. You know that.
Yeah, but Cartier can be chic, a little bit small chic. You don't have to have a massive Cartier. You can have a nice fucking tank on the wrist. You'd be fine, Archie. Come on.
Yeah, actually, I got some great pics of this watch here. Let's bring this baby up.
Bring this baby up for us.
The screen for us now. Getting it now for you guys because I got to tell you, there's some amazing Cartier watches around. Don't you love Cartier? Cartier
I love
is just so cool.
The Cartiers, man.
There we go. This is it here. We're going to zoom in as well. Zoom
it, baby.
Doesn't seem to do anything.
Pinch zoom. No. I can hear you clicking your mouse. So you're not pinch zooming anything. All right, Artie, that's the best you're going to get. So AC3, what are your thoughts? Just looking at the watch.
I love it. It's expensive. The problem is, for this money, I'd rather get a Breguet.
You know what's interesting is how they do the screw configuration. On the APs, in the Royal Oaks, the screws kind of go in a circle. Here, it's you got the top screws that are on an angle. And then the screws on the on the side are on a different angle, but then the bottom screws are on a different. It's really weird like that. They didn't put a lot of symmetry into that. But aside from that, Artie, I would if I could get different numerals on this, I'd probably like it a lot. But I don't like these Arabic numerals. I think they're kind of weird looking.
I don't mind the Arabic numerals. They're quite what you want. Romans. You want traditional Romans. Romans is good.
I would just have a different Arabic numeral, maybe think of Breguet numerals on this would be nice, right?
Yeah.
If you swap these Arabics with Breguets, I think Breguet numerals may suit it better.
You know what makes me laugh is the fact that on many of these watches with Breguet numerals, on some of the Pateks, did you realize, on the 5396 and stuff like that, the option of getting the Breguet numerals, you could buy another Breguet watch for that option.
I'm gonna pull up all of the previous super chats, Archie, because we had 11 super chats before you showed up.
Super chats.
I'm gonna pull them up. You can read them out for everybody.
Here we go. Rich Mitch, £2. Watch talk. And we've got another super chat here. Rich Mitch, £2. Yes, yes, yes. We got Jimmy, $10. Old school watch talk with Rancher and Maharaja.
Yeah, Rancher was on earlier with me. We were doing some watch talk, me and Clyde.
The Rancher, don't you?
Well, look, he doesn't hop on when you're on. He hops on when I'm on, right?
Hey, Rancher's okay.
We like the Rancher. You got another one here from Madman.
Madman, $10. Happy Thanksgiving, Archieverse. Thanks for the stream, Tan and Rancher. I'll be listening as much as possible.
Then we had Yankee Doodle. Now, you always fuck Yankee Doodle over when not doing enough work on his super chat. So I spent a good amount of time on this. I want to hear your take on this. Like, what would you recommend for Yankee Doodle on this one?
Yankee Doodle, $5. I recently purchased a 517J. I had a 5127J.
Mm-hmm.
That's the yellow gold. It's 37 mil. Do you think that it's too small? I'm thinking of switching it for a 5296R, but where's super big? Thoughts? It's to do with the bezel. Okay, personally, I'd stick with my 5127J.
I told him so.
I love the crown guards. The crown guards, Tan.
I like the crown guards too. But when I had my 5127, you owned your 5296 at the time, and you kept telling me like how good the 38 mil was compared to the 37. And I tried one on, and actually I agreed with you. Like I think the 5296 has the best proportions of that range of calatrava personally. So I kind of was different on you on this one. I went with the 5296, but hey, you can't go wrong with either one of them.
But the funny thing is, I actually had a very difficult decision to make some time ago. This was when I had pre-Berg. This was before. I'll tell you what happened, Tan. I don't know if you know this.
Tell me, baby. Tell me.
I had a customer who wanted an automatic Calatrava. I had a 5296 and a 5127.
Yep.
He wanted one. I could have sold either one.
Yep.
You know which one I sold?
Which one did you sell?
Because I sold this to buy the 6006.
Yeah.
Okay. So which one did I sell? I actually sold the 5296.
I think, look.
Because I wanted to keep.
Go ahead.
I wanted to keep the
the 5196.
Exactly.
You got one more super chat, new super chat here from Paddock Chris.
We got one more super chat from Patek Chris. $3.50. Tell us about meeting Waco. He's a fan, right? Waco's an interesting guy. One of the worst things you can do with people like Waco is say, I'm Archie Luxury. You throw your weight around. You just go in there very casually. You assume they don't know who you are. Okay, that's always what you do. Because as soon as you assume that you're a big shot, I remember I used to do limo driving, right?
Yeah.
And this star from Smallville,
Oh, what's that guy's name? Fuck. Tom Welling? Was that his name? Tom Welling?
Whatever the fuck.
Yeah, like curly black hair. Is that he was either?
I said to him,
my brother was a big fan of that show. So, yeah, when you say the actor from Smallville, I'm pretty sure it's Tom Welling. Yeah,
because he came out for a pop convention, a pop, whatever the fuck it is, pop art, pop, whatever the fuck it is. What's it? Pop culture exhibition.
Mm-hmm.
And I picked him up. And I said to him, hey, there's a big celebrity here. If you see him, let me know.
I literally just texted my brother saying Archie was Tom Welling's limo driver. My brother is gonna find that so fucking funny because he's such a fan of that fucking show.
Now,
And
I got to
just
tell you something. One thing about him is he never stopped talking about himself.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't really like. I never watched this stuff, but you got a comment here from Bear Clooney Watches, who's watching the show in the chat.
I miss Toyota Mo. I love chatting football with him. Love the legend.
Love the medium legend. We all love the medium legend. We love Toyota Mo, man.
What's happened to
Like-
Toyota Mo?
Nah, he's around, man. He's doing his own thing. But Toyota Mo is always welcome here, Archie. The medium legend will always remain.
Toyota Mo. Yeah, all of the guys. Look, I'll be honest with you. Look, sometimes I can be a bit harsh on people, right? And I'm just having some fun. We're just stirring them up a bit, you know. And you got to remember one thing is that I love them. They're all good guys. You understand?
I mean, I heard you're a big fan of Sir Joe, and you're a Queensland bogan. That's what I heard from the rivalry between Victoria and Queensland. I heard this this on the morning show today.
The funny thing
I don't
is,
even know who
you
Sir Joe is, by the way. So fuck it.
Yes. No. It's look, there was some nasty stuff has been said, okay? And it's not fair, okay?
There you go. We're giving Thanksgiving here. We're making peace, Archie. We're being nice. There goes AC3 stretching it.
Yeah, we want to be nice and friendly.
Can you please read this comment from Angelic the Slayer, please, for me?
Yeah, Angelic, Sir Joe Lovin.
Angelic, honestly,
Thank
like
you.
Go ahead.
I'll have a pumpkin scone. Tell him I'll share a pumpkin scone with me.
Like, Angelic's rant was pretty epic. Like, I know that you guys were a little concerned about what he was saying, but I thought that was like, you need to know Angelic's trolling. He's a very sophisticated troll, and if you don't, people can miss, like, because you always say, well, Angelic drops nasty comments and stuff. But that's who Angelic is. It's like saying, well, Discount drops nasty comments or Tan drops now. Of course, that's who I am, right? Like, it's not unusual. We've got Tommy in the chat as well. Happy Thanksgiving to Tommy. Hopefully
Tommy, we love Tommy.
Yeah, Tommy's always welcome here. Tommy is hopefully spending Thanksgiving with his family. Obviously, shout out to everybody in the United States. Archie, today is Thanksgiving Day. Big holiday in the United States. So we want to wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving. Hopefully you guys can send us some turkey photos because Archie's not there. We got Watch Out who says Fatso is back. Archie, let me pull up some more of the super chats from earlier just so you get to everybody, because there were a few more, and then we'll get back to the show. So then it was Angelic. Archie, who gave you a super chat. You want to read this one for us?
Okay, here we go. We got another one here. We got one for Angelic. $8. Great. Watch Talk, Tan and Rancher. Thanks.
All right. So I actually got 2 super chats from Yankee Doodle because I didn't ignore his super chat and I actually fucking did it. So why don't you read this one for Yankee Doodle and give him your thoughts on what I gave him my thoughts. I want to hear what you're going to give him as
Yankee Doodle. $5. Everyday Watch is a 16,610. That's a date sub.
Yep.
I'm looking for an everyday watch on a leather strap, leaning towards dress. Any ideas?
All right, so I'll tell you what I told him to get personally as an everyday, because I thought this is a great everyday watch. Is this one, a 5212, 5212 in steel, and it's a great work watch. It's light on the wrist. It's steel. He wants it on a leather strap. We know Yankee Doodle's got a bit of money, Archie, right? Like, I'm not going to tell Yankee Doodle to buy some shitter, right?
Yeah.
I offered him the Reverso as an alternative, and I also the Lange 1 as an alternative. What do you think for a daily, maybe Reverso and steel, I don't know, daily watch on a leather strap? What does Archie Luxury think?
A daily, a Reverso would be fantastic. What about a Cartier? A
Cartier what on a leather strap? A tank? What are you going to get?
Look, I tell you honestly, with you know what, he wants something on a leather strap. You know what I'd get if I was him? This is for Yankee. Get a Breguet, a Breguet Traditional or a Classic.
You're really spruiking the Bregsters these days, right?
Yeah, I love them. You know what I mean?
I'm gonna look up that U.S. president of Breguet who approached me when I was doing your live stream in Watch Time New York, because I was in the booth, Archie, and it was fucking packed, and I couldn't get to the front to look at the watches. So I'm just walking around, and he overheard me saying, "Hey, we have 50 viewers live," and he actually came up to me saying, "What would you like to see?" And I'm like, "Look, Archie really likes that, the Type 21 with the blue dial and rose gold." I'm like, "Can you show me that one?" So he brought that over, and so maybe I'll tell him like how much of a Bregsta fan you are, spruiking it every day on the show. So that's the case.
Yeah.
Work watch for a plumber, says Dirk. We got another super chat here from. Sorry, we got two super chats, Archie. You got to get these here, so you can stop clicking whatever you're clicking and help us out.
Yep. We've got a super chat here. Thank you so much for the super chat. Rich Mitch, £2. What will white dial Speedy be worth in a year? That's a good question. You know what? I actually like the white dial. Are you a fan of the white dial, Tan?
I am. I'm a little apprehensive to buy it though, because I'm a purist. I only buy the Hesselite version of the Speedmaster. I never buy the Sapphire Sandwich, even though I like the Sapphires. I never buy it, and that's what's going to deter me from buying the white dial. Let's rephrase this question, because you may not know the dollar figures of where it's at right now. Let me rephrase this for Rich Mitch. Do you think that the white dial Speedy will trade under retail in a year, or do you think it will trade over retail in a year?
It'll have to trade under retail. It'd have to.
And
the watch market is very, at the moment, the watch market is really tough. It's very tough. It's tough. And the thing is, I like, that doesn't mean you shouldn't buy a white dial Speedy. I think they're a great watch. I love them. The problem with Speedies is they have too many special editions.
So let's talk about a few special editions here. We got another super chat coming up, Archie, but that's the white dial. I'm going to give you an alternative here, a Rich Mitch. It'll be very hard to find an original, but there's a lot of these that have the. You can buy the dials from Omega and have swap dials. AC3, you know what this one is? The Japanese edition. You know what, the Mitsukashi dial.
Yeah, that was the name of a department store.
Yep.
And what they did was, that department store itself, they very...
Archie, if you really don't know anything about the watch, I can help you with the information here if you like.
Well, they released, it was a department store edition. It was an amazing edition. I love it, don't you?
Yeah, this was an 1861, actually, I think, Archie. And you're right, it was Mitsukashi as a department store in Japan. And I believe there was only 300 of these made. So very, very rare in and of itself. However, you can buy the dials from Omega. So there are a lot of swapped 1861s that have this dial. But I love it. I think this Panda configuration is really cool, Rich Mitch. So I personally, this is the Panda version. You got the white dial version. A lot of folks like the white dial version. I think the Panda is pretty cool as well. Archie thinks it's going to trade under retail. One more super chat here for you, Archie, from Patek Chris.
Patek Chris, thank you so much. Patek Chris here. $9. Did you hear Frank Miller designed a master lawyer like the master banker with chronograph recording billable minutes?
There we go, AC3. Now, I got to run. I've been on for 2 hours, Archie. I'm sure other folks are going to hop on and help you.
Hey, that's...
But I got to run, man. Have yourself, to everybody in the chat, a happy Thanksgiving. I'll be around. I'm just going to get something to eat, and I'll get back in the chat. AC3, talk some watches. We don't want to hear about, some dribble. Talk to us about Japan. Tell us how your Japan trip's been. Show us some photos. Show us some videos. And I'll catch you next time, my friend. Take care.
No worries. Thank you. This is the narrative. Please, can you give us the exit, the narrative exit?
Oh, well, I don't even know if you like the exit. I think you like the intro, but I always start off with, this is the Locks Report. I am the narrative. This is an unsanctioned broadcast. All opinions in this segment do not blame Archie Luxury. Do not go after Archie Luxury. If you want to talk drama, you come to Maharaja Philippe. All opinions in this segment are those of my own, the narrative. And I'll see you next time, guys. Take care. Peace out. Happy Thanksgiving. Super chat Archie. Tell us about your lives. Tell us about your watches. And I'll see you guys. Peace out.
Peace out. Thank you so much. Thank you so much there. That's absolutely fantastic. Thank you, guys. This is Archie Luxury. We are on the live stream channel. How are you people today? How are you guys going today? I hope you guys are all well. I hope you guys are all well. So that's very, very cool there. So let's get some new people on the stream here. And let's just play. Let's have a look here. Let's play the intro. We'll start this here again. Hey guys, Archie Luxury, and we're back on the stream here. Here we go. Let's get a few people on the stream here. We've got a super chat. Look, it's just come in here. $100. Maharaja Philippe. Maharaja Philippe. Thank you so much there. Japan update. Please show us photos, vids, and tell us some nasty, vicious final stories from your trip. Yes, indeed. We'll get that. We'll get that covered. Let's get that covered very, very soon for you there. I'm just getting some things ready here. Let's have a sticky beak here. What's going on, guys? So we want to get some people on. Let me send some. I'll send some invites out there. We've got to get a couple people on who we want to have on our great stream there. Let's see who we can get on our stream. We'll see if we can send an invite to Mark Goldberg. Mark is always a great guy. We love the Goldberg. Who else can we send it to? Kesslowitz. Let's see if we can send an invite to him. We'll send an invite. We're just sending some invites out to some people there to see if we can get anybody interesting. We had a great talk to Jay Anthony yesterday. I had a great talk to him yesterday. Yes. Great talk to him yesterday. And Maharaja, he should consider sending those invites to people outside of America. Good point. Very good point indeed. So what's going on, guys? What's happening? This is the narrative, and we are on the stream. Well, I'm having some great fun here we're having some great fun in Japan here. It is bloody cold. Let me say that to you. It is really quite cold. It is very cold. And it is what it is, guys. I'm just having a look at why didn't those photos update? I don't understand that. Why didn't those photos update? I thought I sent them through to my email address. They didn't. Oh, here we go. We got some photo. Fuck, 80 photo. What the hell? Now I've got them. I want to show you some photos. What is Japan? Japan is we're having a lot of, and one thing I will say is that if you love trains, Japan is your place to be for trains. Went on the Shinkansen. What I really do like is just the very much the trains simple. The trains are simple, fun. You can go and see a lot. You've got the standard smaller suburban trains, and then you've got the super express. And in many cases, it's a lot quicker than flying. Well, because the trains go about 300 kilometers an hour, but also because the trains themselves there, You don't have to check in or go through customs or go through clearance. It's so easy. Just go to the station, and off you go. Absolutely perfect. Absolutely perfect. Which is a really good thing. Just hang on there. Yeah, they're off there. It's really, really just see you later. Okay, thank you. Bye-bye. I love you. There we go, guys. Just getting ready, getting this show, getting some photos downloaded. That's all. The thing I really do love in Japan is you have so many interesting stuff. It's fucking different to the Western world. It's different to anywhere I've been. And one thing I will say is they have the housing, even if I'm in the countryside. I'm 3 hours from Tokyo, where I am now. And even though you would think land is not of a premium here, it's still, the houses are they kind of got a very small footprint. And that's kind of, how would you put it? That's kind of, the footprint's small, and just downloading some. Just bear with me. Oh, they've done that. Good. Let's have a look here. Let me have a look. Let's have a look. We've got another super chats come in. Look at this. Got some super chats coming in. I've just downloaded all the photos. Let's get these up. I can run these through for you. So let's have a sticky beak. Okay, here we go. This is, so let's have a look here, guys. This here is from, we'll just take that down. We've also got a super chat from Thomas Burnett, £2. Happy Turkey Day to all across the pond. Thank you. Thomas Burnett, £2. Thomas Burnett, thank you so much. Thomas Burnett, thank you so much. Now, we've also got, let's have a look here. That's a good picture of the Pontiff. That's in the Shinkansen, actually. That's the express train. Let's have a look. Let's have a look through some of these pictures here. Let's have a look. Watch Lounge coming on. Beautiful. Machine Gun Chris. Let's get him on. Oops, wrong way. Oh, there we go. That's the Shinkansen. So it's 3-2 seating. Super duper express train there. That's leaving the station. It's very cool. It's a lot beautiful. Look at this. I'll just show you some nice photos I've got here. Station. Oh, Machine Gun Chris. Hello, Machine Gun Chris.
Hey, how you been? It's been a while.
Hey, man. I'm just going through some snaps. I'm just going to go through some snaps here from Japan. This was a beer bar I went to with some squid, grilled octopus, some beer. There's some many craft beer shops. That seems to be very trendy, craft beer in Japan. The sky's incredibly just absolutely super bright. This is Japan. Have a look. It's super. And here's a dry rot house. Dry rot has an old abandoned house here, but it's in an expensive part of town. Probably knock it down and build something new.
Have you visited any of the Seiko factories?
I am actually. I'm going to. Yes. They get very funny with photographing stuff, but you know what I mean?
Hmm.
They get really funny with filming and doing shit. Machine Gun Chris, how have you been? Talk to me. What's going
Good, man.
on?
It's been a while. I've just been busy with my regular job and then watch games too. So running that and doing both. So been a little bit busy on both fronts, but busy is good though. How about you?
Hey, this is a family trip. We're in Japan. We're having fun. It's a lot of fun. Japan is great. Look, the watch business, what's it like? Times are a bit tough in the watch game. Things are, they're certainly not as buoyant as they have been. How are you finding it?
I'm doing pretty good, but again, like I said, I mean, I have a main, regular day job too. So this is I look at this kind of like extra money, but it also kind of helps fund the hobby.
Don't give up the day job. Don't give up your day job.
No, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. It's what is popular at the moment? What are you finding is popular in the watches?
Well, as you know, I mainly deal with the affordable stuff, like $5,000 and under. So I'm not really dealing with a lot of the higher end stuff like I was before. But I'm starting to get a little bit back into that, like I was.
Yes. Gotcha. We got another super chat coming in. AD never calling $10. Happy Thanksgiving. Arch, don't worry about the haters. They won't be there forever, if you know what I mean. Thank you so much, AD Never Calling. Thank you, AD Never Calling. Great guy. Tell me this. You were looking at getting a Rolex. Have you bought a Rolex for yourself yet? What's the plan?
Actually, not yet, but I will be in the process of buying one probably January, February. I'm going to be getting I know a lot of people will give me grief, but I've always liked the 214270, the 39 mil, the discontinued Explorer.
Yeah.
I'm going to end up getting that one.
Joining us. Hello, Luxy.
Hey, what's up, Lux?
Hello.
How you going?
Hey, I'm good. Sorry if I was interrupting.
No. That's perfectly okay. It's that's quite a beautiful watch. The Explorer is a beautiful watch, and that is I can't see any problems with buying that. That's a great buy.
It's like a perfect under the radar Rolex, you know?
Yeah, perfect under the radar Rolex. What more could you want, eh? What more could you want? Tell me this.
How long are you in Japan for?
I'm flying back next week. Next week, I am back to Oz. And I've had a few changes in my own collection. I got that Breguet.
Which Breguet did you get? Did you bring it with you?
I didn't bring it with me, but I got a photo I can show you. I got a 7057.
Okay.
I'll bring it up on the screen. We can have a look here. So I think with my collection, I had far too many chronographs. Okay. I had the Breguet Type 21. I had the JLC Master Compressor. I had the Speedy, and I had the Zenith.
Okay.
And what happened was I ended up trading the Type 21 plus some money for this Breguet here. What do you think?
I like it. I like it. Rose gold?
Yeah, it's an interesting... Rose gold, yeah, rose gold. It's an interesting watch, but it's very, very nicely done.
Okay.
And
how you been, Lux?
Hey, I'm good. How about you?
Good.
Happy Thanksgiving.
You as well.
Hey, we got another super chat here. Maharaja Philippe, $5. Pick the ideal Super Ocean Heritage 2 for Patrick. Pick the ideal Super Ocean 2 for Patrick. The ideal Super Ocean, Breitling Super Ocean. You know what? I would have to say I really do like the Super Oceans. I think they are amazing bang per buck. The only thing is, you've got to realize, is that they are, Breitling. Are you a Breitling fan, Chris?
Mm-hmm. I actually had the same one that you had. Which you had? Did you have the black dial or the blue dial? I can't remember.
I had the black dial.
I had the blue dial on the mesh bracelet. That's such a great watch. I want to rebuy one.
One thing I found is that the bezel doesn't seem to turn. It's got a weird. That's probably one of the least. I really can't stand. I don't know what it is with the Super Ocean. I thought it was done cheaply, but I've had a few, and they all feel like that. I don't know why the bezel doesn't turn nicely.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever seen that?
Yeah, I noticed that on mine as well. But I have noticed the prices have gone down significantly. You can pick one up pre-owned now for what, like $2,500, $2,600 US dollars?
Yeah. It's they are incredible. What do you think?
Oh, I love it.
Why do you think Breitling has tanked so much? What the fuck's wrong with the brand? Why are they? Because the truth is, you go to I think their boutiques are absolutely fantastic.
Mm-hmm. And they've done a lot since what's his name took over. Who was the new CEO that took over? What was it, 2019 or so?
Yeah, you're right.
2020.
You're right. What do you think?
Answer the super chat. Which one would you choose for Patrick?
Okay, to answer, you know what? I get a brown dial. They got a brown. I get the brown. They got a brown dial.
Brown? I'm not sure. I don't think they got brown.
The interesting thing is, you used to be able to. Now there's definitely a brown dial. Chocolate dial.
This one,
yeah.
right?
Yeah. The funny thing is, you used to be able to specify the dial and the bezel. You could have different colors. This is in the Super Ocean, not the 2, just the first version. And they stopped giving you that choice. Because you could set up a Kermit. You could get a Kermit. You could get your own, Starbucks or something like that. And I got to tell you, I had a Super Ocean. The first Super Ocean Heritage I had was a white dial with a black bezel, just like that. And I thought that was, that was an amazing watch. I fucking loved that watch. It was so beautifully done. So beautifully done. And
what's the difference between Heritage and Heritage 2?
The Heritage 2 was the revised version, and they put on a ceramic bezel, because beforehand
they had a Tudor movement bezel. Too, right?
Yes, that's correct. They went to the Tudor movement. Yes, they call it an in-house because they did a technology swap with Tudor. See, if Rolex thought Breitling was rubbish, they would never have gone into bed with them, would they? Don't you think?
I feel like for entry level pricing, I feel like Breitling is a really good buy for entry level luxury.
Breitling is more luxurious than Tudor? What's the more prestigious of the two?
I would say Tudor for sure, just because it has that Rolex.
Because Breitling's
Yeah.
far more expensive. Breitling is far more expensive.
Yeah.
In my
I'd
head, I
definitely
put
say, like, Tudor, though.
Tudor higher.
Ooh. We got a super chat. We got a super chat from Maharaja Pat Philippe, $5. First off, happy Thanksgiving, man. Hope you're well. Tell us about some exciting micro brands that AC3 can pull up that you're digging these days.
Happy Thanksgiving, bud, to you as well. I don't know, like one really cool micro brand that I feel like you would probably like is Helios. I don't really carry it. I have a Helios on my website because I'm doing consignment on a lot of pieces as well.
Yeah.
But I would say Helios is probably one of those up. Like I would consider Helios like the Rolex of micro brands.
Wow. Amazing stuff.
Do you know how they're spelling this?
Aftershave, guys. I'm just putting some aftershave on. How's this for a classic today? This is Calvin Klein. It's a bit of an oldie but a goodie. Obsession for Men.
Nice.
Remember, Calvin Klein had CK1 unisex. Remember that? That was so cool.
How are you spelling Helios so I can bring it up?
Halios. Helios.
Okay.
I say Helios, and again, this is not not a brand I carry, but Jack Mason I feel like is doing a lot of really good stuff lately too.
Archie, here we go. I'm going to bring it up.
Yes, sir. I'll just take that super
Helios.
chat. Ooh, look at that.
I have
which one do you prefer?
I have
Do you prefer
one
the
in stock.
C4
I was about
or-
to say, yeah, I actually have that one in stock right now.
That's with the
The
Tiffany
pastel blue
dial.
dial.
I love it. I love the Tiffany. You know, this gives me vibes of the Seiko Mass 62.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the Mass 62?
Mm-hmm.
I don't mind that. How much is it? How much? It was
The one
$775.
I have is I have it online for $1,200, but they sell out as soon as that's why I call them kind of. Which I'm not the first person to dub them that. The Rolex micro brands. There's been many other YouTubers do that, but they sell out basically as soon as they stock. Every time they do a drop, they'll sell out quick.
Wow. Is that like Ming?
Well, they're not the same quality tier as Ming. I would probably put Ming above them. I would say, tier wise.
Yeah. So, how much are they selling above retail for?
Well, it's kind of hard to say. That one there you saw was $775, and like I said, I have mine listed for $1,200, but it's on consignment. So whether I'll get that, I don't know. But again, they're usually selling for more than what they retail for because they're hard to get.
Wow. Amazing stuff. I actually don't mind the look of that. I mean, in all honesty, I'd never buy one.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't mind the look of that. What do you think, Lux? Do you like it?
Yeah, I quite like it actually. Yeah, I think it looks quite nice.
$775. Fuck, that's over 1,000 Aussie. It's not chump change.
I think it's a good price. It's not crazy. Because the problem is you're converting to the Australian peso, right? If you think of it in US dollars, under $1,000, like way under $1,000, I think it's a nice little watch.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Hey.
And what was the other brand? What was the other
Jack
brand?
Mason was the other one. I don't really have a lot of experience with them, but some of the stuff they've been putting out lately, they've been putting out some good stuff lately. I believe they're based in Texas, in the United States, I think.
That's Jack Mason, is that right? Jack Mason.
Yeah. I've got it.
They have what they call the Dr. Pepper, their version of like the Pepsi kind of, the Dr. Pepper.
fuck, I like the aesthetics. I don't like it when they do just a blatant copy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like Steinhardt does blatant copies, don't they?
Yeah.
Some of these look like Amiga Aquaterras.
But yeah, they're not bad watches. I mean,
How much
they're
are these
a
Jack
little bit
Masons
on the
going
pricey
for?
side.
How much are you looking
$1,000.
at? $1,000. Fuck. They're not bad. Let me ask you something, Chris. Does the collector who buys these micro brands, do they have a Rolex generally, or what's the story? What's
You'd be surprised. Like, it's like half and half. Like, I've had guys with, like, I have a bunch of pieces on consignment with one client. I won't mention his name, but I've got a bunch of pieces on consignment with him, and he's got everything from the Prospects, the Spring Drive Seiko, not the Grand Seiko, but you know what I mean, the Spring Drive Seiko. And then he's also got like other like $200-$300 watches. So it kind of runs the gamut with the microbrand guys. Some of them really like to collect, just to collect. Like he said, he has like 80 watches. So I mean, some of them will buy that. They'll also buy mainstream.
I see.
You got super chats.
We got super chat from Peso Cannon. 3 cents. Hey, Arch, Chris and Beach. Come on, you can't throw shit for 3 cents. Happy Thanksgiving.
It's okay, dude. It's fine.
That's not nice. You know, it's Thanksgiving today. I want to thank a few people too. You know, there's many. Sorry?
Who would you like to thank? Maybe you could do it now.
I'd like to thank everyone who's been part of the Archieverse there. You know that? I want to thank everybody who's been part of the Archieverse. Everybody, including Tim, JJ, Curly, Narc, everybody, Angelic, everybody's been part of the Archieverse over the time. Hey, guys. Happy Thanksgiving. Watch Nick. Everybody who's been part of the Archieverse. Plastic Sav. Happy Thanksgiving, guys. Happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you. You got
super chat. Maharaja Philippe, $5. What's the biggest mass in the world? The Mass 62 or Horatio Paul Plutar? Thank you, Maharaja. We got Basil's Beazles, $2. Happy Thanksgiving. Hello, Archie, Lux, and Chris.
Hello.
Hey, happy
Thank
Thanksgiving,
you.
bud.
And we got 3 cents from GD. Archie. Super chats piling up.
Thank you, GD.
GD, 6 cents. Hey, Arch, I actually like Beach Ball. Doesn't mean he isn't a fat fuck.
He's actually true. I am a fucking fat fuck. I need to sort that out.
You know what? It's
I'm not ashamed to admit the truth. I know I'm fat. I need to sort myself out. I know.
You're still okay. Look, there are people who can't leave them.
Sorry?
Okay. The people, look, everybody, it's easy to put weight on. In America, it's so easy. The food is so
Come on,
easy.
stop being fucking delusional, Archie. We're fat fucks. We just admit it. Like, there's nothing wrong with admitting it. Hey, the first step of admittance is fixing the problem, right?
Yeah, that's a fair point. Fair point.
Thank
fair
you,
point.
Jesus.
What do you think? Like, what I found is a lot of people now in this hobby, because prices have gone, cost of living has gone crazy. Watch prices for new stuff is crazy. A lot of people now treat a Rolex like a Patek. You know what? Like a Rolex has become where Patek used to be. Like you'd aspire to own one, and I think that's really how many
Well,
of these
haven't
watches
people
have gone
aspired
now.
to own one for probably at least 15 years or something? They've always been pretty fucking expensive, right?
Yes, they've. But I
I
think
get
on the
what you're
second
saying.
hand,
More so
they were
now,
more
right?
attainable. They were more attainable. You know what I mean?
Yes, yeah. Now they're like 10,000
How
plus.
many watches, Chris, do you think the average micro brand collector has? You mentioned someone has got 20 or 60 watches. How
Yeah,
many?
again, it's just kind of hard to tell or speculate because like every collector is different. Like there's guys within a micro brand group that want to collect like a handful, and then there's also guys that collect like they'll collect every single model of a specific like brand.
What do you think of the Messina Labs? That's kind of a micro brand, isn't it?
Yeah, I honestly I have no personal experience with them, but from what I've seen online, I feel like they're pretty well made. I mean, they're pretty popular.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. The criticism of some of the micro brands is they're basically, are they an Alibaba special? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Which I get that. I mean, and every micro brand does kind of have a story too. Supposedly, you know, that's one of the only bad things about it.
Yeah. It's the story behind many micro brands. It always, what micro brand is your favorite? Tell us that. What brand do you prefer? What do you love in micro brands?
I mean, I've sold a lot of them too. Is the NTH, which he's just actually gone out of business. Actually just announced it about 2 months ago, something like that. Chris is his name too. Chris Dell announced that he was going out of the, he's in an NTH, which I really like NTH. So, and they're kind of like a Submariner or like a Tudor, homage kind of company.
Yeah. And what went wrong with him?
I
don't
don't
know.
I think
it's a competitive
all the
business.
competition out there, basically. I mean, when you talk about,
how do you get traction? Like it's.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
It's hard to get traction and sell these things, isn't it? It's very difficult at times.
Yeah, no.
What's the best forums for micro brands? Like, do they have forums that people go to?
Yeah, there's like micro brand forums, like Facebook groups, stuff like that. There's a bunch of big groups in that. So.
It's
Archie, what do you think about this brand? I've been looking at them recently. I'm gonna fuck up the pronunciation of the brand. Can you try and pronounce it?
Ooh, let's have a look at this here. What is this here?
Jacket Droz.
Is it a micro brand? They're pretty established.
Yeah, not micro.
More like a mainstream.
Independent, but not micro.
Yeah.
I just think they're quite intriguing. Not many people talk about them, unfortunately.
No. They've got some expensive models there. They got some really. That snake is good. Look at that snake. That's Easy would love that, wouldn't he? Wouldn't Easy love that?
Easy. Oh, Easy Company. Yes. Fuck yes. Easy Company watch.
The snake one.
I'm trying to find it because their website isn't letting me. Let me try.
Go back there.
Are they French?
That's it there, the snake. Look at that fucking thing. Easy would love that.
This is the one that I like. I like the snake watch. I think it's pretty funky.
And I like the way the snake is. Sorry?
they've made it very elegantly, right? It looks very elegant how they've made
Yeah.
it. It looks very realistic, like you say. Oh, I think you were going to say the move, like how it looks like it's. They haven't just slapped a snake there. It's very being very precise
Clever.
of how they've. Yeah.
Are you a fan of snakes? Being in the
Not really.
Archieverse, we're used to dealing with snakes, aren't we? Interesting shit. I like it. I like it. I like it. I love it. I love it. We got more super chats. CB, $5. $5. I want to thank Archie for keeping me from buying shitters.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Do you think I've done more to harm the micro brand industry, Chris, than anyone else in this community?
Well, I mean, yeah, some of your older videos, but it is what it is. Micro brands are one of those things, like, people either really like them or they really don't, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I get you. It's I love the green too. Look at the green straps there, isn't that? I never seen
Yeah,
that.
I really like this watch. I think it's a fucking. It's a talking piece, right? And I think a watch, in my opinion, a watch should be a talking piece.
Yes.
But I guess it depends on the occasion, because you don't always want it to be a talking piece. You don't want to always show off. But
we got a super chat from Thomas Burnett, £2. Chris, which micro brand would you stay away from?
Oh, I'm trying to think. I know there was one I had. Undone. I'm not really a big fan of Undone. I mean,
hey,
I've
you know the
had
funny.
one there.
Can I tell you? Can I
Go ahead.
tell you? I used to sponsor Undone. Okay, can I tell you this?
What do you think about
Undone? They use. Sorry.
What was your opinion
Well,
on it?
They use Seiko kind of movements, didn't they? Quartz Seiko movements. And I got to be honest with you, I got a lot of flack for promoting them, okay? And the funny thing is with them, the staff at Undone, they were all had, I think it was a joke, right? They were all characters from American Psycho. The names, I recognize the names. You know what I mean or not?
Yeah.
I didn't mind. I thought Undone was okay. But what's your take? They were.
I mean, it may have been because I had it. This was a couple years back.
Yeah.
Their quality may be better, but the one that I got one in for a review. I can't remember where or how, but one of the many watches I've reviewed, and I just was not really taken by it, I guess is the word. I don't know. I don't want to talk bad about them because, you know, it's just not it's not my wheelhouse, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. CB, $5. Archie, define micro brand. Micro brand is any. I think a micro brand. That's actually a good question. What is a micro? I think a micro brand is a brand with no office in Switzerland. Okay.
That's a very good way of putting it.
I think
so. Would you consider Christopher Ward a micro brand?
Oh, but what if they're selling millions of watches, but they don't have an office in Switzerland? I suppose.
Yeah. I think a micro brand is a brand that. Okay, so you'd have to say micro brand is low production.
Does it have to be cheap, or can it be expensive?
I think a micro brand has to be under $1,500.
So you can't have a luxury micro brand, like a.
What about like Mata?
Yeah, I think micro brand is a brand which is really doesn't have a corporate office. No corporate, like they're a smallish micro business. Does that make sense?
Like they're running out of a small office or a garage, basically.
Yeah, that's basically it.
Okay.
I think that's what a micro brand is. You know, I don't know if you ever heard of a brand called Azumouth.
No, I haven't.
And they were from Singapore. And one thing I will say is a lot of brands pretend to be bigger than they really are. Like they
fake it till you make it.
Yeah, like you would be surprised how much stuff actually gets made from China.
Of course.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? You'd be quite disappointed if you knew how much content was actually Chinese as opposed to Swiss.
Even a lot of the big
they might have
do that.
Sorry?
Made in China, assembled in Switzerland.
China.
A lot of the big brands do that.
Yeah.
Well, the problem is because the labor in China is so cheap, isn't it? You know what I mean? Like,
and they got the
so
mass
tempting,
production,
isn't it?
It's all set up, right? They can mass produce any part you want.
That's the problem, you know. What do you think is a micro brand? What do you define as a micro brand, Chris? Because you're in that industry. What's a micro brand to you?
I mean, I would say along the same lines, like production wise, I would say anything under like 5,000 pieces a year.
Yeah.
Something kind of small like that, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
But the cool thing about the micro brands is, though, you can actually contact and reach the owners of the brand, whereas you can't really do that with Rolex or Patek, you know?
No, it's big money, isn't it? Really.
Mm-hmm.
You say that, which is true. One thing that really shocked me and that I liked about Hublot is that it was very easy for me to get in contact with Jean-Claude Biver. He was very open in that sense. I could email him directly and he'd respond to me directly.
Fuck, he's a billionaire, isn't he?
I don't know. I don't know if he's a billionaire.
Would you say it was really him though, or not? Like when?
Oh no, it was him. It was him. The way he replied to me was him.
Okay.
And he signed it as him, and his mannerisms were very much him. It wasn't his secretary or anything.
Cool.
And he would handwrite letters or cards. He gave me an extended warranty, and he handwrit on the paper that with my name and everything that he was giving me an extended warranty. He was very personalized in that sense.
Nice.
It wasn't just like big corporation and photocopied signature, or it wasn't like pre-made template printed on an A4 paper and then he just signed it. No, he literally handwrit the whole thing.
Nice.
Yeah, I really like that.
And he seems like he's pretty passionate too. Like he seems like he's really into his work.
Yeah. He's really old now, isn't he? He's quite old now, isn't he?
Yeah, I'll check how old he is.
I think he's late 70s, isn't he?
I think
so. Is that old?
He is 75.
70. So that's not that old. 75's okay. My dad's 75.
I think it was it Hodenki had a interview with him recently?
Yes.
I haven't seen
he'll never retire.
Oh, he said he'd never
He said if you're working in your passion, then it's not really work.
Fuck, that's a good point, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because this is my passion, doing live streams.
Yep.
It's not really work. I'm not working. This is a hobby. We got a super chat here from Thomas Burnett, £5. Lux, pull up MD watches and get the panel's opinion. The latest micro brand watch I bought. I like it. The cheapest regulator watch I could find.
Okay, bringing it up, Thomas. Thank you for the very kind super chat. And I appreciate you sharing this brand. Here we go. I'm just going to take down your super chat just so we can see the screen, but I'll bring it back up after. Thank you, Thomas.
I like that. It kind of reminds me of like a Effie Zorn a little bit.
Yes, it's very Zornish, isn't it? Like it's got that.
Fuck,
sort of
I actually
dial,
really like these. I really like these. I like this one. This is beautiful. Can you imagine wearing that on a nice summer holiday or near the beach?
Yeah, it's like a mint green.
Is this the sort of watch a person from the new Jaguar commercial would wear?
Which one? This brand or this particular watch?
This particular watch brand, or
yeah, maybe this particular one.
You know the new Jaguar commercial?
I haven't seen that. I've seen the new Bentley commercial.
Hey, I can play it for you if you want. Man, I would buy this. I think it's a bargain.
What's the pricing? Oh shit!
I'll convert.
What's
that's Thai baht. Sorry, Thai baht.
In US dollars, $400. I think it's
buy that for $400.
$400. I think that looks really nice. It looks way more expensive than $400, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. Like we were saying earlier, it kind of gives the Effie Zorn vibes.
What do you do with micro brands as far as servicing goes?
That's a good question. I've honestly not had that issue rise up yet, but basically, I mean, you could take it to any local watchmaker and most movements. You know, because like most watchmakers can work on which most micro brands come with either a Seiko movement or a Citizen Miyota or a Swatch, you know, an ETA movement, something like that.
And they can get parts. So it's very easy to get parts.
Yeah.
Would you ever become a watchmaker, Chris?
I don't know if I have the patience for it. I would love to, but I don't think I have the patience for it. What about you?
You know, there was a time I really wanted to be a watchmaker. This was like after I closed my IT business down, I actually really thought about it. But to become an apprentice, you basically apprentice wages are so fucking horrible, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And the problem is, I think in many ways, it's one of these things. If you move into the more expensive brands, it's hard to get parts.
Mm.
But I think watchmaking is a very cool thing to do. Like if you were so rich, you don't give a fuck. Watchmaking would be a great thing to do, wouldn't it? Don't you?
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like I'd like to play piano, and I'd like to be a watchmaker. What do you think? Does that make sense?
I got you. Piano is definitely probably the easier of the two to teach yourself, I would think.
You remember, I don't know if you remember the time zone. They had a big thing on, they had courses on how to pull your own movements apart and do things like that. They were teaching you some basic watchmaking. You ever remember that?
No, I don't. I remember Time Zone, but I don't remember that.
They went into that, and I don't know. There was even a micro brand that I was involved with a little bit until they said goodbye to me, where you could put your own watch together. Do you remember that?
I do remember that one.
Watch. It was called Build Your Own Watch.
Mm-hmm.
How do you mean they said goodbye to you?
They wanted to have me as like a brand ambassador, and they went with Federico.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah. They prick teased me, all ready to go. They even sent me one. They even sent me a watch with Archie Luxury on the dial.
Oh shit! I've never seen this. Is it on your channel?
Yeah, I think somewhere. And
do you still have
it was
the
called
What's the name of the brand again?
Build Your Own Watch. No, I sold it. A fan wanted it.
No, I'm gonna try and find it on your channel.
Yeah, Build Your Own Watch. I think it was called.
I've seen the brand before. I've seen a bunch of my buddies that reviewed them before.
Yeah, because you could pick the dial color. You could pick. There were a few things you could pick, and
can't find it.
No, that's okay. I think I may have removed it. They may have asked me to remove it, Lux. That's how bad it got. They asked me.
They don't want to be connected with
remove it. Who wouldn't want to be connected with me?
I actually contacted a watch brand on your behalf a few days ago.
Oh,
and they didn't reply. They didn't reply to me.
They didn't?
They didn't get any reply.
Yes. It's it is what it is, you know.
But you've never been this corporate man, and I don't think Archie would want to sell his soul to be a corporate shill, right?
It was 8 years ago because Fed got the job. I didn't get the job. They actually paid me extra to take the videos down. Yeah, those were the days. And
yeah, but I think that's what a lot of people like about you, is that you're not a corporate shill. You'd never sell your soul for $1, would you, Archie?
No. I only did it with Undone very briefly, and I regretted it. It's what do you think? Like they get a lot of flack on these things. You know, for me, this isn't independent. This isn't independent. That's an independent. Reggae is owned by Swatch Group. They're hardly an independent, Arch.
Yes.
It's it's also like you see those. Chris, what do you think of those Chinese tourbillons? What do you think of them?
I think he's check the private chat, Archie.
Oh, sorry.
He'll be back in 2 minutes.
It's
Can I show you something, Archie?
Sure.
Can I show you something? I literally just came across this by accident by clicking around because I wanted to show the state of the watch market, and I saw this as a featured watch. Now this, I don't know if you've ever heard of it before, Archie. The Le Mans. Okay.
Wow. Yeah.
Do you know what the state of the Le Mans is in the market?
They're expensive.
No, I know that, but look, it's going down. The Le Mans is going down. The peak, it was 245,000 euros in June, and now it's gone below 200,000 euros. So it's lost nearly 50,000 euros in 6 months. That's crazy, right?
So I got a question for you,
50,000
Archie.
euros.
It's been a while since I've been on. What are your thoughts on the new Cubitus?
Oh, I don't like it.
You know what? I actually don't mind it. Okay.
But I like it. I just wish they made it thinner.
What do you think? I like the box. Have you seen that new cloth box they got? And they moved away from leather. It's gone very. It's very new school, isn't it? It is wokish, isn't it? What do you think? You know, it's sort of. I like it. I quite like it. Which one would you like best? And if you had a choice, if you could get one, which one would you like best?
I like the denim, believe it or not. With the denim strap.
Yeah. The two-tone. Sorry, not the two. Yeah. That's the steel one.
The blue.
The platinum one. Sorry, the platinum one. That's the big daddy of them.
I could never afford one, but I mean, if I ever could to hit the lottery, that would probably be the one I would go for.
Yeah, see, I myself, if you picking paddocks, I like the one Tan has got, you know, the perpetual calendar. I think that is such a fucking gorgeous, that's a dream watch for me. But I don't hate it. I don't hate it. I think if you've got if you're very much a Patek person, how many fucking Pateks would you have to what would you have really? There are some very wealthy people.
And you saw Jay-Z has a Tiffany stamp one, the first Tiffany stamp one too.
Oh, does he really?
Mm-hmm.
They did a Tiffany stamp Cubitus.
Yeah, for Jay-Z's the only person I've seen have it though.
Fuck me dead. Crazy stuff, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, how rich do you need to be to buy this sort of shit?
I mean, Zuckerberg has one.
Oh, have you seen Zuckerberg these days? He's changed. He is no longer a nerd.
Whether he has had all these watches this whole time, or he's just getting into watches.
Something's going on with him. You know what I think it is? Ever since he went to that wedding, right? He got shamed. He got shamed, and his wife started to look at other men and look at those men and thought, "Fuck, what the fuck am I doing with this nerdy guy?" And he has changed. I'll show you a before and after picture if you give me a few minutes. But there's a super
chat. It was that Indian guy's wedding, right?
Sorry?
He's married to that Asian Indian girl, isn't he?
Wedding, right?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
The Indian billionaire. I can't think of.
Yeah, exactly. Super chat, Archie.
Super chat. Where have you been? We got one from Oliver O'Malley and the Iran Contras, $2. If Lux made his own choco bar, what would be in it? Oh, that's simple. Caramel. It would be toffee.
No,
and it would have honeycomb in it.
No, fuck no. You got me all wrong, Archie.
No?
No.
What would it be?
It'd be very simple. I don't like to put stuff in chocolate bars. The only thing I'd like to add, I'm a purist. The only thing I would add is a bit of sea salt. Has to be pure milk chocolate and with a touch of sea salt.
My God.
With the finest cocoa beans known to man from Nicaragua. I can't even pronounce the place, the name. How do you pronounce it? Nicaragua.
Nicaragua.
Yeah, something like that.
Nicaragua.
Probably the only time I've ever said
a house down in Nicaragua.
All right, here's a picture of. Can you talk amongst yourself? I'm trying to find these pictures. Give me.
Sure, we got another super chat. 2 cents, 2 cents, 3 cents. Arch, you still have time to visit. You still have time to see a Le Mans very close to you. Come on, man. We all know he's cheap, stingy, and greedy, but he's a nice guy. Look, I don't care what watches anybody has there. It's it just didn't make me feel welcome. That's it. You know what? Life's too short. Life's too short to be unwelcome. Okay? Simple as that.
All right, here we go. I got a conspiracy theory as well after I show you this.
Yes.
Yes. All right, so this is Zuckerberg just a couple of years ago, right? Take down the super chat.
Yep. Sorry. Yep.
All right, so that's the Zuckerberg that we've all come to know, right? Pale skin and alien kind of looking, nerdy, sits in his computer room all day and doesn't see sunlight. Yeah. Okay, now after going to that wedding, suddenly he has turned into a baller. And now he looks like this.
Fuck.
Like, what the fuck?
Fuck.
Hey.
What's his wife look like? Can you bring up his wife?
Okay, 1 second. All right, here's his wife. Give me a second. Here's his wife. His wife is there. Now he's wearing gold chains, fancy watches, Pateks. Whereas before he's just like a nerd. He's growing a beard.
Yeah,
like,
just
what's
hang
going
on one
on?
tick. That'll just be one tick.
So I think his changed since going to that wedding. What do you think?
She's not bad looking, but she definitely looks like she's a little bit older than him, though.
Yeah, she doesn't do it for me. She's not my cup of tea. She's a bit plain Jane. But yeah, I think he's changed, and I think he was jealous that she was looking at the watches of that Indian billionaire. Did you see that video of?
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, and she's like, "Oh,
I think
wow,
Nico,
what's that on your wrist?"
It was Nico did a video, right, on that.
I don't know. I got no idea.
Like a reaction video to that.
Okay. We did some reactions on Archie platform. I did a little segment and I showed the interactions in the videos, and her eyes were fucking bulging. She was looking at that billionaire's wrist and she was like, "What the fuck is that? Why doesn't my husband have shit like that?" And all of a sudden he's got like all these fucking watches.
Here we go. Jefferson Exotic, $5. I am Zucker of Berg. Anyone who tries to bang my wife will be assimilated. Fuckaroonies. Yes, yes, yes. I mean, let's face it, he's a very successful guy, don't you think? Like the success he's had. Incredible success, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Could you want anything more in life?
Yeah.
Don't you think that's the American dream, isn't it? He has achieved the American dream. Super successful. Wait, what do you think, Luxie? No? Chris, what do you think?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, like I said, you can't really hate on somebody like that, kind of self-made guy.
Yeah. Self-made, tries his best, doesn't he, really?
Mm-hmm.
Amazing story, really. Facebook. See, the thing is, you remember in the old days, what was the other one that was popular? Had Facebook? What was the other one? MySpace died in the ass, didn't it?
I remember MySpace.
Yeah. What happened to that? Is that
MySpace was
still
so
a
much
thing?
better. The one it is still a thing, but MySpace was so much more better because you could customize your profile. You could do a lot more advanced things than Facebook.
That's right. Yes. What?
You couldn't do anything on Facebook.
Why did Facebook take over?
I don't know. I guess I don't know. Maybe the government's. You can go into some conspiracies or something. I don't know.
But I mean, at the end of the day, it's the consumer who followed that, wasn't it?
That's what I mean. Is it a consumer or is it the government pushing people in a certain company's favor? Because if you're able to control Zuckerberg, then you want everyone to move to Zuckerberg's platform. If you're not able to control the other one, well, you make the other one disappear, don't you? I know you don't believe in it.
Yeah. I mean, Facebook, that's kind of freaky that it became the popular one. Are you a Facebook? You're not on Facebook, right?
No.
Definitely no. Are you on Facebook, Chris?
Oh yeah, I do. I'm in a bunch of watch groups, of course, stuff like that too. So I mean, Facebook is useful, and the one good thing I can say about Facebook, though, I'm really bad about remembering birthdays. So it will tell me like when friends or family members have birthdays, and I'll be like, oh, well, you know what I mean? Like I forget. I'm bad about that.
That's a good point. Facebook.
But it does keep you in touch with people.
We got CB, $5. If the Le Mans was a regular catalog Daytona, would you pick it as a first choice? I got to tell you, I think if I had a choice of a Daytona, no bullshit, and money didn't matter, I'd probably go white gold on a rubber strap, Oyster Flex. I think that's probably my favorite with a black dial.
I'd go Paul Newman on the Oyster Flex. The gold.
Yeah, that's a great choice. I also like the Maserati I had before. I fucking kick myself for selling that, but I needed the money. That was a beautiful watch, that. Absolutely beautiful.
One of your viewers actually bought it, right?
Yeah, Madman. Madman bought it. I kind of... That watch was a very beautiful watch. The reason I got rid of it was you have the Bluesy or the Daytona. They're kind of a bit of a double up, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
I preferred the blue on the Maserati Daytona. However, the bezel's a little bit loud because it's got that yellow gold bezel.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only thing with it.
What are you wearing on your trip to Japan right now?
Bluesy.
Okay.
Bluesy. That's just a great watch, you know. It's sort of... Yeah. I'm actually thinking, Chris, I actually am... You may not believe this. I am actually thinking of downsizing a bit in the coming next couple years. I want to downsize a bit, okay?
Okay.
And the reason I say that is because I would like to... it's a lot of money. I got a lot of money. I got debts. I want to reduce some debts, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I want to get rid of some debts. I want to get rid of my car. I want to have a more simpler life. You know what I mean? Like, it's good to have enjoyed some toys, but you don't have to keep them forever. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Do you need to keep this shit forever? Eventually you can get rid of it. You know what I mean? eventually you can say, well, hang on a minute. I don't need everything. I don't need to own everything. As cliche as it is, Rolex is so usable, but you know. And I tell you, who enjoys a Explorer 1 is my good friend Timely Behavior. You remember Timely?
Yes.
He's got the 39 mil. He loves it. I'll be right back, Luxy. Just cover me. I was going to go to the toilet. I'll be back.
Talking about watches that are more affordable. What do you think about Christopher Ward?
See, I like Christopher Ward. I don't know if I would consider them a micro brand anymore, though. Would you?
No, I think you're right. I think you're completely
more
right.
like a mainstream brand.
Yes, yes. I don't know if you've seen this one. I quite like this one, this moon phase.
Yeah, I've seen that one before. It's a pretty cool watch.
Yeah, I like that. It's very simple. You wouldn't even know, because I like that they don't put Christopher Ward all over the dial. I like that it's very simple. I like, I just like the simplicity of it.
I actually have a Christopher Ward 12 in stock right now. I must say, it's the titanium model. I don't know if have you seen the 12?
What's it called again?
Christopher Ward 12. It's called
the 12. Yes, yeah. The 12.
Yeah, the titanium model. I actually have one of those in stock, and they're actually really nice watches.
What kind of version is it?
It's a titanium version with the blue dial. Not that one, no. The one below it.
This one.
The one
on the left. Yeah,
that one. I have that one available, and they're actually pretty cool watches. And they don't have like the brand like all over the dial.
Yes, because I just feel that the logo, like the font, they haven't been very artistic on the font. It's just like they picked the most boring font they could find and just thought, hey, let's just use that font. It's pretty boring in my opinion. It doesn't give me any feeling when I see that logo, unfortunately. Yeah, so do you like this one?
Yeah, I actually do really like it. I was kind of tempted to add it to my own collection. That's the bad thing about getting stuff on consignment. Like some of the stuff I really like, I want to keep, but I'm like, I know I have to sell it.
Yeah. I get you. If anyone wants to go to your website, do you want to share it or?
Watchgauge.com.
Sorry, what is it?
Watchgauge.com.
Gauge?
Yeah, GAUGE. Watchgauge.com.
Okay. I'll put it into the chat so people can have a look at your website.
Of course, the Black Friday sale right now, 40% off on a lot of brands I carry. So
if anyone's interested in any watches that you've been talking about today, they can check out you on your website. Here you go. Here's your website, watchgauge.com. There you go. So go to the pre-owned section, and there it is, Christopher Ward.
Yeah.
I like the Bull of a Lunar Pilot. That is a watch that I'd like to get. And it's not like this is a good deal in US dollars.
Like $350 US.
Yeah.
And I do ship to most countries too, besides US.
Okay, nice. So if anyone's looking for a deal, check out watchgauge.com.
Appreciate it, Lux. Thanks.
All good. Let's see what's going on in chat. Marcus Mandel says checking it right now. Thank you, Marcus. Maharaja Philippe says, thanks, Machine Gun Chris.
Thanks.
There is the link right there, watchgauge.com. We got a super chat. Sorry, I missed the super chat. Here we go. We got Maharaja Philippe, $5 Canadian. Lux, take us to Victorinox watches and have AC3 pick one for our friend Morty, formerly known as Crappy Viking Luxury. Archie, are you there? Calling Archie. Archie.
I think we lost.
I'll bring up the website. Victorinox. Victorinox watches. Did I not? Where's their watches? Victorinox watches. Okay, here we go. We've got the watches. Share the screen. Watch Nicholas is in the house. Hello, Watch Nicholas. Tap is in the house. One You See It. Dr. Bob's Nightmare. Dr. Bob's Nightmare saying, Happy Thanksgiving, Archie. You turkey. Thank you, Dr. Bob's Nightmare. And I put a banner at the bottom saying, Happy Thanksgiving to everybody.
I'm back.
Archie, there's a super chat with your name on it.
Super chat with my name on it. Maharaja Philippe, $5. Lux, take us to Victorinox and have AC3 pick one of our friend Morty, formerly known as Crappy Viking Luxury. Actually, Victorinox, what do you think of Victorinox, Chris?
I like them. I mean, for the money, they're a lot of watch for the money.
Are they a proper Swiss brand? What do you think?
I mean, I think there's a manufacturer in Switzerland, but some of their Navy SEALs marketing, though, I kind of feel like it's kind of iffy. Because I know a couple former, not Navy SEALs, but Navy divers, and they say that they mainly use Garmin. Or Garmin, whatever. You know what I'm talking about, the watches.
Were they provided Garmin's free of charge?
That I don't know. They said they use Garmin and Suto. Amino Suto.
Okay. Very interesting.
I think these watches look way too cool for Morty.
You know what? I got to tell you, he he lived in Japan for a while. You know that?
Yeah, he did. He did. Yeah.
He was. I think
he regrets leaving.
Yes.
He said it on one of his shows the other day. He regrets leaving.
Yeah. I kind of
think
that
is a cool combo if it comes with a knife and the watch, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got to tell you what I really like this green. You've happened to have picked one of the models I really like. Is that combat green with the knife? What more could you want?
Yeah, but this doesn't suit Morty. Do you think this is a Morty watch? It's too cool to be a Morty watch. Oh, only a 3-star rating. Are you just saying that because that's the first one I brought up, Archie?
No, I like the green. I was thinking, oh, look at that. Look at the gold. That's for Morty. Luxury. It's crappy luxury. It's not crappy poverty. Sorry, just go back to that yellow, gold, and blue. That looks very cool.
I think these are way too cool for Morty. It's not loading.
He's an interesting guy, don't you think?
Yeah, it's quite interesting. Fuck, what's wrong with this fucking website?
I know. It's sometimes overseas they do that, don't they?
Why do they all have bad reviews? They've all got 1-star, 2-star. Oh shit, the worst watch ever.
Let's have a look. Let's have a look.
The white band discolors and cannot be cleaned. I have requested by the South African dealer that I would like to send it in for cleaning, and this is not right. Or you should at least sell new white bands. I had to buy a new watch? What, just because the band discolored? That's a bit stupid. I don't think all their products is bad, but this is the worst. Oh.
Okay, next comment. Okay, he's just complaining about the
No,
strap.
no. There is no more comments. There's one comment.
Okay, who else has left comments?
Funny that this watch doesn't even come with a white. Oh, it does come with a white band. Sorry. There's a white band version.
Oh, fuck. I like the blue better. He should have got the blue, don't you think?
Yeah, but this is a female watch, just to let you know that.
Oh, okay.
Can't you tell by the size?
Yeah, you're right.
Men's watches. So you think the green, is that the pick that you'd go for, that green watch?
Yeah, I like the green. Actually, I do like the green. I love that combat green.
You got more super chats, by the way.
Super chat. Where have you been? We got a super chat here. This next one is from Maharaja Philippe, $5. Lux, Danny, and I would like to commission a Christmas gift for AC3 from your strap atelier. We would like a croc strap made from the asshole only. Price?
I think I'd do that for free. I think that's priceless. I'd do it for free. Can you imagine Archie walking around the streets with a fucking asshole on the fucking wrists? I'd do it for free.
Exactly.
Archie, can you explain something seriously? Because I don't get this, okay? I don't get it. And I've never gone along with this narrative of yours. What has Danny ever done wrong? Because I like Danny. I must have missed that episode.
We want to say thank you to Danny, okay?
Yes. Can we be nice to Danny today?
Can we say thank you to Danny?
Because I think Danny's done so much. This is not even a joke. This is not even a stick. He actually has done so much for Archie World, and I respect Danny. He's fucking comedic genius. He's funny. He's witty. I've never had any gripe with him. I've always got along with him. I think Dan is a top G. He is a top G in the Archieverse. So I don't know what happened, if he was having a bad day and it just spiraled out of control. I don't know, but I think Danny's cool.
Danny is very cool, isn't he?
He is. He's a good guy. I like Danny.
And so, Tan, it's going to be $250 from the asshole of the most uptight crocodiles. Okay? The asshole of assholes. And we got a super chat, Maharaja Philippe, $5. Question: is Swiss Army a proper Swiss brand? Question of the year.
Wait.
The Swiss Army knife.
Answer the fucking question. Don't take the super chat down. Answer the question.
I think it is. It's more luxurious than Swatch, isn't it? A Swatch. What do you think?
I think the problem is because they're so mass produced, right?
Exactly.
Every man in the sun has got one of these little pocket knives, don't they? I had one of these as a kid.
You had a Victorinox.
Yeah.
Swiss Army
as a kid.
Knife watch.
Yeah. Not a watch, the actual knife.
Yeah, I had a knife as a kid too.
The multi-tool. Swiss Army knife. I think every kid from like 80s, 90s and prior had one of those. Maybe not now because everything's gone woke and you don't need one. I suppose would you really, other than the corkscrew, what would the young kids oh shit, yeah, you can't walk around the street. This is the problem. You can't walk down the street with one of those in your pockets, can you? Because you'd be arrested.
Yeah.
Tap is in the house.
Tap is in the house. Hello, Tap.
Hey, Archie. Hey, Laxipu. Hey, new guy.
Is the Swiss Army knife watch a proper Swiss watch? Tell us, Tap.
Don't they make knives, Archie?
Yes.
Nah, it's like a scam, Arch. I think it's a scam. Victorinox, the Swiss Army, they are scam watches.
Yes.
It's a scam.
So, Archie, did you heard the news about GP and Ulysses Nardin?
No, tell us the news, Tap.
They are laying off their employees, Arch. They're basically
Holy
taking
shit.
Yeah, they're taking money from the Swiss government to withstand that Swiss winter.
Oh God, you're joking, aren't you?
Pull it up, Laksipu, for the punters.
I'm searching it. Ulysses Nardin, and have you got a link? Because I'm searching. I can't find anything.
Yep, I'm at Marcelo's bathroom one day retro. I'm eating tabicha.
Can you turn your camera on, please, and show us your cock-a-doodle-doo?
Nah, man. Laksi, nah. I don't have a rich wife, man.
Oh, shit. Archie, can you find it? I'm trying to find it. I can't find anything.
Yeah. I remember. So that was GP and who else?
It's the same group, Archie. Ulysses Nardin and GP are the same group, I'm pretty sure.
I remember.
Searching. Okay, I found it. Oh wait, are you talking about the state-funded? Are you talking about this? Let me check.
They've fired 15% of their staff. Industry news.
Have you found
Watch
it?
market collapse.
Share the screen. Share the screen.
I don't know how good these articles are. A blog to watch. Oh no, that's not it. Sorry, we've got nothing. I got nothing there. Tap, I got nothing.
You sure, Arch? I thought I read the news somewhere. One sec, Arch. Yeah, go ahead, Arch. Sorry.
Gerard Perregay, Ulysses Nardin, they're very toxic brands. Would you really want to go that way?
So, Arch, I like the Laureato model. I like them. You might kill me for it, but I like the Laureato.
Yeah. That was popular. They were popular at one stage, weren't they? It's kind of a poor man's Gerald Genta Royal Oak, isn't it?
Yep. Super chat, Archie. Maharaja has a super chat for you.
Super chat. Where have you been? We got a super chat here. Here we go. Lux, head over to Universal Geneva and have AC3 pick one for the young Tap.
Maharaja, I hate Paul Router. I don't get Breitlings. I'm sorry, guys, but I hate Breitlings. I don't know why. I hate the brand. Pull it up, Luxi or Arch. Universal Geneva.
Exactly. Let's pull it up. Oh, he might be away for a minute there. Hey, I'm gonna. Oh my God, we got a super chat. Look at this. Watch Fan 95, $100.
Show some enthusiasm, Archie. Show some enthusiasm.
Happy 100. I got to be careful because I'm in these houses in Japan have paper walls. And I've already had complaints about making too much noise. But $100! Watch Fan 95. Thank you so much. Now, I'm going to have a look here at this request here. Did you ever think Universal Geneva is a great brand?
Archie, I know the history that it's very popular with the watch community, and it's like a cheap version of Patek, because if people can't afford a Patek, they buy Universal Genève. That's the impression I have. Am I right? Am I wrong, Archie? What do you think?
Yeah, I kind of. I got to be honest with you. Universal, it's a brand I've never really wanted. You know, I've seen them. They had some interesting. They had some interesting models, but it's always been a pseudo brand. It's sort of the same. There are some watches which are luxury antimatter. I think this is one of them. Okay. They had the tri-compacts. That's very popular model of theirs. I'll just call this up. Let's have a look. Here we go. This is it's an interesting story. This was introduced in 1954 for this SAS officers, Scandinavian Airlines, to navigate flying over the North Pole. Very interesting. So it's an interesting watch. Twisted lugs, the lugs.
So, Arch, do you know they are trying to position Universal?
This is one for you. This is one for Tap. We'll get this gold-plated one. Okay, gold plating. You love gold plating, don't you? Here we go. Here's one for you.
Oof. Shit, I hate that. Shit, what the hell is that?
What?
What the hell is that watch?
What do you think?
It looks very derivative, Archie. Looks very derivative.
Thank you so much, Watch Fan 95. What a fantastic super chat indeed. It's
So, Arch, tell us your honest opinion on these watches.
Yeah. What can I tell you?
And be honest, Archie.
Look, I just not a brand. It just does. It's never been a brand I liked much. You know what I mean?
And Archie, do you know what movement they are using for these watches? What's the movement? Is it an in-house? Is it some third-party movement?
I'm not a big fan of them. I think they used in-house. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But you tell me. You're asking. It's your narrative. You tell me.
I think they are trying to use in-house. I read some article on Hodinkee or some watch websites, and they are claiming that they are positioning this brand in the range of 15 grand to 20 grand. Their basic three-hander will start from 15, sorry, and it will go from there for a complicated watch, for a chronograph, that sort of stuff.
It's they've been around since 1897. Long time.
It's a Phoenix brand, Arch. You know better than me.
Yeah, it's Phoenix.
It's like what's the other brand, Arch? I'm missing some Blancpain. You remember Blancpain? It used to be a Phoenix brand back in the 80s when Jean-Claude Bivet restarted that brand.
Yes. It is. Yeah, you're exactly right there. They had some. I must admit, it's the space compacts. That was a cool looking watch.
Arch, can you go up? Can you show me the chick? Who's that chick? Is she an actress? Go up. Go. Yeah, that one. Who's that?
No idea.
No
idea. No idea.
Okay.
She looks good, but doesn't she?
Yeah, she looks good for 60s.
I mean, these are the watches here. Anything special?
No.
No,
If I had money, I would
less
go.
than nothing. Are these
Yes.
less than nothing for you?
Yeah, it doesn't do anything, Archie. I will get that Swiss
I think the
Army watch.
Tri-Compacts is the other one that's quite famous.
Hmm.
You'd rather have a Swiss Army watch.
Yes, sir. Over this one.
In-house caliber. There you go. Look at this. In-house. The Tri-Compacts used a full calendar with day, date, month, and moon phase, all displayed at 12 o'clock.
Hmm.
What do you think?
Okay, Archie. Maharaja, I'm pretty sure you are trolling us, but I hate Breitling. I hate Universal Genève. I don't
Yes.
like the brand. I hate the brand. Fucking hell.
Here we go. Patel Maharaja Philippe, $5. AC3, pull up the article sent on WhatsApp and tell me which one you and Tap prefer of the pieces worn by these celebrities. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Da-da-da-da. I'm pulling it up. Whew. Just hang on.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this. These are some Bollywood stars here. This is from Tatler.
You're not seeing anything, Archie, on the screen.
Okay. I'm bringing it up now. 8 luxury watches by Bollywood stars.
Hey, let's go Bollywood.
Here we go. Let's have a look here. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Let's have a look.
Yes, sir.
Let's have a look. Find it. Here we go. Let's have a look. Here we go. Let's have a look. Oh, she's beautiful.
Yep.
She's wearing a Bulgari serpent.
Oh.
She's gorgeous.
Yep.
She's wearing the snake. She's gorgeous, actually.
Yeah, Archie, won't
That's
blame
the
you for
serpent.
that.
Shah Rukh Khan. He's wearing a panda.
I think Archie. Yeah, just click on go up, Arch, and click view full article. Yeah.
Fuck! It's not giving. Oh, it won't give it to me. Shit!
I hate
It
these
won't give it
websites.
to me.
Fuck. No, now it will.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. It wants to go to his Instagram.
Fuck this, Arch. Go to the third place.
Fuck this. Oh, look at this dude here. He's on. We've got Bowman Mercer Hampton.
Oh,
that's a nothing watch, is it? Look at that.
That's a shitter. That's a shitter. I think he's getting paid by the brand, Archie. So this guy, Arch, the guy in the
yes,
the guy on the fourth, he's like a billionaire because I think he's 80s. Yeah, he's the best Bollywood actor, I think, according to some polls, if I remember correctly. So he's 80 years old, Archie, and I think he has extensive collection of watches, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
So he's getting paid by the brand, Bowman Mercy. I'm pretty sure he doesn't wear that shit up.
We got the Patek Aquanaut 5968.
Yeah. Oh.
We got Salman Khan Rolex Day Date.
Yeah, that's a good watch.
He's looking very cool there, isn't he? Look at that.
Yeah. He is. I think he's also sponsored by Jacob & Co, Archie. He recently received a watch by Jacob & Co.
Oh, look at this. What do you think of that? That's a Frank Muller. Fuck, that's over the top.
Yeah, that's an ugly piece, Archie. I think Uzi might like it, Archie. Archie,
She's
Uzi might
gorgeous.
like that watch.
That lady.
Yep.
She's gorgeous, that lady. Don't you think, in the green? Fuck.
Yeah. She's tall, Arch. How tall are you, Archie?
185. How old is she? How tall is she?
I think she's 5'10", 5'11". No, I think, yeah, she's 5'10".
Ooh. Fucking gorgeous woman, don't you think?
Yes, sir. Do you like tall woman, Arch, or you like short and stubby?
I like tall. Tall's good. Look, I can't be that fussy. I don't like to stereo. It depends on the individual, you know. It depends on the individual, but I wouldn't rule anything out, you know. At my age and my prospects, I can't be so fussy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Arch. What you can what you say? You have to use whatever you can get, Archie.
Yes.
It's like if people yeah. Let's go ahead.
Whatever
Sorry.
you can get.
Yep.
You got to use whatever you can get because I can't be so fussy. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir. Luxy, what about you, Lux? What's your ideal chick or woman? Is he here or is he out?
Is he there?
I am seeing his avatar. I think he might be out.
He's okay. Hey, Tap, it's been a pleasure having you on today.
Thank you, sir. So are you turning it off?
I'm going to wrap this show up soon, but before we do that, I want to thank all our super chatters today. We've had a fantastic day. And special thank you to Tan for starting the show early and getting this thing off the ground. Thank you so much. Let's have a look. We had Rich Mitch, Jimmy, Madman, Yankee Doodle, Angelic Slayer, Yankee Doodle, The Magpie, GD, Rich Mitch, Paddock Chris, Rich Mitch, Paddock Chris, Maharaja Philippe, $100. We had Thomas Burnett, AD Never Calling, Maharaja Philippe, GD, Maharaja Philippe, Basil's Bezels, GD, CB, Thomas Burnett, CB, Thomas Burnett, Oliver O'Malley and the Iran-Contras, GD. We had Jefferson Exotic, CB, Maharaja Philippe, Watch Fan 95. Thank you. $100.
So Arch.
Maharaja Philippe.
So Arch, people are complaining that you are turning off so soon. You're ending it too soon, Archie. On the comments on the chat. So will a super chat will change this decision? If somebody super chats you like say $10, will you go for another hour? Or a $20 super chat?
I'll go for another minute. Every dollar is a minute.
So you heard it, chat. Every dollar is a minute. What do you say, Archie? Your old dialogue? You don't do anything for free. You don't do shit for free.
No, that's right. That's right. It's. Tell me this. What's happened in yourself? How is your own? How are you going? Everything okay?
Yes, sir. Everything doing good.
We were talking
it's time
before.
Yeah, Arch. So I'm busy with work, so I couldn't get my time to see. I want to go to car dealerships. I'm talking to them over the phone. But the thing is that, Archie, somebody super chatted. You're getting some super chats, Archie.
Oh, super chats. Here we go. We got super chats. This is a member chat. Here we go. Billie Jean, PhD, member for 9 months. Arch, it's Thanksgiving. Can we get another hour? Thank you, Billie Jean. And we got Maharaja Philippe, $50. Manchild, let's Go.
Arch, it's a slur, Archie. It means mother. It means MF, basically MF. I'm saying the acronym, but it's MF.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's okay.
But he's
And we
saying
got
let's go. Yeah.
Basil's Beezels, $4. Super sticker. Thank you so much, Basil's Beezels. What's happening in your world there? You're happy? Everything's okay?
Yes, sir. Everything doing good. Hopefully, thinking about getting a car.
IWC. You've got the IWC.
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Yep. A big pilot.
Because I remember I was in China when we spoke about your watch. I was in China.
Mm-hmm.
And you had the IWC, beautiful watch.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just trying to remember there. You were looking at a Mustang, weren't you?
Yep. Ford Mustang, Arch. You have good memory. Yep.
Would you get the EcoBoost, the 4-cylinder?
Arch, Arch, you are trolling me. EcoBoost? Seriously? What the hell, Archie? V8, that's it, Arch. V8 or my last option would be V6 twin turbo if I will go with a Nissan. Nothing lower than a V6, Arch.
I got to be honest with you, Tap. I'm really disappointed in my BMW.
Oh, tell me why, Archie? Why? Why did you say that?
Like, I kind of wanted one for a long I had one many, many years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I love BMW. I love the brand, okay? The brand is really, I love it, right?
Yes, sir.
Oh, the super chat, P. Clan, $2. Is the Maharaja Mac worth it?
Yes, sir,
Definitely.
P. Clan. Definitely. Have you ever had it, Archie? Maharaja Mac?
No.
Okay, I thought that you have eaten before. That's why I'm asking. But yeah, it's a good choice, P. Clan.
No, what the problem? So the BMW, right? I'll be honest with you. I really wanted one. I thought it would make it. They are so expensive new, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it was basically twice the price of a nice option Camry. Twice the price. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And it is a major letdown in the sense that it's the tires. The problem is it's because it's got no 19-inch. They're fucking run flats. I hate run flats.
Oh.
And then it has everything. The brakes, to do the brakes on that car is so expensive. So it's really expensive, right? And yes, it was a lot of fun to have, but I can't believe how much money I've lost on it. I've lost fucking thousands on it.
Yeah, but Archie, you and I both know
it's only 3 years old, and I've lost half its value. Fuck.
How many miles is in the car, Archie? How many miles you have driven the car?
Okay, so I'll tell you exactly. I have done 33,000 miles.
Yeah, that's high miles for a Beamer, Archie. That's high for a
3 years
Beamer.
old. What's wrong with that? 3 years old?
No, so Archie, I will tell you what happens in US. So in US, what happens is that if you have a Beamer, if you have an expensive luxury car, even if you try to trade in your car for your next car, the dealer will always play games with you. That's why they are called stealership. They are not called dealership. They are called stealership in US.
Stealership. Yes.
I'm being honest, Archie. That's why. So for my new car, Archie, I'm not selling my old car. I'm just getting a sports car because I don't want to deal with their trade-in games. I don't want to sell my car. So I'm like, I will just buy another car and I will have 2 cars for my house. I don't care about selling my car, trading in. That's not a bullshit.
Yes. Okay, fair enough. But what are you saying? After the car's 3 years old, why is it worth so little?
Arch, I think it's the miles, and Beamers are not. I think they are reliable. I shouldn't say they are not reliable. They are reliable, but you have an entry level model, no? Arch, you have a 320i BMW.
330i.
Okay, sorry, yeah, 330i, yeah, 330i. So yeah, it would be difficult, Arch, because.
What?
So I'm sorry to say that, but it would be difficult, Archie. I don't want to say that. Archie, you know that answer. I shouldn't say it out loud, Archie. Because 330i, how much you paid, Archie? You paid this full sticker for it?
I bought a demonstrator, okay? Do you want me to tell you what I paid for it? Do you?
Yes, sir. Please tell me that you didn't pay any sticker.
Dollars.
Okay.
I paid 53 US.
Well, I hope, are they that expensive, Archie? I think it sounds too high for a Beamer. What's the taxes in Australia, Archie? What are the taxes in Australia?
That's we have slightly higher taxes, okay?
Oh, okay, that's why. Okay, I'm like, that sounds expensive, 52 for a 330, yeah, yep.
Maharaja Philippe, $5. Tap, should Tim have tossed Uzi off so abruptly like he did, or should he have milked the drama like a Bakra?
So the thing is that Maharaja, I like Kleiner, and Uzi is using his narrative because he has a beef with Curly, and I don't like Uzi. I will be honest, Maharaja. He's too cranky for my taste. He's a low level troll for me. I don't hate the guy, but he's a low level troll, Maharaja. And Tim likes drama. He likes to say that he hates drama, but he was milking Uzi, Archie. He was milking Uzi for some super chat. So I don't trust Timmy that he won't milk the drama. He will get his money. He will milk everything he can get out of Uzi.
Wow, amazing stuff, I find that incredible.
The guy, Archie. What are your views on Timmy? Any what you say? Any reunion project you guys are going on, or you will never have a reunion with Timbo?
Tim never forgives anybody. That's it. Once it's done, it's done. He never forgives, and he burnt me. I'm the one who should forgive him. No, I don't. I don't see it ever being fixed. Maharaja, $5. AC3, which of the following best describe HPP? Loves Sir Joe, Bogan, no taste, has toy watches, all of the above. All of the above, Maharaja. All of the above.
What's HPP?
I got to be honest with you.
Yes, sir.
Horatio Paul Pluta.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He's trolling me.
Okay.
Good. But let me say this to you. With the Beamer, fuck me dead. That car has lost so much money. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir. Yeah, Archie. I think so. Arch, can I be honest with you?
I think I might sell it privately. What do you think? Sell it privately?
So, will you get a good price? Will you get a good price if you sell it privately?
The car market's crashed in Australia, I think. Okay.
Oh. Oh. Shit, Arch.
I mean, I liked it. It was a nice car.
Yeah, Arch. If you enjoy the car, I think it's good for you because car is a depreciating asset. It will depreciate.
But how long is it good for? 10 years? Even if it was perfect, you looked after it perfectly, what's the maximum you expect from it? 10 years?
I think, you should get 10 years out of a BMW, I'm pretty sure. And you have a 2020. What's your model year, Archie?
21.
Yeah, so I think I'm pretty sure they're reliable. You can get 10 years out of it easy.
10 years?
Yeah, I think so, yep.
You get 10 years out of it?
Yeah. So Archie, I will tell you a funny story. So I think 2 months back, I was riding a Uber. And I was in a BMW that had a wooden, it had a wooden finishing on the dashboard.
Yes.
That was back from I think 2012 or 2013 model year. and the car was holding
5
up pretty
series or
well.
7 series?
I think it was. I think it must be 5 because it was that's the longer sedan. No, Archie. No, 7 is the longer one.
Yeah, 7's the longer.
No, but I think it was 5. It wasn't the expensive one. It was a 5, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, they had that wooden dash and arch, and it was holding up pretty well. That car was holding up pretty well.
Yeah. Yes.
So I think you can get 10 years out of it. So my implication was that if you maintain it well, Archie, you can get 10 years out of that Beamer easily.
Yes, 10 years. Maharaja Philippe, $5. AC3, why don't you go to a hostess bar like Nikki did for his viewers? Or are the soapy lands more of your katsu? I am in the middle of nowhere. Believe you me.
Archie,
I am in the middle of nowhere.
But Archie, I think that's a good idea, Archie. I'm liking Maharaja's idea. Hostess bar, Japan, and you as a content creator, Archie, I think that's a gold mine waiting to be harvested.
You've got to be a bit careful here. They don't like you filming stuff. They got a bit shitty if you film stuff.
But Archie, you can always talk before shooting a scene, Archie. Just talk to the hostess that if they are comfortable with the cameras, if filming is allowed or not. You can always ask the restaurant owner or the restaurant manager for it, or the bar manager. So if they agree with you,
they don't like filming. No.
What about Australia, Archie? Do you have hostess bar?
Those hostess bars are so expensive. That's in Ginza. It's not really in rural. I'm in rural Japan. Okay.
Oh yeah. Do you mean Ginza? I think you meant Ginza, Archie. Yeah.
Ginza, yes. Yeah. There's certain places. It's fairly expensive. You know what I mean? It's very expensive. It's expensive. But tell me this. So anyhow, the BMW, I got to tell you, if you ever, cars are the worst investment. Like that's just, I'm disappointed it's lost so much. I am disappointed. It's expensive and it's lost so much money. You know.
Sorry, I'm back.
What are you doing?
How are you?
Sorry, I just had some situation to deal with.
Okay.
We're talking about.
Please forgive me.
No, there's no problems there. We're talking about.
Can I beg for your forgiveness?
In filming. Can you film anywhere in Japan? You tell them, Luxy. You've been to Japan.
Yes, you can.
It's just they get upset. They get upset. That's
Bullshit, Archie. Bullshit. You need a hole camera. It's called a button camera. It looks like a real button, but it's actually a camera. And you can film anything you want. You know, the Japanese are the best in the world at hidden cameras. Have you never seen those upskirt Japanese videos, Archie? They put cameras in their shoes.
Oh, I see.
Luxipo, I think that might be illegal, Luxy. Man, that sounds so illegal, man.
Hey, let me put a disclaimer. Everything is for entertainment purposes only. There you go.
Okay, man.
All opinions expressed should be taken as entertainment only.
I was like that.
I was just saying. I was actually contemplating getting out of my car soon, Luxy. It's too expensive.
It's expensive.
And,
yeah, I was just going to say that.
We got some super chats. Thank you so much there for the super chats. We got a super chat here from Maharaja. $10. AC3, you said you're going to do videos again when you get back to Jamboree. Are you going to do boring watch videos or are you going to do snort Tim Tams off a stripper's ass and tell us the drum. Yes.
Hey man, that's a good content, Archie. We should do that. Strip club, Tim Tams, asses. What could go wrong?
What could go wrong, Luxy? What could go wrong indeed there?
Hey Archie, do you have strip clubs in Australia, Arch, do you have strip clubs in Australia?
Sorry?
You have
Yes,
that?
we do. You can't go filming there. There's no cameras. Oh shit, they have nasty bouncers.
Yeah. No, don't do
Like
that,
in
Archie.
America,
That's dangerous.
what happens if you try to film
No,
inside strip
Archie,
clubs?
now you can't film inside, Archie. What you said is correct. They are dangerous people. Whoever owns that strip club, it's like if you're a celebrity, you can get away with it. But if you're a common folk or a normal guy, you can't get away with that stuff.
No.
What about those hidden camera footage that you used to show inside the? Oh yeah, we're not allowed. We might not be allowed to talk about that.
But Arch, I have an idea. If Maharaja really wants a stripper, you can always get a stripper at your house or at your motel, and you can have a show there. And you can also ask the stripper to film if she's comfortable with filming. You can do that way, so that you don't have to go to the strip club, and she can come to you, and we can have all the filming.
They're expensive, aren't they?
Are they? Yeah, it depends. If a chick is like a 3, then they would be cheap. But if the chick is like an 8 or a 9, you are right. They would be expensive. Just for stripping, guys. Nothing else. Stripping. That's it.
Archie, where's all your hidden adult-friendly content gone? It's not there anymore.
No, that's right. I had to remove all this, Luxy, because it's
shit. All that good stuff is gone.
Yeah, I understand.
Oh fuck! You got super chats.
Super chats. Where have you been? No, we did that one. We did the stripper's ass. That's done. We did that one. And tell us the drum. We've it's been a great show today. Look at this. Tan started at 2 hours, and we're still going.
And can we say a big thank you to Tan? Seriously, Tan.
Seriously, Tan. Maharaja Philippe has done so much for the channel, and
can we do Thanksgiving to Tan as a big thank you?
Yeah, a big thank you to Tan. He is a great guy. Well, he paid me to stay here for another. I've actually got the pip on my Rolex there. I got to stay here for another hour. Where I'm happy to stay and talk. We can talk many topics. There's no problems.
I was lucky enough to meet Maharaja Philippe in the UK, and it's weird, you know, when you talk to people on streams, you get to know them, and you meet them in real life. They don't feel like strangers. It's just like meeting a friend that you've met hundreds of times, but I haven't met him hundreds of times. He's a really good guy.
He's a very cool guy.
Yeah.
It's now Tap, you're looking at getting a Mustang. Would you consider a Camaro?
I don't like the interior, Archie. The interior is very old in a Camaro.
How about the Corvette? Are you a Corvette man?
That would be over my budget, Archie. It's like 65 grand for a Corvette, for a used Corvette.
Oh, okay. They're a great car, aren't they?
Yeah, they are good, Archie. I think it's a V. Is it a V6 or a V8? I think it's a V8, if I remember correctly.
V8.
Yep. Yeah, they are V8.
They did have some 6-cylinder Corvettes. They did have some 6-cylinder. The first Corvette was a 6, I think. The first Corvette was 6.
Oh, but are you talking about I think you're talking about the 70s or the 80s, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, 70s, yeah. They had some 6-cylinder. General Motors has made some terrible... Are you a Buick fan?
And I heard that Buicks are popular in China, but not anymore in the US. In America, they are not that popular.
Yeah. they were kind of an upper middle class car. You know, that they weren't just a Chevrolet. They were a Buick was a businessman
I think,
sort of car.
but I think Cadillac used to be that car, Archie. They used to have Cadillac, Buick, I think GMC, but that's their pickup truck lines. And yeah, that's it. And I'm forgetting other brands, but yeah, that used to be the brands.
Yeah, it's very interesting. The cars that you have in America. I mean, that isn't that a car lover's dream? America is the place, don't you think?
Yes, sir. So the cars, because I lived in Asia also, Archie, and the cars in America, they are the best, even compared to Europe, because Europe are too environmental friendly BS. They do that sort of stuff. So you, at least in US, you can get a V8, a naturally aspirated V8. You can't get that in Europe anymore. I don't know about Australia, Archie, but at least in Europe, they don't like V8 or V6.
No, and the other thing is too, one of the sad things in Japan is there's not many garages, guys.
So where do they park their car?
Well, they normally have like they have a carport. They have a carport. They don't normally have a garage. It's very rare. Sometimes they have under the building parking. That's the best you can get. But most of the time you have a carport.
Interesting.
And I don't think that's very good for the car, is it? Like, what's the life expectancy of a car? I mean, how long is a piece of string, isn't it? You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true. But Arch, if it's a V6 or a V8, naturally aspirated engines, then you can maintain the car for 60 or 80 years.
The average lifespan, this is using AI. The average lifespan of a car is 12 to 15 years. Actually, that's backed up by Uzi. I don't know if you know what Uzi does for a job. Do you know what he does?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I know. Uzi is a platinum cutter. He's like a junk. He basically buys junk cars and sell it for a profit, I think.
Yes. Yes. Some factors that can affect maintenance, make. Some brands are known for reliability.
Mm-hmm.
That's not BMW. That's like Honda and Toyota.
Mm.
And some models can last up to 500,000 miles. Cars with electric engines can last up to 300,000 miles. Some cars with long lifespans. Buick LeSabre, Chevy Suburban. Suburban's not a long. That's not a good car.
I think it's a good car, actually.
Ford F-150, Honda Accord, Jeep. They say the Mustang lasts long too.
Yep, I said that. I told you so.
Consumer Reports note that while the typical lifespan of a new car is approximately 8 years, well-maintained vehicles can surpass 15 years and overcome 300,000 miles. What do you think of that?
I think so. Archie, what's your take on internal combustion versus electric cars?
Actually, it's funny. We had A.J. Anthony on yesterday, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he told us the story of a person who had a BMW X5 hybrid. And basically the battery had gone on it. You know, the battery?
Yeah. I think, yeah. I know the story, Archie. I remember it. So Anthony is right. J. Anthony is right. BMW doesn't know how to make hybrids, Archie. Do you know what brands knows how to make hybrid engines?
Toyota.
You might like. Yes, sir. Toyota. And what's the other name? I think, yeah, you are right. Toyota, and the other is also some Japanese. I think Nissan, no. Honda. Sorry. Honda and Toyota, they are the only brands that know how to make good hybrid engines.
Yeah, because I mean, that's pretty terrible. Like, they basically have to junk the car. 2018. That's not that old, is it?
Yeah. So yeah, what Jatin is saying is correct, Archie. That's why I think the BMW X5 was open recall. So do you have recall in Australia by the manufacturers?
Sometimes, but they try and weasel out.
So yeah, I think they had the X5 also had the same thing with their hybrid engines, if I remember correctly. So yeah, Archie, I think BMW doesn't know how to make hybrids. I will be honest; they don't know how to make a hybrid. And because have you read recent news related to German economy, Arch?
Sorry.
Have you read any? Did you see any news related to German economy, German financial market, that sort of stuff?
Yeah. What are they saying?
So the thing is that actually most of the manufacturers are closing down their car plants in Germany. Volkswagen is shutting down their plants. Even Mercedes and BMW are thinking about shutting down some of their plants in Germany.
Yep.
So,
well, the labor's too high.
Yeah,
the Chinese are taking over, I believe.
Yep, you are right, Laksipu. So I think
and
the
whose fault's
Chinese.
that? Is that the Chinese fault?
It's
what did they
like
do wrong?
So the thing is that they are trying to sell cheap EV cars in Europe. They are exporting cheap EV cars in Europe, and they are basically undercutting European manufacturers. That's the thing.
And they're also going to lower income countries, developing countries, to push their cheap electric cars, and they're actually succeeding very well. Thailand is becoming very, very big with Chinese EVs. Pretty much 99% of all these are Chinese. In Thailand, Malaysia, exactly the same. Indonesia, the same. Into African countries, South American countries, the Chinese are taking over.
So that's why, Arch. And the thing is that because, yeah.
And also, Tap, they are pushing these cars out like brand new phones. If you look at the Chinese mobile phone brands, they really pump out new models every like 3, 4, 5, 6 months. And these car companies, literally, there's like a new fucking car every couple of months coming out. It's crazy.
Yep.
The Chinese are very fast, but of course the quality control. There's a lot of quality control issues.
Yep.
But you can get that with anything, even Western brand. You can get quality control issues. Look at Tesla; they've got issues.
But Laksi, the thing is that Chinese market, they are not manufacturing for their domestic use case. They are basically manufacturing for exports. And even the Chinese government, they can look the other way with respect to quality, that sort of stuff. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I know.
So that's the thing.
They've also built a lot of factories in Thailand. Chinese EV companies have built their own factories, and it's like
in Thailand. In Thailand,
yeah, it's already happening. It's already. I can even bring up some pictures. It's already happening.
Yeah. Why are they building their factories in Thailand instead of China?
Why? Because it's importation tax. That's the reason.
And Archie, yeah, go ahead. Sorry, Laksi. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, if you import a car into Thailand, it's a 400% or 300% importation tax. But if it's puzzled together in Thailand, there's no importation tax. So what they're doing is very clever. The parts are actually made in China. They're importing the car parts, but actually jigsawing it all together in Thailand in a factory.
Oh, they're assembling it in Thailand.
Yeah, assembled in Thailand.
And Arch, the thing is that
steel is from China.
And Arch, the thing is that in US and in other countries, there are anti-Chinese sentiments. So the Chinese manufacturers are trying to mitigate that potential issue in the future.
And fixing that issue is, hey, we've just given you a load of jobs. We've built factories inside your country. It's made in Thailand, or it's made in Malaysia. It's made in the Philippines. It's not made in China.
Yeah.
I think, guys, they're doing the same thing in Vietnam. So all the factories like textile industries, all the other manufacturing, they are shifting to Vietnam for that sort of stuff because of the same reason that Laksi mentioned.
Yes. Yes.
Guys, have you ever been to Vietnam? It's been getting popular with Indian tourists. Vietnam.
I've been to Vietnam. I went to Vietnam. I loved it. Vietnam is amazing.
I heard that they have good beaches in Vietnam.
Fantastic beaches. I went to Da Nang. Da Nang. It's famous. It's hey, we got a super chat. Super chat just came in here. Maharaja Philippe, $5. Name a car that reminds you of the following: V12, Lamborghini; V10, Lamborghini; V8,
Mustang.
V8, Mustang; flat 6, BMW.
Oh yeah,
flat 6, not. That's a straight 6. Flat 6. I
Yeah,
think he means flat. Shitty blue 4-pot BMW.
Boy. Okay, got it. So you mentioned BMW for 4 cylinders.
Yes. 4-pot.
Here you go. This is one of the factories in Thailand.
Wow.
Big win for Thailand as it rolls towards realizing its dream of becoming Southeast Asia's EV manufacturing hub as China's major EV maker, BYD, officially opens its first facility right here in Thailand.
There you go.
Fuck.
That's a good-looking chick, Ulaxi.
It is a good-looking chick. She was very nice, wasn't she?
Yeah, I was just seeing the chick, guys. I wasn't even listening to the news.
How was your dating going, Tap? How is dating going in America?
So Arch, the thing is that this month is getting bad because people are going back to their families. It's Thanksgiving this month, so the dating life will take off on January next year.
But what about the chicks that are lonely and they don't have much of a family, or they've been ostracized? And those are the chicks you can get right now because they'll be feeling depressed and sad, and they just want a big throbbing hot dog to eat.
Man, it's too much fantasy, Laxipu. I have to be realistic, man.
Oh fuck! You got a dream, Tap. You got a dream. Tap that ass, Tap.
Yes, sir. That's the goal.
You should go to Asia, Tap. Tell him, Archie. Give him the dream, Archie. Come on.
Go to Asia, yes.
Guys, so I will tell you one thing. I live near Miami. If I want to get any action, I will just go to Miami, guys. And the thing is that in Miami, you can get everyone. Asian, Latinos, white chicks,
you gotta
everything.
pay for it. You gotta pay for it. That's the problem.
I ain't paying for, man. Lexi, I ain't paying for shit, Lexi Poo. It's all talent, hard work from my side.
But they're all gold digging bitches on Miami Beach.
Hey, Lexi, I'm just renting it. I'm not marrying anyone.
Yeah, but you still gotta pay though. That's the problem.
Just for dinner, Lexi. Lexi, what's your strategy? If you're married or you're single, Lexi?
I'm married.
So you know, okay, but you would know that. Yeah,
but I'm looking to do a harem. I think a harem might be a good option.
Hey man, good for you. If it's legal in your country, why not?
No, you don't have to marry the other girls.
Oh, so you're basically polyamory. You're into that shit.
I'm joking. I'm just fucking with you.
Now that's a good idea, Lexi.
I know a Japanese guy is a billionaire, and that's what he did.
Man, even Elon Musk does the same thing, Lexi. So I think he has
12 kids.
He has 3. No, I think he has 3 or 4 baby mamas. Elon Musk.
He does.
So that's the thing.
Archie, tell Tap the dream. Tell him the dream.
Man, I know Archie's lifestyle. Archie's like my sensei. He has done everything that I aspire to do.
So why don't you do it? Come on, we gotta get Tap to Asia. Can we get you? We're going to Bangkok in March 2025. Do you think that might be an option for you?
Nah, Laxipu. The thing is that I'm at my job and I just the thing is that my job is basically holding me back in America. That's the thing.
No. Only for a holiday. Is it possible to get a week off?
For a week, Man, do you know how long is the flight, Luxi, from US to Thailand?
It's the other way. It's the other end of the
It's a long
world, isn't
time.
it? Yeah.
It would be like for a week. It would be like it would be a negative investment from me.
Yeah, I get it. I know. Fuck. Which city in America has the most Asian chicks?
I think California has decent number of Asian chicks. New York might, and because Bay Area, San Francisco has good number of Asian people. Am I right, Archie? You've been to Bay Area. San Francisco
Sorry,
had good amount. Bay
Yeah,
Area
San
has a good
Francisco.
amount. Yeah, they have good amount of Asians. Let's see. In West Coast and in the US, I think New York. Then
Tell us your dream lady. Can you tell us your dream lady? What is your dream? How old? How dimensions? What ethnicity? Do you have a dream?
I think I don't discriminate, Luxi. I love everyone.
Anything, anything
Yes,
goes.
sir.
I like it. I like it. Yeah, that's good.
He's
That's
having
good.
a lot of fun.
That's good, man.
Super chat, folks. Super chat. Archie doesn't do shit for free.
I got to tell you something there. The thing is, too, don't forget, in America, it's a difficult country. It's a difficult country to have your swagger. You got to have your swagger, don't you?
Yes, sir. That's right.
You know. You got to have your different swagger. It's.
So, Archie, when are you moving to America, Archie? You should move to America. You will like it.
Look, I loved America. I've been to America twice.
Mhm.
Actually, I think next year, to be totally honest with you, I am slowing down a bit on the travel. Okay, I cannot afford it no more. This is it. This is the last hurrah, because the business has turned a corner, right? And you have to be understanding of how things work. You know, there's not much you can do. You got to be careful. You know, it can be difficult. I loved America, but it is so expensive.
So yeah, it's expensive, Archie, but even Vietnam and Thailand are expensive.
But US dollar is so strong. The problem is, you know, Aussie to US, it's I lose a third. And you go to a city like New York, everybody wants tips because the cost of living is so high in New York.
Yeah,
Tab, if you're in Florida,
even if you stay at, you know, cheap motels, you're not going to get much cheaper than $100 a night, are you?
So I think there are deals. If you live in a nasty motel, Archie, you can pay $80 a night. Sometimes even $70 a night. But the thing is that you have to live very far away from the city. It would be like in some suburb or very far away from a city center.
But do I want to travel around halfway around the world to stay at a nasty $70 a night hotel?
Yeah, that's the choice you have to make, Archie. But I get your point. I get your point, what you are trying to say. And you're Archie luxury. You can't live in nasty motels.
I went to Vegas. Vegas is so expensive. The only hotels I could afford to go to, let me say this to you. The only hotels I could afford to stay at America, I had to go to a 2-hour timeshare presentation.
Where?
Have you ever gone to a timeshare presentation?
Hell no, Archie. I don't have time for that shit. Timeshare.
Do they still have that in Thailand, timeshare, Luxi? He's gone for a minute. You've never gone to a timeshare presentation?
No, sir. I don't even know what's a timeshare, Archie.
You don't know what a timeshare is?
Yeah, I heard about it, but I don't know what's the meaning of a timeshare. Yeah, just can you Can you just tell me what the hell is a timeshare?
So timeshare itself, you buy a week in a building. You buy a week, 1 week you have.
Okay.
And you can use that week. So basically you buy a week, instead of owning the entire apartment, you own a week in that building. Now the problem is they also hit you up with maintenance costs. Hello, Doc. How are you?
I'm good, gentlemen. How are you? And happy Thanksgiving
Would you ever
to everyone
consider a
out there.
timeshare, Doc?
No, actually, one of the last things I had to do when I was still with my wife was get her out of a timeshare that she jumped into without my knowledge.
They're they use a lot of high pressure. They use
exactly.
You got a cooling off period, don't you?
Yeah, and she went to Mexico and I wasn't able to go, and she goes to Mexico, does the timeshare so she could get a decent place to stay that was cheap. Actually, it was a very nice place to stay that was cheap because of the timeshare requirement that you listen to this 90-minute presentation, but you're not supposed to buy. You're just supposed to fulfill the obligation, say thank you very much, and that's it. But instead she buys it, she doesn't say anything, and when she got home and we're laying in bed, she mentions it at that point, and then I had to jump into action, contact my lawyer, find out exactly how to get out of it. And I made it.
The lawyer got you out?
Well, the lawyer explained that I could do it, and then I did it, and I had to close my office and everything and spend the whole day getting out of the timeshare. Cancel everything I had going on to get out of the timeshare.
Oh, you're joking.
No, because she didn't, she was like, I don't know how to do this. So it was up to me, and I went online and found out the rules, and then I contacted them, and you have to fax documents within, I think it's within 72 hours.
How were they? How were they as far as getting out of it? Would they put pressure on you?
Oh, they tried to lie and say that you only have 24 hours to change your mind, and then I had to say, well, international law allows for 72 hours to change your mind, and I'm officially changing the mind. And then I faxed the documents, and they pretty much had no choice at that point because they knew that I'd already done my homework.
Fuck, that's pretty nasty shit.
But it was nasty shit.
Doc, nice to meet you, Doc. I have a question for you
as well.
Did she get her money back? Did she get her money back? She paid?
It was our money. It was a credit card that I would have been responsible for, and yes, got the money back.
So, Doc, is the Earth flat, man?
Is it what?
Is the Earth flat?
That's something that people say when they don't have an argument about whether man has been to the moon or not. Then they try to say, okay, well, since I don't have an argument about proving that man was on the moon, I'll just accuse you of something ridiculous like the Earth is flat. But no, the Earth is not flat.
Oh,
but that does not mean that we've gone to the moon. It just means that the Earth is round and not flat.
Okay, so you are not a flat earther, but you believe that moon landing is fake?
Actually, the people who believe we've landed on the moon and walked on the moon as humans should be in the same category as the people who believe the Earth is flat. So flat earthers are much closer to people who believe that man has walked on the moon, because there's no science to prove it. It's all emotions.
But Doc, you have seen the videos where Elon Musk rocket goes up and comes down. That booster rocket.
Yes, I have. And you know that didn't go beyond the low Earth orbit, right?
Yeah, but that was a test for that. What is that rocket? That was for that. It was a prototype building for relanding that rocket. That was the experiment. But I'm pretty sure NASA and even some satellites went from India and China to the moon in recent years.
Well, that's not the issue. The issue is that because of things like the Van Allen radiation belt, that humans haven't gone beyond low Earth orbit. So yeah, they've sent probes to the moon, That's not an issue. The issue is whether they've sent humans beyond low Earth orbit. And other than the suggestion that NASA was able to do it 7 or so times in the early 1970s, late 1960s,
Hey, Doc,
that's the
what
only
happened to
time
that?
it's happened.
What happened to those astronauts that were stuck in the space station? Did they come out yet, or what's happened to them?
As far as I know, they're still up there.
I think, yeah, they are still up there, Archie. Yeah, Doc is right. You guys are talking about International Space Station, I believe?
Correct.
Yes. Yeah.
And keeping in mind, that's also low Earth orbit. And it's a challenge just getting those astronauts safely back to the Earth, isn't it? Even though they're in a low Earth orbit.
I thought it was because of politics, Doc, that Russia is playing games because it used to be operated by the Russian Space Agency, if I remember correctly.
My understanding is it was international, but I don't know for sure. I don't really know the details in terms of who ultimately has operational license over it. I thought the United States had something to do with it, but I don't really know. Yeah.
No, I think you are right. It's an international collaboration, but the rockets that goes to ISS, I think that's operated by the Russian Space Agency.
My understanding is the most recent to go there were Russian. And now apparently in terms of the United States, I think Elon Musk is saying that he's going to try to rescue them.
And Doc, another question for you. Are you a surgeon or a chiropractor? Because people say that you are a surgeon. Some people say you are a chiropractor.
It's a chiropractor.
Well, I'm actually I'm a chiropractic surgeon, to be honest.
I wish, man. I wish I could be that. But be honest,
he does a bit of cosmetic surgery as well, don't you?
Well, I mean, technically,
give it a go. He's got a straight hand with a knife, don't you?
Oh, absolutely. But I mean, technically, it's not surgery like if you went to the medical doctors, the allopathic doctors. It's not like that. No.
Okay. Got it.
Procedures. Technically, it's procedures, but you still need to do them in a clean environment. So there's that.
Hey, they make bags, guys, because I know some chiropractor in my city, and they make decent money.
Yeah, I'm comfortable. I'll say I'm comfortable. Yeah. So there's a lot of confusion, and I don't worry about it. People say what they want to say about me, and that's okay.
Hey Doc, I'm sorry if you're feeling weird because I don't want to. I just question for you.
Ask the questions. I have no problem you asking the questions.
Now, because sometimes, I don't want you to feel that I'm coming off as aggressive guy, but yeah.
I mean, sometimes people ask questions. Like I see somebody in the chat referencing my travels to the Bohemian Grove. I probably shouldn't talk too much about that, but I've been there only 3 times, so it's not like I've been there. It's not like I go there all the time. It is a very, I'll say it's a very majestic place. It's a very, depending upon the path you're on, it's a very scenic, tranquil place. You would have no idea of the alleged debauchery that's supposed to occur at the Bohemian Grove, because when you're looking there, it just seems like a very nice, like national park kind of nice, Yeah, I remember going there with one young lady, and everybody thought she was my wife, and so they wouldn't even ask.
You could have gone to a timeshare presentation with her.
Yeah, that might have been nice. She was attractive. I'll say that she was attractive.
Have you ever been to a timeshare presentation yourself, Doc?
Absolutely. I know how it goes. I remember the first time. Yes, it is. The first timeshare presentation I went to, I was in college, and when it was done, they gave us an answering machine, and that's when answering machines were sort of being phased out. The answering machine with the tape recorder, the cassette in it, and you leave the message and landline. Yeah, that was the last. That was the first timeshare I'd gone to.
So, Doc, what car do you drive?
Doc has got a Porsche and a BMW M3.
Oh, you have a BMW M? Which year, Doc?
Classic car, early 2000s, and his Porsche.
The Porsche is even older than that. 968 from 1993.
Oh.
But I'll admit, I think I kind of prefer the BMW. They're both very nice, but I think I prefer, out of the two of them, the Porsche is kind of like one of those cars where I could go to a car show because you don't see very many of them, and it's actually very good condition with only 50,000 miles. So that's the Porsche. But the BMW is more, it's more of a favorite, and certainly if I'm.
How many miles have you got on the BMW, Doc?
A little over 100,000.
Oh.
Yeah.
Are you planning to get a new car, Doc?
I considered getting a new one, but then the problem is that I think this one is nicer than the newers. And then when the M3, M4, when they stuck that huge nose on it, that ugly grill.
Yeah, the grill gate.
That was the end of that. I had no interest in getting it at that point. So I'm actually happy with the one I have. I mean, sometimes I think about getting an early F, but I think I'm happy with where I'm at.
Doc, I think
it's E46.
Doc, you need an American, Doc. Get a Cadillac CV5 Blackwing. Get a Blackwing.
You know, I think about sometimes getting an older Cadillac, and actually, I recently saw
like a Brougham.
Well, higher level than that. I saw a 1970 Eldorado that I almost bought.
Was it a resto mode, Doc, or that was original?
Is that higher than a Brougham?
It is higher. It was the ultimate of Cadillac. The Eldorado was always that was the top of the line, is the Eldorado.
But Doc, was it an original car or was it a resto mod?
It was original restored. So
Doc, what about a Cinnamon? Cadillac Cinnamon.
Oh, that's like a little Econo box. That's basically a Chevy Cavalier with Cadillac badging on it. I don't think so. But I would consider in around early 1990s, they downsized the Eldorado, but it still had a nice style to it. I considered getting one of those, but then my neighbor had one, and when the engine went bad, it was going to cost 10 grand to fix it, which was more than the value of the car. So I thought, you know what? If I'm going to spend money, I might as well get a classic like a 69 or a 70 Eldorado. Those are big, and they don't get good gas mileage. That's the reason I didn't do it.
But no modern cars, Doc? You're only talking about vintage cars. No modern for you?
I have toyed with the idea of getting a Corvette. And
Z06 or Z01, Doc?
Well, if I were going to bother, I'd try to go for a Z06, but I also like the E-Ray. They're hybrid.
Oh yeah, I know. V8 twin turbo with that electric engine, I think.
Yeah, it's ultimate performance, I think. So I think about getting one of those, but I also like the last of the front engine. So the C7s, the last of the C7s.
Oh yeah, I remember, Doc. I know what you're talking about. C7s, yeah.
I sometimes think about getting one of those. They're a little cheaper and they're very attractive. So I still don't know, and I'm happy with what I have. So I haven't made any moves on the car market.
Because where I live, Doc, Corvette is very common. That's why I don't want to get a Corvette, and it's like expensive for me at this stage of my life. So yeah, that's another reason I won't get a Corvette.
Did you say you were somewhere near Miami?
Yes, yeah, you can say that, near Miami. That's it. Near Florida.
Yep. Yes, I mean, I don't know. It
depends
on why you're getting
there,
it.
Doc. They have a lot of timeshare there, Doc.
They certainly do, and they used to have even more than they have now. So I did a timeshare in Florida because I was still with the wife, and we were going to go to Disneyland, and she found out if we did the timeshare, we could get free passes to Disneyland. So we did the timeshare. 90 minutes.
Was it worth it?
90 minutes. It wasn't terrible. 90 minutes.
And what did you say to them at the end? I'm not interested.
Yeah, I spent most of the time meditating. And then when it was all done, and she nudged me, we're all done, then I was like, thank you very much. We'll think about it. Just explained, hey, you know, we're from the West Coast. We're not from the East Coast, but we'll think about it. We're thinking of moving. You know, really, I think I can't remember. I was in Florida for business, and extended it out about a week. We went to Disneyland and all that. So
you had a good time with her. For a wife you can't stand, you had a good time with her.
I had a good time with her until she wasn't enjoying it any longer. It's not fun when suddenly they're not enjoying it. So yeah, it was good for a moment. It was good for a moment.
Yes. A moment in time, Doc.
Exactly.
Guys, any pickup trucks? Did you guys ever own a pickup trucks? I'm pretty sure it's big in Australia. Pickup trucks.
Tundra. Get a Tundra. Get a Toyota Tundra. That's what you want to do.
Are pickup trucks big in Australia, or are the Utes the car trucks?
Yeah, they're kind of, but the pickup trucks, they are becoming like those Rams. They're big money, $200,000 vehicles.
They also aren't they gas guzzlers? Don't they suck down the gas pretty good?
Yep. So
I wouldn't think that would be good for Australia.
So guys, I will tell you a funny story. So Ford released their Ranger line in Australia and South Africa first. Before launching the Ranger line in US, they tested the Australian market, and it was hugely successful in Australia. Ford Ranger pickup trucks. And they introduced that truck after 2 years to the American market. So yeah, Australia is pretty popular with pickup trucks.
Same as South Africa as well. You said South Africa as well.
Yeah, yes, sir. They are also pickups are very popular down there.
Yes, pickup trucks.
I have to say, I don't get it. There's a lot of people in the United States that would prefer a pickup truck, especially around the Idaho kind of area. You see everybody's got like Ford F-150s. I mean, they're more impressed with an F-150 than they are with a Corvette, it seems to me. And I don't understand it, but that's the way it is.
Oh,
You're
Doc,
right.
are you a California guy?
No, but I've been to California.
No, where are you from? Where did you grow up in the US?
Well, for reasons of security.
Yeah,
I'm not
just
going to answer that question because there have been some people who've tried to track me
No,
down.
just tell me the area, the general locality, Doc. Don't tell me any city. I don't want to get any city from you. What state, basically? That would be good enough.
He doesn't want
I'm going to tell you that off the air.
Okay, no worries. So, Doc, I used to live in Midwest, and in Midwest and even in the South, trucks are like a religion. Midwest, Doc, Midwest.
Yeah, we got a super chat in from CB, $5. He says my favorite ride is the Raptor. That's the Ford Ranger Raptor. Very expensive. Very expensive.
There are multiple model lines at Archie. There is F-150 Raptor and there is a Ranger Raptor. So I don't know whether CB is. So Raptor is like their basically like their premium model, the premium line. Sorry, not the model, but the premium line.
Yeah.
I mean, the Raptor is a higher end F-150, if I understand it right.
Hasn't Ford said they're not going to make cars anymore? They only make trucks and the Mustang.
Right. They're still making cars as long as it's a Mustang. As far as I know, that's the only car. And then they're doing SUVs.
And they also do that electric. What's that electric SUV they call a Mustang? I don't understand why
that's a Mach-E, and it's not really a Mustang. They just put the label on it. And
guys, isn't it a wagon? That's a station wagon, if I remember correctly. It's not a sedan.
No, it's actually the size of an SUV, and proportions are SUV proportions. They stuck on a Mustang grill and Mustang tail lamps on an SUV, basically.
And I hate that car, guys. I hate that. I don't know why they gave that name to an EV, but hey, What
Well,
do I miss?
it was so that they were hoping to use it as a marketing ploy to get people interested in it, and I think it worked because they have sold quite a few of them. You know, because otherwise they would have just had to do it all on its own. It would have been a whole brand new marketing experience if they just said, "Hey, this is our new electric SUV." You know.
So CB has a F-150. It's a good car, CB. It's a good pickup. I like F-150, and
although I think that if I understand, if I read my CBs correctly, that's not the only ride he has. It might be his favorite, but that's not his only ride.
No, that's exactly it. And we got Nick M, $2. Happy Thanksgiving to the punters in the colonies.
Okay, well,
guys, we'll
say the Archieverse. How about that?
5 hours, guys. 5 hours.
Did you do that, Archie?
5 hours. No, that was Tan started 2 hours in, so it's a very long stream here indeed. And
we got another 5 hours, boys. I've just received an official letter. We're carrying on for another 5 hours.
5 hours, yes, thank you.
That's not true.
It's okay. It's okay.
I mean, we're not doing it for another 5 hours, but Archie's
doing
you put a panic in his eyes for just a moment when you said it.
Yeah, guys, it's fantastic. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. We'll be back in the morning for the Luxie's morning stream, and
for the post-holiday recovery. Don't forget to hit the thumbs up, gentlemen, those and ladies that might be watching as well. Don't forget to hit the thumbs up. Show some appreciation. Say you like what you've seen. You enjoyed the show. Hit the thumbs up.
And we
lost him.
We thanked. It's okay.
Yeah. It's the end of the show.
It's the end of the show, guys. That's the show. I've already thanked the people before, but we'll go through. Nick, I'll just go through the last couple ones because I didn't thank them. Nick M, CB, Maharaja Philippe, Maharaja Philippe, P Clan, Basil's Beazles, Maharaja Philippe, Billie Jean, PhD, and Maharaja Philippe. Okay, guys, that's the show. We will see you tomorrow. Stay there, Doc. I will have a chat to you.
You betcha.
And we'll
give us a nice long outro.
Thank you. I got a 15-second one. That's okay.